Okay. Well, good morning, everybody. Today is September the 22nd, 2020, and we're ready for our council meeting. We have a number of things on the go today, including heritage hearings at 1 o'clock, public hearings tonight at 6. And of course, we're all anxiously preparing for the arrival of Hurricane Teddy. And so we're going to go ahead with our council meeting, but our CAO is here, and I know there was an operational update this morning. Jacques Dubé, can you just briefly sort of let folks know where we are in terms of preparation?
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And yes, there is Hurricane Teddy is going to be arriving shortly in HRM, and we're fully expecting high winds and very rough seas and significant amount of potential coastal damage, both on the coastlines and in built infrastructure. We are looking at disruptions to municipal services for today and tomorrow, and that's being assessed this morning. And we hope to make some announcements before about mid-afternoon as to the ongoing service levels that may be affected municipally. I can tell you now that, and I would ask folks to take note of this, that ferry service will cease today at 2:30 this afternoon. We made that call just a few minutes ago. Winds are currently at 31 knots or 57 kilometers an hour just off our coast, and it's anticipated to pick up in the coming few hours. I can tell you that Teddy has been downgraded from a Category 1 to Category 1 from Category 2 in this transition to a powerful post-tropical storm. So this means very powerful swells, and we can expect to cause life-threatening surf and rip current conditions. Storm is also problematic in that it's moving now very slowly, which means extended rain and wind over the Halifax region, increased winds onshore. So, you know, the initial impacts of the storm are expected by midday today, and it was a peak period late Tuesday, early Wednesday, with the impacts of storm currently expected to remain in the region until at least noon on Wednesday. So heavy rainfall, accumulation probably up to 130 millimeters based on the tracking. Winds will be at 90 kilometers an hour sustained, and with gusts up to 120 kilometers an hour. As we all know, public warnings were issued yesterday by Environment Canada, and you can see all of the impacts to municipal services, the key messages regarding public safety on our website, halifax.ca/hurricanes. And of course, the homepage at halifax.ca shows the linked information to storm preparation and all their PSAs. What I would ask folks to do is to, certainly secure your property. Certainly secure your property. Good morning, Councillor Hensby. Secure your property. This storm has the potential to create projectiles of lighter objects. So certainly take in your deck furniture, anything that could be picked up in a gust of wind or sustained wind, and protect yourself and those around you. So take precautions to remove those objects that could become projectiles, and protect and secure your watercraft, and if possible take them out of the water. And this has high potential to do serious coastal infrastructure damage. So I would certainly urge that, Mr. Mayor, going forward. So we will update council probably post 3 o'clock this afternoon. Following the break, we should have another update from Environment Canada and from our EMO team. We have stood up the Emergency Operations Center. We have, it's not a full activation, but we have the key people there that are required to coordinate and manage the response. Thank you very much. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Jacques. I think I'd like to just acknowledge the work that the EOC are doing. That certainly Erica Fleck, Deputy Chief, who has been giving us updates over the last number of days, and has all the departments in the municipality working hand in hand to prepare for this. And so I want to thank all of our senior leaders as well, who have shown great ability to deal through difficult times. So thank you, Jacques, and we will look for further updates. My eye is drawn to the middle of my screen where Councillor Zarowski is pensively looking at something, and I won't ask him to comment on this, but I did ask him to use any influence he had earlier in the week to move Teddy out of our way. But for us, whether it's Cape Breton or anybody, some people are going to feel the effects of this, and we wish everybody the very best of luck. Okay, colleagues, I'm going to do my roundup of councillors just to make sure we have it. Councillor Hensby's here. Councillor Stretch.
Yes, good morning, Your Worship. Here from District 1, Waverley Fall River Musquodoboit Valley. And I appreciate the comments of both you and the CAO as it relates to our preparedness, and congratulate our staff. We're ready out here in District 1, and just encourage people to pay attention to the warnings and to stay safe. As it relates to your comments about asking Councillor Zarowski to maybe alter the path, obviously that didn't work, but we'll see how it plays out. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, you're with us by phone or in person?
I'm here by phone, sir.
Welcome.
Yep, it should be a windy, nice day here on the coast. Looking forward to it.
That's gonna work.
Okay, we're not hearing you very well, David.
Is that a bad
All
thing?
right. Well,
All right, that's going to be an issue. Councillor Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I do hope that Dave gets that cell line worked out. Yeah, for sake of time, I'm just going to say hi to all of our residents and ask them to be safe and ready, because I'm ready.
All right, thank you. Councillor Nichol.
Good morning, everyone, from District 4, where there's 4 communities: Cole Harbour, Westfall, Lake Loon, and Cherrybrook. So very much looking forward to today's agenda, but to remind Councillor Karsten, he did say earlier we want to be expedient in carrying out our business today, so I'm hoping that will carry through. And yes, to everyone, stay safe and stay well.
Thank you. Councillor Austin, District 5.
I'm here, Mr. Mayor, all safely battened down on Tulip Street today.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, everyone. I ask that all of our residents out there check on your neighbors today and make sure once the storm passes to check on them again. So everybody be safe.
Right on. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Reporting in here from District 7, Halifax South Downtown. Similar to Councillor Mancini, the messaging is check on your neighbors, take precautions, and be kind. We'll get through this as we always do.
Thank you. Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, here from District 8. Hope everyone stays safe today. Pay attention to all the weather networks and information out there, and look forward to the meeting.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Like everyone else, I wish our residents, specifically mine here in District 9, stay safe. If you haven't already, please get your stuff off your porches, out of your backyards, and look out for each other. And like everyone said, we'll get through this.
Thank you. Councillor Walker will be joining us by noon for the afternoon. Look forward to that. Councillor Adams.
I'm here, Your Worship. Welcome, everybody. And I'll be keeping a close eye on Councillor Zarowski and how he reacts to these things, because he's my my left-hand man and expert advice at the ready. Thank you, Richard, for all that.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I'm hunkered down in my basement, looking out the window with trepidation. I want to thank the CAO and his staff and the emergency folks in advance for all the work that they've done and will be doing while we weather the storm. I am sure we'll get through this just fine. Being optimistic about all things. So residents, constituents, please be safe. And that's it from District 12.
Thank you. Councillor Whitman, I think, is with us by phone. Are you there, Councillor Whitman?
I'm Mayor Savage, and hello, colleagues. I'm on audio only. Hopefully you can hear me. I don't have video, and I'll stay muted in between discussions.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Good morning, everybody, from beautiful downtown Beaverbank. I know that we're all discussing Hurricane Teddy, but I must say it was 21 years ago today that I was introduced to Hurricane Bronwyn. So have to give a shout out to my daughter who's turning 21 today. Thank you.
All right, pretty awesome. Happy birthday, Bronwyn. Councillor Russell in Sackville.
Yes, good morning from wonderful, I'm not going to say sunny, but wonderful Lower Sackville. I do hope everybody has made the necessary precautions as everybody has talked about, and that people have stocked up on drinking water, 2 liters per day per person for at least 3 days, non-perishable food, fill your bathtub with water, and just make sure you have enough supplies. And there shouldn't be a run on toilet paper today, but we'll see how that goes. So I wish everybody well.
Thank you. And the continuously acclaimed Councillor Outfit.
Yeah, you're not going to let me forget that, are you, Mayor? It's all right. And listen, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and great to see you. Stay safe. And Bill, ever since you held up that candle, I've been humming "Candle in the Wind" now. So thank you very much. But anyway, I hope everyone stays safe out there and looks after each other, as others have said. And it sounds like we're going to have a busy day. So here we go. Cheers.
Thank you all very much. And I know we've heard from Jacques Dubé. John Traves is with us, and we have some special guests who will be introduced shortly. Does somebody want to consider
Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now?
Councillor Hinsby, yes, we can hear you better. Keep talking just a little bit.
All right, now I can hear you fine down here in Lawrencetown, and on my way into town soon. So I'll see you in a bit.
Okay. Thank you. Does somebody want to consider moving the
Councillor Nichol moves the minutes.
I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Second by Councillor Russell. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That carries. We're going to look at the approval of the order of business. And,
Yes, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yeah, just I'm going to go to the deputy in just one sec. Just so people know, we have a number of second readings items, 11, 1, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. Those have to be due in the beginning of the afternoon, probably after our heritage hearings. So those will be dealt with in the afternoon. Deputy Mayor.
All right, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of things for consideration. Asking that we move 11-1-24 to just after 9-3-2, which is our presentation on the Road to Economic Prosperity, African Nova Scotian Economic Action Plan. After that presentation, I would ask that we deal with item 11-1-24. That's the first change that I'm asking for. Okay, also asking.
Maybe we'll deal with that one. Is anybody opposed? Okay. Everybody's in favor of that? Hearing no objections, we'll move 11-1-2-4 up in the agenda until right after the presentation. Deputy Mayor?
Also asking that we defer item 3.2 until after October 17th. That's the in-camera item 13.2, moving that we defer that until the first meeting in November.
Yeah, I agree with that, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah.
Which one was that, Mr. Mayor?
13.2, Deputy Mayor, correct? 13.2?
That is correct. 13.2, the in-camera item personnel matter.
Everybody in favor of that? All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Great.
Those opposed? Okay, that will be moved. That will be moved until after the next, until after October 17th. Anything else, Deputy?
And yes, just one more. Just asking if there is an appetite to move the members of councillor motions, moving those up before we get to reports. The fear being that we may not get to them during this meeting, and there are several items there that are just, requesting staff reports, and they would be fairly simple to dispense with. And it also involves a couple of councillors that will not be joining us after the 17th. So I want to make sure that those are taken care of prior to the meeting being ended today.
Okay, so you're talking about 11.4.1, 11.4.2, 11.4.3, and 11 and 12.1 and 12.2, the five items or the 3 items?
The 5 items, correct.
So Deputy Mayor is suggesting that we move 11.4.1, 11.4.2, 11.4.3, 12.1, and 12.2 up in the agenda to where?
Well, I'm guessing that would be after we have the African Nova Scotian Economic Action Plan presentation and deal with 11.1.24. So after that, we would deal with the councillor items and then just go back to our regularly scheduled agenda.
Okay, does everybody understand the request?
They do, Mr. Mayor, but I'm a little concerned. The Deputy Mayor is suggesting those of us that are on that agenda may not be back after that, so that concerns me. But I don't know if she knows something or not, Mr. Mayor, but
I think it was more about predictability than prognostication. So on that, is everybody okay with moving up those 5 items on the basis I'm hearing that they'll be dealt with swiftly up to after 9.3.2, correct, Deputy Mayor?
Well, it would be 9.3.2 is the presentation, and then we've already moved 11.1.24 immediately after that. So after we deal with 11.1.24, we could just go directly into councillor motions.
Okay, everybody okay? All in favor?
Aye.
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 With apologies to Phoebe.
Opposed? Okay, that's what we're going to do. Does somebody want to then move the approval of the order of business as amended?
Mr. Mayor, if we could, since we're moving the other motions up for members, could we also move notices of motion up just in case the storm interrupts? Those should only take a few minutes. That would be item 14 on the agenda.
So Councillor Russell wants to move item 14 up.
How many are there? How many are there?
I have 2. I'm not sure how many others have.
I'm fine with it. There's only 2.
Councillor Russell is suggesting item 14 follow the 5 motions from councillors on the agenda. All those in favor?
Aye.
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 Those opposed? That's what we'll do. Phoebe and or April, have somebody's got a handle on all these changes just before we vote on the agenda?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I've got them noted. But just make sure that we get a move seconder for the agenda.
I move the approval of the order of business. Councillor Nichols?
Second, Councillor Cleary.
As amended. Okay, all those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, we've got a new and more complicated agenda to work with. On consent, Councillor Whitman had asked to take 11.3.1 off consent, so that will be done. Councillor Cleary had, Councillor Cleary, did you take care of your issue? Does it have to be dealt with?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to move 11.1.17 off the consent agenda.
11.1.17 and 11.3.1 off consent. Anybody else?
Mr. Mayor, it's Mancini here. I'd like to remove 11.1.18 off the consent agenda.
11.1.18. Anybody else? Does somebody want to move the approval of the consent agenda?
Councillor Cleary, so moves.
Second by Mancini.
Councillor Mancini, we'll go to a vote on that then, Phoebe.
Councillor Stratch. Yeah, so that's the consent agenda items 11.1.11, 11.1.12, 11.1.15, and 11.1.22. Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nickel?
For the motion.
Councillor Austin?
In favor.
Councillor Mancini?
For the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
And Councillor Walker is not present. Councillor Adams?
Against.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outthit,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
In favor, so that passes. I'm just going to read the items that we've passed by consent so people at home can follow them. 11.1.11 is Kingswood North Viscount Run Park. 11.1.12 is the potential dog off-leash area in Governor's Brook subdivision and the work program update. 11.1.15 is the municipal planning strategy amendments for 16 Rutledge Street in Bedford. 11.1.22 is the Administrative Order 50 respecting the disposal of property. 64 True North Crescent, 67 True North Crescent, 80 True North Crescent, 91 True North Crescent in Dartmouth. Those are deemed to be passed on consent. Colleagues, will move to declarations of conflict of interest. Motions of rescission, none. Consideration of deferred business, none. For those who have their dance card at home, the virtual heritage hearings will happen at 1 o'clock when we come back from lunch. We have public hearings tonight. So those heritage hearings will be tonight. We have public hearings tonight at 6 o'clock. We will move to correspondence. Madam Clerk.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, the clerk's office has received correspondence for items 8.3, 8.4, 8.6, and 11.1.20, and this correspondence has been circulated to all members of council.
Thank you, Phoebe. Petitions. I know Councillor Walker has one, and I'm sure council will indulge him that he can present that when he comes back, even if we've passed this on the agenda. If nods of head would be okay on that, if council's prepared to do that.
Agreed.
Any other petitions?
Yes, sir.
Councillor Stretch?
Thank you very much, Your Worship. Your Worship, a few days ago, I attended a outdoor socially distanced meeting with several residents in the area of Charles Keating Drive, Craigburn subdivision, and was presented a petition by nearly 400 signatures wanting council to reconsider and Halifax Transit reconsider the cancellation of bus route 55. Councillor Mancini and I heard several compelling discussions as to why council maybe should relook at this, and I'm going to submit this today and commit to a meeting with staff to discuss what we heard at the time, Your Worship. And I'll bring this in person to the clerk's office.
Thank you. Anybody else? No other petitions except for Councillor Walker, who will allow to read his when he joins us. Okay, colleagues, we're going to move to a couple of important presentations. And I see we have our special guests are here for this. And the first one, I believe, is on the Halifax COVID-19 economic response and recovery plan update. And this will be our CAO and Wendy Luther of the Halifax Partnership. Good morning, Wendy. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor. Good morning, Council.
I'll turn it over to you and to Jacques.
Thank you so much. Well, good morning, everyone. I'm Wendy Luther with the Halifax Partnership, Halifax's public-private economic development organization. I'm honored to provide Council with an update on Halifax Partnership's activities and the state of our city's economy under the Economic Response and Recovery Plan. I'm delighted to be co-presenting with CEO Jacques Dubé, who will speak to HRM's activities under the plan. Next slide, please. The goal of the Economic Response and Recovery work is to get back to Halifax's long-term growth trend and chart a path forward for a stronger, more resilient city. This work is grounded in following public health directives while working collaboratively with a wide range of stakeholders. As you heard in our previous presentations, the Economic Response and Recovery Plan includes a total of 38 actions within 3 phases of recovery. For most sectors of our economy, we are in the stabilization phase of the plan. Initiatives under all actions in the urgent and stabilization phases are already underway, and we are now beginning work on addressing the actions under the recovery phase. Next slide. We were hit hard and knocked down in the spring, but through the summer, we've made positive strides towards economic recovery, although we are still down compared to the same time last year on many stats. Last week, the Conference Board of Canada released updated forecasts for Halifax. Our GDP is expected to plunge by 4.7% in 2020, but will bounce back with growth rates of 5.8% and 4% in 2021 and 2022, respectively. Following considerable job losses in the early months of the pandemic, we've seen strong rebounds in July and August. August unemployment figure for Halifax was just shy of our unemployment figure for February, although still below the level of August 2019 by almost 5%. The unemployment rate remains at double-digit levels, but is receding from the June peak of almost 12%. We can take comfort and pride in the fact that the sacrifices we've all made and the effort we've all put into protecting and caring for each other have paid off in these signs of recovery. That said, some segments of our economy and our society were hit much harder than others. The following slides provide a snapshot of economic recovery by various key sectors. Thank you to our many partners who provided input into this presentation. Next slide. Following sluggish home sales this spring, pent-up demand was released in June, July, and August, with sales almost 1.5 times greater than the average for these 3 months going back to 2012. Halifax resale prices were up 11.1% since July 2019, second in Canada only to Ottawa. Our friends at the Nova Scotia Association of Realtors tell us the hot summer market appears to be more than just a snapback from the down period in the spring. More and more, they are seeing people selling homes in central and western Canada and moving to Nova Scotia. In commercial real estate, the office vacancy rate rose slightly to 16.1% in Q2 2020, the first rise since Q1 2019. Average net rent rose to $15.09 per square foot. Both movements are tied to the opening of Queen's Mark. Next slide. The tourism industry has been hit especially hard by this pandemic. Travel is being impacted by a number of factors, including lack of access to markets due to travel restrictions, canceled events and activities ranging from business conferences to sporting events, impacts on the visitor experience due to closed businesses, and fear of travel. With a subsequent allowance of travel within Nova Scotia and then the opening of the Atlantic bubble, travel has returned slightly. In addition to travel, hotels are providing quarantine services for individuals, and weekly occupancy rates have peaked at 39% for the most recent 28-day period. A continued decline in the tourism sector would mean approximately $900 million per year in lost spending in Halifax alone. Discover Halifax remains focused on implementing a 4-part recovery plan as presented to Council in May 2020. And thank you to Ross Jefferson and the Discover Halifax team for your input into this update. Next slide. All marine partners, back one. Thank you. All marine partners in the Port of Halifax are working together to keep cargo moving efficiently and reliably while keeping essential workers safe. Although there are no restrictions on container cargo vessel operations at the Port of Halifax, containerized cargo volume is down by about 20% due to the coronavirus's global economic impact and the closing of Nova Scotia wood pulp exports. The port and its partners are doing all that they can to keep cargo moving through our international gateway to be in the best position possible to move quickly once the recovery takes hold. On September 10th, Halifax received the largest containerized cargo vessel to date and the largest ever to call in a Canadian port, the CMA CGM Brazil, at just over 15,000 TEUs. On September 20th, Halifax Port Authority welcomed the CMA-CGM Panama, twin sister to the Brazil, to PSA Halifax. The arrival of ultra vessels continues to affirm the Port of Halifax's strategic position as Canada's ultra gateway port. In addition, the Halifax Port Authority continues to connect with community through a myriad of activities at the Halifax Seaport. And thank you to Captain Alan Gray and to the team at the Port of Halifax for this input. Next slide. Post-secondary student enrollment is tracking on par with last year. However, we will have a better idea of final student numbers in October when the deadlines for students to defer their studies to next year has passed. Language schools have been particularly hard hit by the pandemic, with Languages Canada forecasting that over 75% of the almost 250 language schools across Canada are at risk of closing, of going out of business over the next 6 months. We have 7 language schools here in Halifax. And thank you to Nicole Johnson-Morrison and the Edgenova team for your assistance with this slide. Thank you, and over to you, Jacques.
Thank you very much, Wendy. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Mayor, through you, I want to thank the private sector-driven board of the Halifax Partnership and Wendy for their leadership, their guidance, and the great collaboration as our organizations work together with many others in response to the very significant impacts of COVID-19 pandemic. In July, you'll recall that I outlined before you some of the efforts HRM has undertaken to respond to the urgent needs of businesses and residents during this crisis. Those included the municipality's provision of immediate relief to both residential and business taxpayers, a revised 2021 municipal budget, the waiving of parking fees and sidewalk patio fees, and of course the move of planning and development applications online and the launch of Parks and Recreation's Rec at Home program. HRM also began implementing its mobility response plan to adapt public spaces and municipal transportation networks in order to safely move residents and goods as the municipality reopens. I want to take this opportunity to thank HRM staff team for the outstanding work as usual and for regional council support and encouragement for their exceptional effort. Next slide, please. Mr. Mayor, HRM is also actively working to assist those communities disproportionately impacted by the pandemic. Masks are being distributed to homeless shelters and outside water resources are being provided to vulnerable populations in partnership with Halifax Public Libraries and Halifax Water. And I certainly want to thank OSA, Cation, and Kathy O'Toole for those respective organizations for their leadership in these difficult times as well. Meanwhile, the African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office, ANZIO, which is part of our Diversity and Inclusion Office here in HRM, is also part of the North Preston Pandemic Response Committee, which provides pandemic-related outreach and communications. ANZIO's work with this group is supported by the Emergency Management Division, led by Erica Fleck, our Public Safety Office, led by Amy Siciliano, and of course, Corporate Communications, led by Breton Murphy. HRM developed an emergency food response as well and redeployed Youth Live to the mobile food market to address the loss of market volunteers during the pandemic. So, Mr. Mayor, since March 23rd, 2020, the market has distributed 4,200 produce packs, 1,100 emergency food hampers with enough food for a week for a family of 4, and $32,500 in grocery gift cards. Further, the reopening of municipal sites and services continues. All HRM parks, trails, and park assets like sports fields, ball diamonds, and playgrounds are open to the public. HRM recreation centers and indoor pools are being reopened in phases, and day camps were offered at some sites. Halifax Transit is actually operating at full service levels on buses, and fare collections on buses and ferries, which had been suspended since March 18th, returned or resumed on August 1st. So in support of efforts to mitigate the health crisis and promote economic recovery, HRM's corporate communications team has developed and delivered extensive communications initiatives to inform residents and staff about all of these efforts. And that effort was supported by you, Mr. Mayor, and myself and others in the organization and other councillors and regional councillors. And we are very grateful for the collaboration in that respect. So HRM's webpage, halifax.ca/coronavirus, continues to be the updated tool and regularly updated with the latest information about the status of municipal services. Back to you, Wendy.
Thank you so much, Jacques. We look forward to sharing details of the African Nova Scotian Road to Economic Prosperity Action Plan with you this morning. And Halifax Partnership's annual general meeting with the theme Reimagine Halifax has been deferred due to the storm and will now be held on Wednesday, October 7th. Attendees will join us in person and virtually, and we'll be talking about how the disruption of COVID-19 gives us a unique opportunity to reimagine Halifax. So as our economy recovers, we grow back even better than we were before. I hope you can join us. Thank you for your kind attention, and over to you, Jacques.
Thanks very much. So, Mr. Mayor, I'd like to speak now about some of our conversations we've had with the federal government and the province. And I would say that cooperation with the federal government and the province through both the elected officials here in Halifax and HRM and in Ottawa and at the province house continues to be very strong and is effectively paramount to our collective success as Nova Scotians going forward. So that relationship, both at the officials level, the appointed officials level, and the elected officials level, continues to be strong, and it's very critical to our successes going forward. You know, HRM is working well with both orders of government to advance cost-shared, shovel-ready infrastructure projects for 2021, and other infrastructure projects like electrification of our transit fleet, enhanced ferry services, and Halifax 2050 related projects that will help mitigate the effects of climate change. So those are all areas, and to name but a few, that we're working on with the province and the federal government to start get the economy going again, or at least to help in that respect. And while HRM can now borrow from the Nova Scotia Municipal Finance Corporation's short-term borrowing program designed to assist municipalities with cash flow during COVID, and capital funding from other levels of government is important and welcome, HRM has been calling for operational funding support from other levels of government to assist with the recovery consistent with the efforts of the Nova Scotia Federation of Municipalities and the FCM, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, under the able presidency of Councillor Bill Karsten. So the joint announcement last week by the federal and provincial governments to assist municipalities across Canada with exceptional operational funding was welcome news that will go a long way in helping HRM weather the fiscal crisis we face as a result of COVID-19. While the precise dollar amount coming to HRM is not yet known, we anticipate receiving tens of millions of dollars to help offset our revenue losses and increased costs related to COVID-19, permitting Council to reconsider its priorities going forward in light of those new funds from the province and the federal government. Mr. Mayor, we will continue, however, to advocate for provincial assistance when it comes to the payment of property taxes. As we have all stated many times, the impact of COVID-19 will be felt by the municipality for years to come in decreased tax revenue and potentially shrinking assessment base. We will continue to advocate for this and other provincial assistance with an emphasis on our hospitality industry, where hotels and restaurants are facing huge revenue shortfalls. Collectively, with the support of other levels of government, many partner organizations, and countless local businesses and residents, we have made exceptional strides in navigating uncharted territory and setting a course for not just recovery, but creating the conditions necessary for a stronger future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Wendy, any further thoughts?
Thank you so much, Jacques. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Council. We welcome your questions.
Okay. Just make sure I'm off mute. I am. Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Jacques. So for questions, we'll begin with Councillor Zarowski on a question of clarification.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Jacques. Thank you, Wendy. As always, wonderful work on doing this. And of course, we're so appreciative of the infrastructure funds that Jacques was talking about. The new Beachville Lakeside Timberley Community Center has now been fully funded. I was there with the representative MLA, Minister Rankin, as well as MP Jeff Regan. We had a wonderful time finally getting this done, and the work that you and your staff did, Jacques, was wonderful. And I thank you on behalf of our residents in District 12 for all the work that you did in connecting the dots to make sure that this happened. And Mr. Mayor, I didn't want to forget mentioning you as well. You did yeoman's work in making sure that it worked. Now, on to the future. Of course, we always want more toys and more things. The clarification is, we're quite optimistic in looking at getting out of the COVID cluster. We have the Atlantic bubble protecting us, and it has been a wonderful thing. And I know there are some challenges to that from other parts of the country, not to mention internationally. I'd like to focus on the ramifications of the downside of the recovery on affordability. Expenses are going up, but the folks at the bottom of the feeding chain, those who are not as financially well off as the rest of us are, there's going to be affordability ramifications. Who is at risk of being left behind? And communities traditionally that have been left behind anytime we have changes are the Indigenous and Black communities and the recent immigrants. And I'm very interested in your thoughts on how to mitigate us not repeating past mistakes. So that's question number one. Question number two is general cost of living increases brought about by COVID. I'm curious about how it affects our year-over-year cost of living, if you have access to that information. And how does COVID affect, finally, we've been benefiting from increased population, 10,000, 11,000 folks coming in. Now that we're in such good shape, are we going to have to revise the estimates that we have for the number of people coming into HRM? And with that, what kind of variability can we expect, or is this something that we've looked at? I know these are prognosticatory questions and difficult to answer definitively. I'm more interested in your thoughts regarding this than any hard facts. So I will leave it at that. And again, thank you for the presentation, and thank you for your past work, and look forward to your answers.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So Wendy, I'll lead it off, and please join in as you see fit. So absolutely correct. There are vulnerable populations here. We're, as I mentioned in my presentation, we're taking a number of initiatives operationally to help those that are in vulnerable situations. I can just go back to conversations we had yesterday, the mayor and I, with some of our staff about the homeless people in Halifax. And not only is there a health crisis underway right now, but there's a climate crisis underway, and there's a more acute one today, actually, with the storm. So, we're actually moving homeless people into some shelters on a temporary basis. But that's a temporary measure, and there's some longer-term measures that need to be taken. We're coming back to council very soon around the homeless file and affordable housing file. We're looking for some policy changes. I'm having conversations, active conversations with the new Deputy of Municipal Affairs and Housing, Catherine Berliner, who, I'm glad to see her appointed to that position. She's a strong leader, and we have a great hope that we can make some changes, including inclusionary zoning in this community. And there's some conversations going on. There's some consultations going on with municipalities across Nova Scotia at the moment, led by Municipal Affairs and Housing, to look at that. So that'll take some legislative change, right? We also own a lot of land in the HRM, and these are conversations. I know Councillor Cleary has had an amendment to the motion today associated with that, and related to that, to the extent that we can do things like we did in Bloomfield with that particular property. We can probably create conditions or impose conditions on when we put out RFPs to ensure that there's some affordable housing component in there. So when I look at the affordability issue, I look at it from many perspectives. Housing in HRM is actually created mostly by the private sector. So we have to find a way, some clever ways to work with the private sector, because they're the ones that actually create the inventory. We have many not-for-profit organizations like Habitat for Humanity, the Nova Scotia Housing Trust, and others that are trying to create affordable housing units. The capacity in those organizations has to increase, and frankly, if they can create 50 to 100 units a year, that's probably as much as they can given their current capacity. But we need to be able to work with all levels of government, including CMHC and others, and the private sector, to enhance our capacity to create affordable housing units. The affordability issue is becoming problematic. The crisis, as you know, has actually increased value, not decreased value on the residential side. I'll speak to the commercial side in a minute, because it's a different scenario. But the residential side is clearly a problem because demand is not meeting supply. So, people are reluctant to let people into their homes during the crisis, and as a result, anything that's put on the market now is commanding greater, most of the time, creating greater offers than what the asking price is being published at. So that's challenging, and that's only going to get solved with more supply. Kelly Denty, our Director of Planning and Development, and I and her team have had lots of conversations about, moving projects forward, moving development opportunities forward, moving development approvals forward. And they're doing a great job in trying to fast track some of that work. But, it's going to take, there's not one solution to this. It's going to take some multi-pronged approach, and it's going to take some time. On the cost of living piece, certainly what we're seeing, the last numbers I saw, and I don't have the most current numbers like this week or even this month, but I know that the cost of living has actually dropped as opposed to increasing as a result of the COVID-19 crisis to a certain level. I think it's hovering something 1% or less at the moment. So that's probably good news for some, but at the end of the day, not necessarily. On the commercial side, the commercial real estate values, we're very concerned about the drop in that, to the extent that, hotels and buildings that contain retail and restaurants and bars are probably facing significant challenges in terms of their ability to rent those spaces. There's all the experts, all the economists across all the major banks in Canada are saying the same thing, that there's going to be a significant drop in retail spaces and restaurant closures over the fall and into the winter. It's going to put pressure on building owners to reinvent themselves, reinvent those properties. The effects of that will be over the next 2 years. Our revenue streams will be impacted significantly, I believe, especially in the downtowns of Halifax and Dartmouth, where you're going to have vacancies as a result of closures of certain hotels, restaurants, bars, and it'll take a number of years for recovery, as I mentioned in my comments. So I think that's what I can offer my current thoughts at the moment, but maybe Wendy has some other thoughts you'd like to share with you. Thank you.
If she has quick thoughts.
Quick thoughts. Thank you, Jacques, Your Worship, to Councillor Zarowski. Further corroborated through our Chief Economist, Ian Monroe, Consumer Price Index has been relatively flat over the last few months, and rental stats will come out in October, which will also give us latest and greatest. An important point to remember is this growth and the population growth is real. There is a scenario we're planning for that Halifax becomes the most desirable city to live on the eastern seaboard. And so to your point, Councillor Zarowski, where we saw almost 10,000 new residents to Halifax last year, we're expecting once the freedom of travel across borders opens up, we're expecting those numbers to increase year on year. And as prices become more expensive, to Chuck's point, without additional housing stock, people in need get pushed out the bottom. So young graduates, people working in their first jobs would be taking the housing that otherwise perhaps would be taken by persons on social or other assistance. And with that pressure in the funnel, the people in the greatest need get put out the bottom. So this is something that we're looking at very keenly. And in speaking with Jason Brunt, the new CEO of Clayton Developments, they have 450 families on wait lists for homes until they stop taking new names. So that is what the demand is looking like now.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mancini.
Mary, sorry, Mr. Mayor, just trying to get off the mute. Thank you. Wendy, Jacques, thanks very much. Wendy, I have a question for you. You know, as rough this has been on everyone in the business community, but there's opportunity here in front of us. You just alluded to anticipation of more people coming. You know, we look how well Atlantic Canada has done and how well HRM has done. So I anticipate that, you know, the many newcomers that have been coming the last 4 years to HRM will continue to come, and maybe even more. Is that not fair to say? Because it's a safe place from perspective of COVID, but also from the business community. Are there no other opportunities? I bring to everyone's attention the film industry right now that's happening in Nova Scotia. It's almost a boom because the film industry down in the States, there are no safe places for them to do their films. And I think today there's a major film being shot on Citadel Hill, and I believe there's many others too. So my question is, you know, what other business opportunities are there because we've done such a good job in Atlantic Canada HRM that we might see as we get through COVID?
Yeah. Thank you so much, Councillor Mancini. So, Your Worship, to Councillor Mancini, we are certainly seeing comparative advantages on our location of Halifax. So since April 1st of this year, right through the COVID time, 10 companies from across North America and around the world have made the decision to relocate or expand to Halifax. So it is creating new jobs. We're seeing businesses in the digital space do particularly well, both here locally and then nationally. For instance, Shopify is one that's getting a lot of attention as one of the fastest growing companies in the country, and currently working with our team and our colleagues at Nova Scotia Business Inc. to hire upwards of 150 people here in Halifax. Our insurance industry providers, of course, are still doing very, very well, financial institutions, and our startups and scale-ups who, although have a limited runway, approximately a 9 to 12 month runway in terms of they're burning through their cash on hand, it's these new companies that are creating solutions to the challenges that we're facing today. So focus on digital, focus on health and safety. That's where we're seeing the most opportunity in business right now.
Thank you, Wendy. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. My question is actually for the CAO, and it is in relation to the mention of the temporary shelters that were popping up. I'm just wondering, we have a bit of a homeless concern here in Sackville. This is something that people have heard me talk about a number of times. And we are regularly in touch with people in places like Freedom Kitchen, which has been going now for a year and has served 11 or 12,000 meals on a Monday. But what it does is it draws a population of people who need shelter. And so you had mentioned that there were temporary shelters that had popped up, and I'm just wondering where they are and how someone can get there, and what is the capacity, and can you provide more information on those?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, through you to Councillor Russell. Yesterday, we confirmed with the province that they were establishing one temporary shelter in Halifax. Today, they were starting to communicate with their clients and doing that today in downtown Halifax. I'm not sure if I'm at liberty to say where that is, but there is one in Halifax, and I can certainly have an offline conversation with you as to exactly where that is, but I can confirm that that is in downtown Halifax, and it's one shelter at the moment. There's been we have not received any indication from the province that there's any additional temporary shelters being stood up this evening or tomorrow as a result of the hurricane.
Okay, is that something that we can approach the province about?
Yes, we certainly can.
Wonderful. Thank you very much.
I would just say, if I could, that Erica Fleck, our EOC, has been very active in terms of not just taking incoming calls, but also going out to areas where people have set up temporary, I guess you could call it housing, to make sure that they're aware that we have worked with the province to make sure that there's a place for folks like that to go as well. Councillor Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And this question actually is for Wendy. It's in regards to a CMHC report that just came out yesterday talking about the overheated housing market. And Halifax was actually listed as one city where there was a widening gap between the selling price of houses and the price that economists would expect based on population growth and disposable income and whatnot. And I'm just wondering if this is something that is really of concern to you, and what we can do to protect ourselves financially if the boom goes bust.
Yeah. To your worship, to Deputy Mayor Blackburn, thank you for your question. And this is directly related to our conversation moments ago around lack of supply. And so especially through the COVID months, as Jacques mentioned, when individuals were not putting their houses on the market and created an imbalance, we're also seeing that increased demand, as we mentioned, population growth. And that is motivated by so many people now. Their employers are telling them they can work from home anywhere, and anywhere can mean Halifax. And so we're keeping a close eye on it as it relates to housing stock itself, and how can we plan for our future growth.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Outhet, you're asking about inclusionary zoning and where we are with the province. Did you want to speak to that as well, or just get an answer?
I'm fine if Jacques could just give me an update. Thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, through you, I just put something in the chat there to respond to that. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, Councillor Outhet, you're good?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you very much. So thank you, Wendy, and thank you, Jacques. You know, there's a good side and a not so good side to the growth that we've had. And you know, our regional plan called for 1,200 new units a year. We're currently doing 4,000, but 10,000 people came last year.
A road to prosperity.
I expect that is going to continue. So we just need to make sure that we can handle, and I fully support your comments about more housing options for people. Thank you, Wendy, and thank you, Jacques. So on a somewhat related but different note, we're going to move to a very important report that we have now, which is the Road to Economic Prosperity.
Mayor, just wanted to add a comment and acknowledge your leadership within this what we just discussed, because I'm doing a lot of reflection at this point in my career as a councillor. And when I first came to council, I was told when I made economic development my priority, they told me there were no votes in economic development. It wasn't about the votes, it was about the right thing to do for our people. And I want to thank you for your leadership when you came on as mayor, because leadership is a collective approach. And to see the partnership so active and our CAO so active with HRM staff, I just want to say I feel good, even though we're in challenging times. The collective approach is certainly, I feel good about where we are. Thank you.
That's very kind. Thank you very much, Councillor. I appreciate your work on economic development as well. Colleagues, we're going to move to the Road to Economic Prosperity. We have Io and Caroline Wright, and I think Wendy and the CAO a little bit on this as well. And there's been some great work being done on this. Shall I hand this over to Caroline Wright and Io, or do I hand it over to Wendy and the CAO?
Mr. Mayor, through you to members of council, I'll kick it off. So again, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Black Lives Matter. You know, the words in this statement reflect an absolute truth. The meaning behind the words reveal a painful history and the desire for an equitable future. A future where everyone feels safe, respected, and equal should be non-negotiable. Many of us, myself included, have spent much of this year reflecting, learning, and having difficult conversations to better understand and actively participate in the global movement against anti-Black racism and racial injustice. While national and international events have dominated news cycles, the negative impact of anti-Black racism has been felt here at home, here in Nova Scotia and HRM for far too long. As an organization, the Halifax Regional Municipality acknowledges momentous events in its relationship with our African Nova Scotian communities. Africville, the Association of Black Firefighters Restorative Agreement, the Employment Services Systems Review, and most recently, Street Checks. Mr. Mayor, addressing anti-Black racism is a key priority of the municipality, and we are committed to building better relationships and improving engagement with residents of African descent. Since its creation in 2012, our African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office, ANZIO, has focused on working with municipal business units and collaborating with African Nova Scotian communities to improve municipal service delivery and increase employment equity. Last October, I established an anti-Black racism working group comprised of African Nova Scotian staff across the organization. And that group has drafted an anti-racism action plan, which is an important input into the creation of a corporate anti-Black racism strategy. Today marks another important milestone as we present the African Nova Scotian Road to Economic Prosperity Action Plan. This plan was developed by the Halifax Partnership and the municipality, informed by members of our African Nova Scotian communities and well guided by an advisory committee co-chaired by Dolly Williams and Irvin Carvery. I want to thank Dolly, Irvin, and all committee members for their outstanding volunteer commitment and leadership, and all residents, all who participated in the numerous consultation sessions leading to this day. I also want to thank Carol Ann Wright and Ayo Aladajavi, who supported the work of the committee as staff of the Halifax Partnership and HRM respectively. We look forward to working with the committee and many stakeholders and communities to implement actions in support of this plan with council's endorsement to increase sustainable socioeconomic opportunities for all residents of African descent in HRM. I now ask Ayo and Carol Ann to take us through the presentation. Ayo?
Thank you very much, CAO. Good morning, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ayo Aladajabi. I'm the Senior Advisor for the African Nova Scotia Affairs Integration Office, which is a division of Office of Diversity and Inclusion and ANZIO. And this morning I will be co-presenting with Caroline Wright, who is the Director of Capacity Building and Strategic Initiative for African Nova Scotian communities with the Halifax Partnership.
Council this morning.
Next.
Couldn't be there, but they're doing the presentation. I was trying to get on.
There we go.
Okay. In May of 2018, Regional Council approved an action plan for years 3 to 5 of the Halifax Economic Growth Plan. Several actions were identified with respect to economic development for African Nova Scotians. Action number 12 of the action plan focuses on the development and implementation of an African Nova Scotian action plan to advance economic development and community priorities. The Road to Economic Prosperity Action Plan identifies strategic priorities, objectives, and actions to drive growth and prosperity in our African Nova Scotian communities. And all of these align with actions that have been identified within the Halifax Growth Plan. Next.
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, members of council. I'm happy to talk about the community consultations, which we have done prior to COVID and post-COVID. We've been involved with community to ensure that we've had the level of engagement needed for community support. And they have been really incredible in terms of participation. We have made sure we've gotten to all HRM communities, and there are further engagement consultations that need to be done, but we have made sure that the communities have seen the draft plan. And the themes that were developed from the inaugural meeting in 2018 are listed here. The need to build unity and capacity among leadership in African Nova Scotian communities, land ownership, education and employment, and then need to identify system-wide legislation and municipal bylaws that impact the African Nova Scotian communities. Next.
So in order to move on with the planning and implementation of the Road to Prosperity Action Plan, it was identified through the consultation that we did with the community that a Road to Economic Prosperity Advisory Committee be established. And this happened in November of 2019. So essentially, the advisory committee consists of members representing different African Nova Scotia communities across our region. And there are also representatives from the provincial government through the African Nova Scotia Affairs Office. And the Black Business Initiative is also represented on this committee. The Halifax Partnership and HRM through the ANSIO's office also sits on this committee as a resource and also coordinating bodies. The advisory committee is guided by terms of reference, and it will continue to provide leadership, oversight, and strategic guidance to the implementation of the plan. Next.
So as you can see, there are 3 strategic priorities I mentioned before: to build unity and capacity among African Nova Scotians, establish land ownership and develop infrastructure, and attract investment, and increase participation in education, employment, and entrepreneurship. Next.
So the first priority, which focuses on building unity and capacity amongst African Nova Scotians, essentially would lay the foundation for the Road to Prosperity plan. During the time that we did the community consultation, a lot of folks raised concerns around the lack of cohesion across communities, and many agree that it is imperative for African Nova Scotia to stay connected, work together and build a united front, regardless of which community they represent. So the goal of this particular priority is to help bridge the divide and create opportunities for African Nova Scotians to build capacity, share resources, and collaborate. So the priority is driven by 2 objectives. So we have increased alignment and collaboration amongst African Nova Scotian communities and partners to create transparency and collective success. Build community capacity to mobilize and lead implementation of the Road to Economic Prosperity Plan. So essentially, with these 2 objectives, the associated 11 actions are going to be implemented. An example of an action under this priority will be connecting African Nova Scotian communities to training resources to develop leadership, build facilitation and resiliency skills. Next.
Establish strategic priority number 2, establish land ownership and develop infrastructure. So as African Nova Scotians, we live in our history. So some of the historic policies and procedures have affected the progress of communities. So this was one that was a strong theme for communities, and everybody has had issues historically, but presently there's still issues that we need to work out. So this was, to be able to address those historically and presently. So, and secondly, to revitalize communities through investment and development, which is very important because communities want to see their communities develop and have some sustainability. And the third is explore international and economic cultural opportunities. So pursuing sister city engagements with African and Caribbean countries and making those historic connections because we know from which we came. Also attract international investors into African Nova Scotian communities. Those are some of the really critical pieces to this priority, along with engaging in community benefits agreements, which help with community infrastructure and community sustainability. Next.
So the last strategic priority focuses on increasing participation in education, employment, and entrepreneurship. Employment, education, and business development became a recurring theme as we continue to consult with the community. And as we all know, it is well documented that unemployment rate for African Nova Scotian remains higher than that of the general population. And similarly, data from the 2016 National Household Survey shows that African Nova Scotians earn less compared to the general population. And many in the Black community also believe that there is a correlation between educational attainment and income. And studies such as the 1994 Black Report have also underscored and proposed remedies for addressing the disparity in education opportunities for African Nova Scotian. So as a result, the two objectives that has been identified with this priority are increasing labor force attachment for African Nova Scotian, and also increasing entrepreneurship opportunities in the African Nova Scotian communities. And on the side of HRM, one particular action here that we are working on is the issue of employment opportunities within HRM. And I believe in 2018, the organization revamped the employment equity policy, in which the African Nova Scotian community has been identified as a priority group in that policy. So that's one example of tangible example of what is being done with respect to that particular priority. Next, please.
So gaps identified. As we well know that there is a plethora of data out there related to African Nova Scotian communities. What this plan will allow us to do is help align all this data to the strategy to make sure that the African Nova Scotian community has an accurate bottom line, which it doesn't have right now due to our participation in the sense in our national census. So we're working towards that so that the African Nova Scotia community has a bottom line that we can develop, measure, and create outcomes for. So this is really one of the things that the community has constantly talked about. Even with all the studies out there, there's a very different bottom line. So this is our opportunity to get it right. Next.
So the implementation of the plan will be governed through the Road to Economic Prosperity Advisory Committee, and will also be supported by an Elders Council, which is going to be created as an identified plan in the first strategic priority, as previously mentioned. And Halifax Partnership and HRM will continue to coordinate and lead the implementation of the action plan, and will also coordinate with partners within government, provincially and federally, and also with non-governmental organizations to be able to implement some of the actions within the plan. Next, please.
So as Io said, all of that, what's on the slide, our collaboration and alignment is really important. These are the groups: private sector, provincial government, crown corporations, federal government, a non-profit sector, arts and cultural sector. This plan, as I said, we've gone through the consultation and presented this to communities. We will be in front of other organizations as well for support and buy-in of the plan, because as you've seen, there's over 30 actions here that have to be implemented, and it will be the responsibility of the committee to be able to stand this work up and have an implementation plan, which will be our next steps. Next. So one of the major things that have come out in the community is really excited and supported is the African Nova Scotian Prosperity and Wellness Index. So as you well know, that the partnership does an incredible index, which we highlight every year and do a presentation. And so the community wanted a similar thing. So to be able to accurately track and report on economic community progress, to see where we are, where we're not, where we can celebrate the milestones, where we have success, because this is not a deficit engage, this is not a deficit engagement process. This is positivity. How do we learn lessons? How do we emulate best practices? And the Halifax Partnership and HRM staff will provide progress reports to Regional Council through Community Planning and Economic Development Standing Committee. Next.
So in bringing this report to Council and also through this presentation, staff is hereby recommending that Regional Council, one, endorse the African Nova Scotia Road to Economic Prosperity Action Plan in alignment with action number 12 of years 3 to 5 of the Halifax Growth Plan. And secondly, we're also recommending Regional Council to direct the CAO to include $175,000 for each of years 1 and 2 of the African Nova Scotia Road to Prosperity Economic Action Plan in the 2021-2022 and 2022-2023 budget process as attached in staff report. And thirdly, the Regional Council direct Halifax Partnership and the African Nova Scotia Affairs Integration Office to return to Council on a quarterly basis, triannually, to report on the progress of the plan's implementation. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Io and Carol Ann. I want to take this opportunity to acknowledge and thank you and the Road to Economic Prosperity Advisory Committee, co-chairs Irvin Carvery and Dolly Williams, and committee members for your incredible work with the ANS communities over the past number of years to develop this community-owned strategy. Today's presentation to Regional Council and the endorsement of the plan will mark an important milestone in this critical work with ANS communities to advance economic development priorities and lay the foundation for long-term economic prosperity and inclusive growth. The development of the ANS Action Plan is a key action within the Halifax Economic Growth Plan for 2016 to 2021, and Halifax Partnership is honored to be supporting this work in the ANS community and our city. Halifax Partnership and Halifax Regional Municipality are committed to and look forward to working with the Road to Economic Prosperity Advisory Committee, the Elders Council, and members of the ANS community to implement this plan in collaboration with public, private, and post-secondary partners. Thank you, and we welcome your questions.
Well, thank you very much, Wendy, CAO. I want to thank Io and Carol Ann for the very strong presentation, and certainly want to thank Dolly Williams and Irvin Carvery for leading the committee and all the folks who've done the work so far. So in terms of moving the motion up, Deputy Mayor, was that something that you wished to do?
Yes, if we could move the, what was it, 11, let me find it here, 11.1.24, if we could focus on that one now, and let me find it here, 1, 2, 4. So my agenda just says to be circulated. Is there a motion that goes along with that?
Yeah, you can read. Actually, if you could just slide them in
There
the.
she be right there. Okay. I move that Halifax Regional Council, 1, endorse the African Nova Scotian Road to Economic Prosperity Action Plan in alignment with Action 12 of years 3 to 5 of the Halifax Economic Growth Plan. Direct the Chief Administrative Officer to include $175,000 for each of years 1 and 2 of the African Nova Scotian Road to Prosperity Economic Action Plan in the 2021-22 and the 2022-23 budget process. Attachment 2 of the staff report dated August 1st, 2020. And 3, direct the Halifax Partnership and the African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office to return to Council on a triannual basis to report on the progress of the plan's implementation. I so move.
Second, Mr. Mayor, Bill Karsten.
Thank you, Councillor Karsten. Deputy, anything on it?
Nothing further than my absolute endorsement of this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Question?
See no other.
Please.
Pardon me?
Comment, please.
Councillor Hensby?
Yes, sir. I want to first of all thank you for the presentation. It was great to see. I was able to participate in one of the community consultations for the Preston Township area. And I want to thank all the participants that came out from the community, but most of all, I want to thank the organizers like Carol Ann and AO and Dolly and Irvin for all the great work they've been doing to get this champion forward. And I look forward to having the finer details come forward and implementing greater prosperity for the greater Preston Township and other African Nova Scotia communities in Halifax.
Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you.
Councillor Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm having some computer issues, so if I cut out, just let me know. So again, thank you, Io and Carol Ann, for the presentation, all the work that you've done, and the committee as well. Everyone that was involved with that. I see that you spoke to so many or so many supporters and stakeholders around the community to develop this plan and to end up where we are today. And I hope that council fully endorses your ask. And the two questions that I have is, during the implementation stage, how do you envision continuing to engage the communities? And one example is also, part of the economic prosperity is looking at the youth. So, how do you expect to do that work? In the other pieces, when it comes to the budget aspect, obviously this is a number that you came forward with. Is this enough to do what you feel you need to do to work for those next 2 years, or are more resources needed? And maybe it's not financial resources, but other resources needed on our end, or even other parties' end as well.
Who wants that? Carol Ann.
I thank you for the question, Councillor Smith. All your question, I love the question about the youth. And in the consultations, there was an incredible youth turnout in a couple that really warmed my heart. And there's youth on council as well, so there will be a strategy specifically for youth related to this work, because it is extremely necessary. And as you see, there's 30 actions, so there's definitely will be constantly, resourcing this will be a strategy in and of itself. So we'll have to make sure that we have all levels of government involved in this, because as you well know, these are not new issues. These are not new actions for community. This is a labor of love from all of us that have been doing this work, because these issues have been identified by community over and over. And to be able to have it set up in a strategy such as this so that communities have something to hang their work on is incredibly important. So yes, thank you for the questions, and it will be constantly, and the strategy and consultations will be going constantly. It's not just to get here, it's what we need constant input and support from communities on as we move forward. Thank you.
Wendy?
Your Worship, through to Councillor Smith, thank you for your question specifically to the financing the budget of the project. The total budget over the 2 years of the project is $800,000. And we are in conversations with both provincial, federal government and private sector supporters to round out the rest of the monies required to implement the plan as presented. Conversations are going very well with the provincial government for them to support specifically the ANS connector stream as a part of the plan. But as Carol Ann and Io have been so adamant to share, this is a holistic plan. We cannot separate discrete units out. It's presented as a complete plan, and that's why we're committed to sourcing the remaining funding from other sources so that we can implement all aspects of the plan simultaneously. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Smith?
Yeah, my only comment would be, when you look at the budget, I hope that the provincial government will possibly match our contribution to this, and I hope that the federal government, with all the different funds that are coming forward related to African Canadian or Black Canadian initiatives that we could also tap into that to make this bigger than how big it already is. So thank you again for everyone's work, and I hope that council supports this.
Wendy, just to note, I think you've been talking to some private companies as well who want to be part of this, correct? I don't want you to mention them, but there is an interest in that.
That is correct.
Okay. I see no other questions. Before we go to the vote, I want to just read the entire advisory committee names for people who've been working on this, if that's okay. Our co-chair is Irvin Carvery from Africville, Dolly Williams from East Preston, Bobby Taylor from the East Preston Ratepayers, Patsy Crawford, Beachville, Joeka Jones, Upper Hammonds Plains, Deborah Lucas from Lucasville, Veronica Marsman from Akuma, Sherry Barnard, Lake Loon, Cherrybrook, Rosella Frazier from the North Preston Rec Center Advisory Committee, Miranda Kane, North Preston, Chavez Bain, African Nova Scotian Affairs, Province of Nova Scotia, Matthew Martell, Black Business Initiative, Antonio Simmons from the African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office, and Ayo Aladeabi from the African Nova Scotian Affairs Integration Office, and Carol Ann Wright. That's a lot of people doing a lot of work. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Absolutely affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
Absolutely affirmative. Thank you.
Councillor Nickel,
Enthusiastically affirmative.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
In favor?
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
and Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
Can't hear you, Councillor.
I think I can lip read for the motion from Councillor Zarowski. Councillor Whitman,
Yes, for the, sorry, Zarowski for the motion.
thank you, Councillor Zarowski. Councillor Whitman, I will come back to Councillor Whitman. Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Absolutely voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outthit,
Yes.
and Councillor Whitman, are you, I believe Councillor Whitman is connected on the phone, may have to hit the star.
Yep, I'm here. You guys have muted me twice, so I've double unmuted, and I'm here, and I'm a yes.
Thank you, Councillor Whitman. And Mr. Mayor.
For the motion. And again, thanking, I just want to, under the category of little known facts, that Carol Ann, who you may see on your screen, since we're into election season, Carol Ann ran for the little town of Toronto for mayor in 1988 and came second. So for those of you that may not, you'll be Googling it now just to prove me correct, but a political force in her own right. So thank you very much to Carol Ann Ayo. Thank you very much to Irvin and to Dolly and the entire committee, and thank you, colleagues. In fact, if you want to do a virtual round of applause for that work, we could do that. I think it's pretty impressive. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Okay, colleagues, we're going to move ahead to, there's no information items brought forward. We'll move to reports. The first from the CAO on a closure of the portion of Shore Road Eastern Passage. Councillor Karsten, perhaps?
Mr. Mayor, I think we
Yes,
moved the members of council items to after
Correct.
this.
You're right, correct. Sorry.
Sorry to interrupt.
Thank you for that. Okay, then, colleagues, we will move then to item number, under members of council, which has been moved up, 1141, Councillor Mancini on the residential rodent rebate pilot project.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It's interesting, before I get to the motion, when Councillor Whitman said we muted him twice, there was so much I wanted to say, but I won't, but anyhow. Moving on to the motion in front of us, I'd like to put forward the Regional Council request a staff report examining the possibility of a pilot program providing rebates for rodent control on residential properties. So moved.
Second.
Second, Whitman.
Thank you for the second on the motion. So very quickly, colleagues, rodents and rats is a problem that many of us as councillors deal with. The complaints we get from our residents. I believe the former city of Dartmouth at one point in time actually baited the sewers. Unless we can figure out how to get the Pied Piper to come out of retirement, it continues to be a problem. So doing some research across the country, found out in Niagara Falls, they have a residential rodent rebate program. And in chatting with them, they find that program rather successful. I think on average, it's about 35 rebates per year, around $200 per rebate to help to control that. So, the big question is, I don't even know if we have the authority to be able to provide rebates, but so I'm asking staff to look into that and I ask for your support. It's very frustrating because when we get these complaints, our response to the residents is, sorry you have rats, we all have rats, but we don't have a solution. So I'm just trying to explore that, and this is something we can do. So I hope colleagues would support this motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Councillor Mancini, for bringing this forward. I do have a pocket in my district where there is some great concern about rats. I think the homeowner has spent over $1,000 dealing with rats that are coming out of adjacent to Atrium Parkland. We've got a bird feeding issue there, and it is very frustrating for folks. And so I'm very happy to support Councillor Mancini in looking at this. I suspect at the end, this will end in a Dear Province letter, Mr. Mayor, if we want to proceed with it, because I don't anticipate we actually have the power to, under our current legislation, to contribute to private property owners. But let's get the report and we'll see what our options are. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Outfit.
Thank you, Mayor, and I will be supporting this, but I just wonder if it isn't just a little too narrow. My worry is that, we have a problem. And we're hearing from more people regularly now from areas that I've never heard from before. It's because of construction, weather, green bins, you name it. My worry is with this staff report request is that it's going to come back, well, we can't do a rebate. That doesn't mean we shouldn't do something to deal with the rodent problem. So maybe I see Councillor Mancini is nodding his head. Maybe he wants to take this further, but my worry is we're just going to get something back saying, sorry, we can't do a rebate. But I think we need to, because there was a time when Halifax Water did bait. There was a time when we put out baits and traps and things more on our own property, I believe, parks and playgrounds and things. And now when we seem to be getting a worse problem, in my opinion, we seem to be doing less to try and help people. So I would just like, and I know some cities have spent a lot of money trying to in the US and other places trying to combat the rat problem. So I'd like Tony just to speak for a second to see if we could take this a little further, perhaps.
Okay, I'll come back to Councillor Mancini. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you to Councillor Mancini for bringing this forward. Yes, I'll be supporting this, and for some unforeseen reason, this does seem to be an issue that has really advanced lately. Just clarification as well, much like Councillor Outfit, or when you say rebate, that has one meaning. I know there's also another word for this type of thing, and it's called a bounty. So I'd just like clarification on exactly what it is we're looking for. Because I'm all for bounties. I know when we had the coyote bounty a while ago, it was quite successful. So I'll wait to hear a clarification, Your Worship. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Karsten.
Oh, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I thought there were a few speakers ahead of me. Yeah, so I can't support this, to be honest with you, in its current form. I think Councillor Oat hit the nail right on the head. It wasn't back just in the city of Dartmouth. Certainly since I've been on council, Halifax Water has in fact baited the sewers, and I don't know the date involved, but it seems to me that's only changed probably within the last 5-6 years or so. So I think that certainly if that's where this report would lead, I'm all for talking to Halifax Water to see if we as a municipality can partner with them. But I find it's a slippery slope to start, paying residents for things that happen on their property. So for those reasons, I can't support it. Because in reality, what we're doing is asking the rest of the municipality taxpayers to pay for, things that happen on private property. So, and maybe then I will support the report to see where that goes. I'm not suggesting council, the next council shouldn't look at the rodent issue again, but I just don't think this, because I did look at best practices as well, and Niagara came up, Niagara Falls, but we're talking about $50,000 pilot project for a population of 50,000 people. If we were to have a similar type pilot project, even if it were legal, what are we going to do? Spend $500,000 on this? I think it can be massaged to be better to do something where the source of the rat population is. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. Similar to Councillor Karsten's thought, I mean, if we essentially take people's money to give it back to them to fix rodents, they could just use that money before we tax it from them to fix rodents. And essentially what we're doing is unless we come up with a program that helps them and is cheaper than what they could find, essentially we're taking money from them, because we've got to administer a program in terms of taking taxes and then give it back to them in terms of getting rid of rodents. So I wonder if Councillor Mancini would be amenable to adding at the end of his motion, or other programs to assist residents. And so I'm not sure a direct rebate would be valuable. And I do actually think with our new natural person powers and good government powers, we can actually do this program if we wanted to rebate residents. I think it would qualify under kind of municipal mandate. However, I'm not sure it's the right thing to do. I would like to see us come up with some ideas to help residents with rodents, but I'm not sure giving them their money back is the right way to do it. So anyway, I'm happy to support the report to look at that, but I would like to amend it to say other programs to assist residents, so that it's looking at the rebate and other programs. And if that's friendly to Councillor Mancini, that'd be great. If not, I'm certainly more than happy to put it to a vote. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Let's just look at Councillor Mancini. Do you consider that a friendly amendment at this point?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I do. And if the seconder agrees, that's fine with me.
Okay. Who was the seconder?
I agree.
Whitman was.
I don't know.
Thank you. Councillor Mason?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So now that that amendment's been made, I can support this. I was going to come in and say, God bless you, Councillor Mancini, that I couldn't, because as the councillor representing the oldest infrastructure in HRM, slightly older than the downtown Dartmouth infrastructure, oh, we got the rats. We got the rats all along the port, right? They're everywhere. And the closer you get to the water and where the land turns from the former coast to infill, along Lower Water and Barrington around Peace and Friendship Park, the worse it gets. And, certainly, on the baiting of and Halifax Water, my understanding from talking many times with Halifax Water is that federal regulations mean, in the old days, you could put poison in the catch basin and then the rain might wash it out into the ocean and that was okay. Well, that's not okay anymore. We don't put poison into the ocean through the stormwater system. So, that doesn't mean we shouldn't examine it. And that's why the amendment makes this work for me. We are seeing in the neighborhood immediately around my home, and between Quinpool and Dalhousie, we've started to see rodents eating through asphalt, eating through the medians, and damaging in a way that I've never seen in the 30 years that I've lived here, the municipal infrastructure. So I think we need to look at it, because I think it's the climate changing, so we don't have hard winters that are doing, we don't have the winter kill we used to have. I think that it's that we have as a society decided not to have tomcats wandering around wild anymore, and that's something that we've removed from the ecosystem, so those predators are gone. I think there's a whole bunch of things that are happening, but that doesn't mean that we can't have a look at it and see what is the damage, what is the downside, and are there best practices that we can pursue to do something. I want to pick up what Councillor Karsten said too, though, which is that were we to have some kind of program to assist residents, I would argue that that should be tied to the existing low-income home ownership rebate program. Because if you own a house, you know, I spent last summer digging down 12 inches on my fieldstone basement and mortaring that wall to keep the mice out. It wasn't rats, thank goodness, but it was mice. And that's what homeowners have to do, right? I'm not convinced the government should pay for that. It was long, it was hard, it was expensive. We did it, and a lot of our neighbors are doing that same thing too. So I would ask staff to consider that as a targeted program, because I think we do have a worse problem than we used to have, but I'm not convinced government can solve it on everybody's property. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. I'm going to, Councillor Hensby by phone.
Yes, sir. Thank you very much. In regards to that, I think it should be more than just residential properties. I think we should be looking at agricultural as well as fishery properties. You know, as Councilor Mason alluded to, port cities are problems, but also a lot of our hamlets and communities along the coastline also have the same type of issue. So I would like to see if they'd be expanded that way to include the possibility of more.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Russell.
Sorry, I thought you were going to Councillor Austin. I will support the motion. One of the concerns that I have is the amount of money that would be spent, and I'm looking at the some of the numbers that were used for Niagara Falls, where 35 rebates were provided per year for about $200 a piece. So I would appreciate it if there was a top end amount that would be provided. If it was $10,000 as far as rebates go, that would be great. I do appreciate that there is a problem. I've heard from a number of residents about here, and people have postulated on different sources of the rats or reasons for it. And one of the comments that was made here was the closure of Shannon Park and the demolition of the buildings there caused the rats that were there to disperse. And they are seeing that now. They have migrated elsewhere. So it is a problem. We have a lot of people talking about it, and but again, I would like to see in the report that comes back, as far as rebates go, there be a cap on the total amount of money that is spent per year. With that, I would look more favorably upon the report, and I can certainly support the generation of the report. Thank you.
Thank you. CAO, did you wish to? I see you put something in the chat line. Did you want to speak to that?
Just to highlight that we are going back to council with an integrated pest management strategy, and should this request be approved by council, we would simply do that within the context of the direction previously provided by council to the CAO within that report.
Thank you.
It's in the works now.
Thank you. And that report's in the chat line. Councillor Nicol.
Did the CAO know I was speaking next as the mover of the integrated pest management plan? I was just going to bring up that very thing, so it could be tied in with that. At the end of the day, you know, we all have a problem with rats, and I know when residents call me with their concerns, I said there's rats everywhere. They don't like that response at the end of the day. And, you know, the rat is a rodent just like the beaver, but it's all wildlife. And we have the province that will come and address a beaver impacting, you know, the environment, but then they don't address any rats. And our climate change is, you know, we're having warmer winters, the rats don't die off, so they're procreating year round. So the problem just continues to. And so I agree, and I support Councillor Mancini in trying to address this, but the motion itself, you know, has to be tied into the integrated pest management program. And I know we've had those discussions. When I was on the board at Halifax Water, I also asked them if they would, you know, go back to baiting underground. And, you know, when the rats are underground, everyone's happy because they can't see them. It's when they come out above ground, and then it comes back to our stormwater management. It's Halifax Water's responsibility underground. It's HRM's responsibility above ground. So how this report comes back, I don't know, but it's a much needed discussion for council to have. And I wish you luck with that, but support this motion, but we'll see what Councillor Mancini finishes off at when he closes the debate. Thank you.
Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And just a quick comment, I would ask that any report that comes back does a bit of a dive into rodent control in land lease communities, because I'm starting to get a lot of emails from residents of our land lease communities, and it seems to be conflicting evidence as to whether it's the homeowner who's responsible, whether it's the park owner that is responsible. And the bottom line is that it's not the issue is not being addressed in our land lease communities. So I would definitely appreciate just a quick paragraph or two on that issue in the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Mr. Mayor, just quickly, because I was speaking to Halifax Water about this just last week. What I got from them is that they have never baited the sewers. So they go back to the transfer point to where we got the infrastructure, where they got the stormwater infrastructure, 2008. That's what sometime prior to that would be the last time. So the surge in rat population we're seeing, to me, has much more to do with climate change than the sewer baiting issue. I think, I share Councillor Mason and Councillor Carson's caution on this. I mean, and I think Councillor Nichols correct in that residents certainly don't like the answer of, well, we don't take responsibility for rats unless they're on municipal property. That's certainly not a popular answer. Neither is raising taxes, and the scale of making every rat in HRM a municipal responsibility would be significant. So I really think we have to be careful when we think about this program. I mean, me gearing it towards income, because there are people out there. I mean, I had two in my house. I could go down to Kent. We spent $200 on the rat zapper battery powered thing. That's a nuisance. It's distressing, but I mean, economically, I can afford to do that. There are people in our community that dealing with pests is a real barrier because they simply don't have the cash to do that. So I think if we target this towards people who don't have the capacity, whether it's financially or for other reasons, I mean, I think that's where we should really be looking at this. So with that, I'll leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Hensby.
Yes, Mr. Mayor, I was kind of hoping the report may also look into the previous rodent control programs there used to be. I believe the province used to run rodent control officers, either through Department of Environment or through the Department of Agriculture, in regards to some of the problems they have with rodents around some of the farms in the area. So I just want to make sure that we look at some of the historical perspective of where government has provided rodent services in the past, and where it evolved now to basically contracting out to the private sector, to Pesco and other companies like that. So I just hope the report will be thorough enough to give us a bit of an explanation of what was done in the past, by what level of government, and if we're going to get into any rebate or bounty or whatever the case may be, that we have the authorities to do so as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and colleagues. Thank you very much. I think everybody can tell that there's an interest in doing something. What that something is the question, right? And full disclosure, on my street, and many of my neighbors struggle with rats also. They're not on my house because I have a 100-pound dog that keeps them away. But it is a problem. And the bottom line, really, I'm really concerned about, and I think Councillor Austin alluded to, it's our most vulnerable residents, right, that may not be able to afford the pest control like many of us can, and the privilege that we have to do that. The question around rebate versus bounty that Councillor Stretch was asking, a rebate, we're looking to assist, I think to clarify that, to assist those that have property that do have a rodent problem with that expenditure for exterminator, but really it's for those that are most vulnerable. And so I think a lot of the suggestions, a cap and tying it towards income makes perfect sense. I've done a lot of research. That's the reason why Councillor Austin refers to me as the rat man. But in New York City, they use dry ice to eliminate rats. So there's lots of different solutions out there. So I'm looking for this as a kind of a starting point to keep the conversation going. This may not be the right solution. That's why we need the staff report to give us the evidence, and then we can decide from there. I think Councillor Karsten, though, if this was to eliminate raccoons, he'd probably have a different opinion, but that's okay. So I hope everybody would support this. This is to keep the conversation going. I agree with Councillor Cleary on other programs that may help us, and to integrate it into the report that the CAO referred to under pest management. So thank you very much, everyone.
Okay, ready for the question? Vote.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
Okay.
Councillor Nicol,
Yes.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
Yes.
Councillor Smith,
Or
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outthit,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor,
For the motion, so the motion carries. Having moved up all of these motions on the basis that they wouldn't take very long, I wonder how that's going so far. Colleagues, we'll do another one. Councillor Nicol, Historic Areas of Cole Harbour Cultural Landscape. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to consider the inclusion of the historic areas of Cole Harbour as a potential cultural landscape through the secondary planning process, and that historic community boundaries in the area be researched and delineated as part of the background study and any resulting interpretive signage program.
Seconded.
Second.
Thank you. Thank you. And council may recall that at its May 2019, I think it was, a decision regarding the Cole Harbour area community boundary was deferred, and a motion was passed asking for civic addressing to explore, further consultation. But it became apparent that that report was not going to be back to council. So I put this motion on the floor as a means to sort of get the Cole Harbour Basin open space plan and all the work that was done with that sort of off the page, informing that, a conversation going forward. The intent was there. And so given where we are today, and obviously that report is not going to be here, I was asking council to support me in carrying out the necessary historical research that is needed. I've heard from many of the residents going through the process, and they didn't feel that the historical significance was actually reflected, very well through the community boundary process with civic addressing. So I'd also like to ask if I believe it is a friendly amendment, because at the end of the day, the motion initially did not ask for a staff report. So that's what this is for. So I would ask that council amend the motion to request a staff report that discusses the inclusion of historic areas of Cole Harbour as a potential cultural landscape through the secondary planning process. Everything is the same, but at the end I would add another sentence saying the report should also discuss how this work could inform the civic addressing community boundary process. If that's a friendly amendment with the seconder, I think it was Councillor Hensby.
Certainly.
Thank you. And so, thank you. And I just ask for council support of this. It's unfortunate that, that we're not, making a final decision, but I'm comfortable with this because having heard from many of the residents, they really felt that the history, and I know staff did receive a letter from the Cole Harbour Rural Heritage Society, which sort of, said that it is worth looking at this time, and staff are in agreement with this approach. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Ready for the correct, Councillor Karsten?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I thought I was on the list. So I see it a little different than Councillor Nicol, and that's fair in terms of different opinions, different ways of looking at things. Certainly on the historical cultural side, absolutely, that needs to be done. I'm in full favor, Mr. Mayor, of going that direction. I'm not sure what the councillor is referring to, though, in terms of something being deferred. And for you, Mr. Mayor, if we could go back to Councillor Nicol if she wishes to weigh in. The part that I have difficulty with is twofold. Number one, civic addressing had looked at the boundary for the communities of Cow Bay and Cole Harbour. That was a process that was underway for a minimum of 5 years, dating well back to the last council. So probably going back to at least 2014, 2015. My point, and I say this respectfully to the Cole Harbour Heritage Farm, that was in my district for 8 years, and I have great respect for them. But if this piece needed to be done, quite frankly, that was the time to do it. You know, and that's why I'm asking, Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, what was deferred, because I'm looking at the minutes of May 14th, 2019, and council should remember quite well that there was 2 boundaries that were being looked at that meeting. One on the Bissett Road side between Cole Harbour and Cow Bay, and one on the Cole Harbour Caldwell Road boundary. That is what we deferred because we couldn't reach a decision. But I have the minutes here in front of me where we approved almost unanimously, 1 dissenting vote, for the boundary, the community boundary to be established for Cole Harbour and Cow Bay in the very, very same spot that it had been, and there was a review done on that when Councillor Barkhouse was the councillor. So I don't want to mix oranges and apples here. As far as I'm concerned, to go back and ask council to actually review that boundary again, using the cultural historical aspect of the Cole Harbour, I think is quite frankly a bit of a shame, to be honest with you, because that work's being done. Council approved it. Look, you know, fill your boots with another report, but I sure as heck hope the staff will come back and take the words that are being stated now by me and include them in the next report, because as far as I'm concerned, that boundary review was done. The work brought before council, and council approved it. In fact, moved by Councillor Nicol and seconded by myself, and 1 dissenting voice, as I say. So, you know, I have no problem supporting the support of the report. Again, good faith, that it's based more on the other cultural historical part of what the councillor wants through the Heritage Farm to look at. But boy, it's a slippery slope if we start every 2 years saying, no, there's not somebody content with where the community sign is, let's revisit it again. That's the reason these things come forward for a final decision by council. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Okay. Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I'll keep this brief, but this situation seems hauntingly familiar to me as I dealt with the boundaries of Lucasville a couple of years ago, and that was a similar situation where, you know, civic addressing came up with boundaries based on their book knowledge, and it didn't accurately reflect the historical boundaries as recognized by that historical Black community. So I think it definitely is, you know, something that it's imperative that we really look at the historical boundaries for all of our communities, and you know, Cole Harbour as being certainly as a historical Black community as well. I think that needs to be taken into consideration. And this is a path that we have trod before. And it's definitely ringing very true to me as I remember the path that we went on trying to establish the boundaries for Lucasville. So I will definitely support this report. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any other discussion on that? Ready for the question, colleagues? Question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nickel,
For the motion.
Councillor Austin, Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zorowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outthit,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
For the motion. So the motion carries. Thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to take a break here, but I am going to ask did Councillor Walker join us on the call? Councillor, did you want to read your petition at this point in time? We mentioned earlier that you would have one when you came forward.
The petition is for the development on the corner of Willett and Dunbrack, and it's signed by approximately 100 signatures, and I wish to present that now.
Okay. All right. Thank you. We've all agreed that. I think we should take a break, colleagues. It could be a longish day. We're going to come back at 1 o'clock with heritage hearings, correct, Phoebe and/or April?
Apologies. Yes, Mr. Mayor. We have heritage hearings scheduled for 1 o'clock.
So we'll do the heritage hearings and then we will finish off these motions from council, and then we will go into the reports. Everybody okay on that?
I was going to try and do the fireworks one, but I'm sure there's lots of discussion on that.
I just don't know, so we'll get to you for sure. Just a note to people that the last ferry from Halifax to Albany today will run at 2:15. The last ferry from Halifax to Woodside will run at 2:22. And I see I'm not talking to anybody anyway. Okay. 1 o'clock.
That's funny.
Maybe just take a minute to remind people that weather is federal jurisdiction, so we don't get blamed for this.
Okay, Phoebe and April, how many councillors are on?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I believe that we are still looking for councillors Hensby, Karsten, Austin.
Well, I'm here.
Oh, Councillor Hensby is here. And Councillor Whitman.
I'm here.
You're here. Thank you, Councillor. So Councillors Mancini and Austin. And Councillor Karsten. Councillor Karsten is in.
My name is Bruno. I am the Bruno Rufinengo. I'm the owner of the land.
Thank you, Bruno. We'll be starting the meeting, and the mayor will give you a signal when it's your time to speak.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you.
This is the mayor. Thank you for joining us, sir. We'll be with you shortly.
So I believe now we're just looking for Councillor Mancini.
All right, is Councillor Mancini with us?
Mr. Mayor, I will ask if we can have our colleagues from IT connect with Councillor Mancini. We could begin the meeting, however, as the first item of business is a heritage hearing. Councillor Mancini would need to be present in order to vote on the matter.
He would have to hear everything, would he not?
That is correct. He would need to be present for the staff presentation as well as any comments and answers and questions from Mayor and Council to the property owner.
I message Councillor Mancini, Mr. Mayor.
Me too.
Apparently Tony is logging in.
I'm back, folks. Sorry about that.
Okay. All right, let's go live. Okay. Good afternoon, everybody, and welcome back to council. Just a note before we go to our heritage hearings. We have some public hearings tonight. We have to begin those at 6 o'clock. If we don't begin them at 6 o'clock, then they have to be re-advertised and they'll be pushed out a while. If we begin them, even if we have to defer the meeting once we've begun, we could do that later this week. So that's why it's important to begin the meeting at 6 o'clock tonight. Secondly, there's a lot of items still on our agenda, and I just want to let people know, both you on council and people who are paying attention, that we have a council meeting next Tuesday. Again, kind of heavy with hearings, an appeal hearing in particular. But we have tentatively booked off next Wednesday as well. So I just want folks to know that if the weather gets a little crazy tonight, we won't be going until late into the night. We will adjourn and move some of these items to next week if we need to. And I think if we need to go into Wednesday, then that's what we will do. Okay, just so people know where we are. At 3 o'clock, I think the CAO, after the 3 o'clock break or around that time, will be able to just give us an update as to what's happening with the storm and the municipal response in particular. Jacques, that's something we think we'll be able to do around 3 or shortly after?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we're probably right around 3:15, 3:20. As soon as the break's over, we'll report back.
Okay. All right, folks. We're going to begin with virtual heritage hearings. Thank you for joining us for the virtual heritage hearing. The order of events for this virtual hearing will be similar to a regular heritage hearing. We will start with a staff presentation and then give the property owner an opportunity to present by a phone. As a reminder to council and to those watching from home, at a heritage hearing, only the registered property owner can speak or provide correspondence to council. We have a number of staff, I think, standing by with us. We have Jesse Morton, we have Aaron Murnahan, Kurt Pyle, and Kelly Denty, all of whom are familiar to each of us. So we'll begin. The first heritage hearing is 2539 Agricola Street, and we will begin with our staff member, Jesse Morton. Jesse, I see you there. No COVID cuts for you, eh?
No, not yet. There'll be one soon, though. Okay, so thanks for having me here today. So this is the heritage hearing for 2539 Agricola Street. Just a reminder that this application is before us due to an application which was submitted by the property owner in last November. Next slide, please. So just as a reminder, the following slide shows the 6 criteria that the Heritage Evaluation Committee uses to score registration requests. Properties are eligible for a maximum score of 100 points. Should an application receive 50 or more points, then the HAC can make a positive recommendation on the registration. Next slide, please. So this slide shows the location of the subject property. It's located on the northeastern side of Agricola Street, near the Charles Street and Agricola intersection. The subject property contains a 2-story dwelling that reflects the working and middle class neighborhood that surrounded it when the property was originally constructed. Next slide, please. So while we don't know the exact age of the existing dwelling, which is shown here, there is some documentation that gives us a very reasonable estimate. So fire atlases from the 1890s show that the property was vacant. And then the city's Halifax directory from 1905 shows the property as being occupied by a William Oxner. So this tells us that the property was constructed between 1900 and 1905. Next slide, please. It looks like you're already there. So the second criteria is architectural importance. So the property, the surrounding area rather, was constructed in the late 1800s when an unprecedented amount of residential growth occurred in the Halifax North End, primarily from the middle class. At this point in time, the late Victorian plain architectural style was the popular style for a lot of residential dwellings. So these two kind of converging trends led to the emergence of the Halifax box architectural style, which is unique to Halifax and is reflected in many of our neighborhoods. The subject property that exists, or the building that exists now, is a good representation of the style. The noteworthy feature of this request is that the style was once very prevalent along Agricola, but today many of these dwellings, including the one shown here, have been lost. So it's quite rare in this particular area of Agricola, while there are some good examples of the style on surrounding streets. Next slide, please. So during the application process, research was done on the architect and builder. However, we could not find any significant information on either individual. Next slide, please. In terms of architectural merit, so the property really reflects the construction practices that are commonly seen in the Halifax box style. It uses wood construction, wood frame, two-story building height with wooden finishes and detailing. Based on photographic evidence, it's likely an early yet common example of wood platform framing, which really emerged at the turn of the 20th century. The dwelling itself, in terms of its style, really you see all the qualities of the Halifax box style. It's box shape, you see the wooden finishings, flat roof, asymmetrical front facade with an offset bay window, as you can see here. There's also some uniform brackets on the bay window and the cornice, which are another character defining element of the property. Next slide, please. In terms of architectural integrity, the dwelling is in sound condition and it maintains much of its original appearance. Research does show that a skylight was added to the dwelling in 1907, and then a rear addition around 1918 that you can see here was added to the property. But these two features don't really have a significant impact on the property's view from the right-of-way. Since this time, there's been very minimal changes aside from the replacement of some modern windows. Next slide, please. So this is the final criteria that HAC used to score the application. So the property does provide some valuable connection to Agricola Street's history, mainly its transformation from a greenfield site to a residential area. There's elements of its pre-Halifax explosion streetscape and the working middle-class culture that emerged in the area at the late 1800s. The building itself reinforces traditional building heights in the area, and it complements the other vernacular buildings that exist in this portion of the street. The property in its past has also provided important cultural value to the area, as there was a popular open mic event that was held from the property on a regular weekly basis, and it received some recognition from the coast and from the province due to the cultural value it provided. Next slide, please. So this final slide shows a summary of the HAC's scoring for the property. You'll see that it scored quite well in architectural integrity and its relationship to surrounding area. Didn't score quite so highly in some of the other categories, but the property received a score of 50 out of 100, which is the minimum required to move forward with a positive recommendation on the property's registration. So moving on to the final slide, based on this 50-point score, the HAC has recommended that Regional Council approve the request to add the subject property into the Registry of Municipal Heritage Properties. Thank you.
Okay, just thank you very much for that. I'll just ask if there's any questions of clarification from staff. I don't see any questions of clarification, so we will open the heritage hearing, and I invite the property owner, who are Grant and Bruno Ruffenengo, and I understand as well Edward Edelstein, who's doing some work with them, maybe making part of the presentation. So, gentlemen, are you with us?
Yes, I'm here. How are you?
Very well,
Grant,
sir.
sorry.
Thank you for joining us. Tell us your name, and the floor is yours for, I guess it's up to 10 minutes.
For sure. Yes, just to clarify, Ed won't be presenting, but he is here to field any questions you guys may have at the end of the presentation for things that I don't necessarily am not qualified to answer. Anyhow, Nice to meet you all, councilors. My name is Grant Rufinango. I'm the son of Bruno, who's also joining us on the call, and I'm here to discuss our property a little bit on Agricola Street. Just clarifying that my slides are open, just so I can start the presentation.
We see the slides on the screen, sir.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so on the opening slide, I'm just here to talk to you a little bit about 2539 Agricola, as we discussed, and the open mic house and its heritage registration. So next slide, please. So quickly, just going to run through some of the stuff that you guys probably would have seen in the staff report, just to talk a little bit about what's gone on on the site in the past. So 2539 Agricola, originally numbered as 115, was Edward Foley's vacant land for much of the late 1800s. And as the time of population boom, it was constructed circa 1904 to meet the demands of the increased need of housing. And this is something that, as Jesse was saying. It is constructed in Halifax box style and is one of the only remaining properties in this style on Agricola Street, particularly on our block. It is the only one. It was originally inhabited by William Oxner and Joseph Locke, and eventually inhabited by Andrew Leach, a marine engineer, and was neighbored by Major Theakston, who was I forget the title, but he was actually a prohibitionist in the past. He had a publication, and that site is now occupied by a distillery. So interestingly enough. But next slide, please. But as you know about that, on that property and that information in the staff report, primarily what I'd like to talk to you about today is my family's history with the site. So in the photo up top is my uncle Carlo, who purchased the property in 1984 and built Carlo Auto Service next door. Hence, you can see in the picture below the beautiful sign on the blue building. And in that photo with the beautiful sign is my father, Bruno, who purchased the property from his brother in 1998. And they did a bit of a switcheroo when my dad came to Italy to take over the garage, and my uncle went back to Italy and left the garage. Next slide, please. As this property sort of has had this kind of story of changing hands through the family, over the past 10 years, my father has rented out, has been operating the garage at 2537 Agricola, but has been renting out the house at 2539 Agricola at a completely affordable rate in comparison to the way North End prices have been changing. And because of that, it has actually been inhabited primarily by musicians. And so one of the first group of musicians that were originally living there was Ben Kaplan, David Foltz, and Jacques Mindeau. And they were also living with Julia Feltham, who now has her own social innovation business and is doing a lot of very interesting work out in New Brunswick. However, as the four of them came together we're coming together and living in the space, as they all loved their share of music and all loved sharing the space with the community, they decided on hosting an open mic night on Monday night, and it eventually grew into a weekly open mic event, which the community would flood to. And so, next slide, please. And as the open mic night has continued to go on, the property known as 2539 Agricola Street is no longer known as 2539 Agricola Street. It's now known as the Open Mic House. Next slide, please. And as I said, the Open Mic House has been a North End staple for 10 plus years now. And over the years, it just celebrated its 10th anniversary. A lot of these photos are quite beautiful photos, as you're seeing from the 10th anniversary. It did win the Coast Best of Halifax Award for Best Open Mic Night. Beat out all the bars and restaurants in Halifax in 2016 with a living room. And for that, it's been recognized by the Nova Scotia Legislature for its contributions to the arts and culture sector. And I mean, going back to those original tenants who were who started the open mic house. I mean, Julia Feltham owns her own business. Jacques Mindeau is a budding musician. Dave Boltz is a musician around the city. And we know Ben Kaplan has gone on to do incredible things touring worldwide, and even has his own play now that was at the Neptune Theater for his play Old Stock. It's a beautiful play. I recommend it. Anyhow, next slide, please. And with the success of the open mic space, the area surrounding the property on Agricola has completely changed. I mean, it is very much one of the coolest blocks in the North End. Incredible bars and restaurants that are there, some being built. That property, that picture on the top left with Smith's Bakery, is now being turned into a it's going to be apartments on top, and there's going to be an Italian bistro underneath. But that's still up in the air, but it's currently under construction. Anyhow, on the rest of the block, you have 3 patios going for, if you include Chain Yard and Gus Pub Street, you have 5. Right on our block, right where that Compass Distillery sign is in the top left photo, is the hop on, hop off bus service. There's bump outs, bicycle parking, and there is some heritage value on the street. There is our property, and as you can see in the top left photo, there is the Four Sisters. Now, the Four Sisters are 4 identical homes. However, in the spirit of how this community's changed, unfortunately, one of those 4 sisters no longer has wood shingle siding and is vinyl siding. But next slide, please. And so with all this new coolness and new properties, new business and all the things, the only properties that reflect back to what Agricola originally looked like are our property, the open mic house, and the Four Sisters. And as I mentioned, one of which has vinyl siding. But this is an opportunity, I think, for you, Council, to retain some of the heritage that's remaining on Agricola and really continue what the open mic space has been continuing to do. And as we grow with the property, what we intend to do with the property is very much going to be in respect to the open mic space and allow that story to continue. I think, again, as I mentioned, the changing of hands from my uncle to my father to our family, what we'd like to do is see this property make as much sense for the community as it did, and make as much sense for the community as it will moving forward. The open mic space has been fantastic in the living room, but as you can see, this parking lot here, we'd love to do some interesting placemaking work with around it, do something with a beer garden, and really allow that open mic space to continue to grow and thrive as we grow and thrive alongside with the property. So that's my presentation for you, Council. And I thank you for your time, and I'm really looking forward to sharing this conversation. So if anyone has any questions, please feel free to ask.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. That's awesome. If there's any questions of clarification, I would hear them. I'll remind people that staff will stay with us once we close the public hearing and go to debate. I don't see any questions of clarification. I'll ask for a motion to close the heritage hearing. Moved by Councillor Smith, seconded by Councillor Mason. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Councillor Smith, would you like to lead us off on this?
Sure. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve the request to include 2539 Agricola Street, Halifax, as shown on map 1 of the May 11, 2020 staff report in the Registry of Heritage Properties for the Halifax Regional Municipality as a municipal heritage property.
Second by Mancini.
Second by Mancini. Go ahead, Councillor Smith.
So thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Grant and Bruno and staff for the presentation. And honestly, if you have been involved in the arts community in Halifax, even I'll say broader Nova Scotia, you have heard about the open house or the open mic house, or you've been in it and taking part of an event. And that's the beauty of this property, and also considering for a very long time, Agricola Street has been growing and if the family wanted to, they could sell that property and walk away from it. But they've been very intentional by making sure that this stayed in the community, not only for artists, but for folks to enjoy, but also looking in the future to register this at this time and day where they could, again, sell that property and move on and make a good buck. But they're, again, looking at how to stay included in the community, keep the open mic house going, but also see what they can do to move forward. So I support the registration and really hope that council does support it as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Smith, as always, summarized this beautifully. So I'll just add that while I could go on and on about the legendary nature of Open Mic House and the musicians that have come out of there and the amazing collaborations that have happened, the after event, the after parties that have happened there for festivals historically for a decade. I think it's also really important to note that this is one of the last examples of the traditional architecture on Agurgla Street, of just the simple homes rather than the commercial that's farther south down the street. And we do desire to mix the old with the new to maintain the feeling and vibe of that street that historically has made it so attractive. So I really thank the owners for bringing this forward and for, frankly, putting up with the music community for these last number of years. I mean, it's so wonderful for you to be continuing to support this activity, and I really do thank you. All the people who were mentioned today are all friends of mine, and I'm just, the penny only dropped after you started speaking that we were talking about Open Mic House. So thank you so much for what you're doing today. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Anybody else? Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Let's go to the vote.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
Voting for the motion.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For the motion.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, so that motion carries. Thank you very much to Grant and to Bruno and to Edward, and anybody else who was involved in that. Thank you guys for joining us today, and best of luck.
Thank you all. I appreciate your time, and no, this has been fantastic. Thank you all for your time. I appreciate it. Have a good day.
The only question is, I thought that Ben Kaplan lived in my backyard. That's what I was told earlier this year. But anyway, I stand corrected. All right.
He started there, but yeah, no, appreciate your time, guys. Thanks. Have a good one.
Thank you. We'll move to item 8.2, colleagues, which is a request to include 5988 University Avenue in the Registry of Heritage Properties. Again, we have Jesse Morton is with us.
Thanks again, Mr. Mayor.
Sir.
So this application came to staff's attention following a regional council motion from August of last year, where staff were directed to examine the property's potential as a municipally registered property. And next slide. And again, this property is scored as per the same 6 criteria as the last property for a maximum score of 100 points. Next slide, please. So this subject property, it's located in the Halifax south end on the southeastern portion of the University Avenue, Robie Street intersection. The property is flanked to the east and the south by the IWK. To the west lies the public archives, and north of University Avenue lies the Dalhousie Dentistry Building. So the subject site, as you all may know, contains a concrete structure that's been there for over 110 years. It's known as the Morris Street Engine House and also Fire Station 2. Next slide, please. So the first evaluation criteria is age. So this property was purchased purposely in 1907 to house the Morris Street Engine House. The City Works Office reviewed several proposals and also ultimately awarded the bid to George B. Lowe for a fully concrete building. So Mr. Lowe started construction in 1907 as well, and then the building opened the following year. Next slide, please. The HAC decided to score this application as per its historical importance and for good reason. So Halifax's Union Fire Club was founded in 1754. This would be the oldest fire service in Canada, so the property has some connection to that as well. So the fire club operated for about 140 years until the Halifax Fire Department formally formed in 1896. So the engine house has been serving the community for over 110 years, and it's a landmark within South End Halifax. It's also become a bit of a tourist destination, as many of the department's historical documents, artifacts, and photographs are located on site. Next slide, please. So as mentioned, the building was constructed by George B. Lowe, who was a local pioneer in concrete building design in Halifax. Mr. Lowe's first fully concrete building was Halifax's first. It was constructed in 1904, and it's shown there on the left. That is the A.M. Bell building, which is located in Granville Street. Mr. Lowe constructed many other concrete buildings in Halifax, including the Bengal Lancers building and his Oakland cottage, which is shown here. He partnered with William B. Fiddler, who designed the building. He was a local builder and contractor, and then later in his career, he actually became an operator and engineer with the Halifax Fire Department and helped design 2 fire stations. Next slide, please. So when looking at architectural merit, specifically as it relates to construction, it's a strong and unique example of concrete building construction in Halifax. It's fully concrete and steel on the inside. Its exterior, as well as a lot of the detailings, are concrete as well. I believe this proposal was selected due to its cost efficiency, but coincidentally, it also helped lead to a larger shift in Halifax's construction history. Next slide. In terms of style, this building was constructed during the Edwardian era. Buildings during this era are really defined by their symmetrical design, their symmetry. They have balanced massing, and they usually have simpler, modest detailing. So looking at this image here on the left, you can definitely see the Edwardian influence in this building. However, it's also a bit more unique than a lot of Edwardian era buildings because it blends other styles as well. You can see that there's a Second Empire or style roof or a mansard roof. It also shows influences of classical and Chicago architectural styles. Just for example, you can see that there are arches, concrete arches with a central keystone above the garage doors and the second story windows. Next slide, please. So the next criteria is architectural integrity. Looking at these 2 early photos, you can tell that the property still maintains a lot of its architectural integrity. Its traditional appearance is there. The character-defining elements have been preserved. You can note in looking at these 2 photographs that there were some modifications between about 1945 and 1950. So the front pedimented gable at the center of the building, you can see its roof was modified. The top of the hose tower to your far left was removed, and the original wood and glass garage doors on the ground floor were replaced with some more modern garage doors as well. Since that time, some of the second story windows have been replaced with modern windows, and it's worth noting that the facilities management staff have been carrying out some renovations to this property as well in recent years, but they have been consulting with our team to ensure that the building's overall integrity is maintained moving forward. Next slide. So the final criteria is relationship to surrounding area. So the Moore Street Engine House is flanked by the Dalhousie Dentistry Building across the road. So while the dentistry building was constructed about 50 years later, these two buildings really complement each other and help define the institutional building mass and design and the overall building height in the area. Also on the northwest portion of the intersection, there's a series of older homes that were constructed right around the turn of the 20th century as well. So these properties, along with the engine house, really show the range of building styles and typologies that were constructed during this era. Next slide, please. So this is the summary of the HAC scoring of the application. It scored very well in historical importance, architectural merit, and relationship to the surrounding area. It received an overall score of 68 points, which is a strong score. And due to this score, and moving on to the final slide, HAC recommends that the subject property be added to the Municipal Registry of Heritage Properties for HRM. Thank you.
Thank you, Jesse. Any questions of clarification before we open the hearing? Any questions of clarification before we open the hearing? If not, I will open the public hearing, and we invite the owner. In this case, I'm not sure this person has full personal title, but I think Chief Stubing is going to speak to this. Chief Stubing?
Thank you, Mayor Savage. Can you hear me all right?
Yes, we got you.
Yes, certainly unique to be presenting as owner. I don't think I've done that before, but certainly interesting time to be talking about a building that's near and dear to many of our members' hearts. And thank you for that information on the history of the building. You've covered a lot of my comments, so thank you so much for that. I think one of the things that I think is important for us to understand from a historical significance is certainly this building, as mentioned, is amongst the oldest continuing service fire stations in Canada, and is certainly the oldest, as far as we're aware of, east of Montreal. So it's built in that era that has withstood a lot of change in Halifax. It, as depicted in the picture with the horses, has seen some significant change in our service delivery models, and is actually one of the last stations, the last station in Halifax to have had horses in it. So we're no longer storing the hay in the building, but certainly you can see some of the design features which would have made it very appropriate to have horses and fire station buggies in those bays. The station was designed with a unique design that allowed the main floor to be basically not requiring columns to hold up the roof. So that is certainly a very unique design for the era. And you know, whether it's architectural design or the historical significance as a fire station for fire buffs, as mentioned in the presentation, it's not uncommon for our crews on a daily basis, prior to COVID, obviously, having visitors from cruise lines and other tourism venues making their way to fire station number 2 as part of their sightseeing for Halifax. So certainly we're proud to showcase that history for Halifax. My understanding is it was decided after the Poorhouse fire in 1882 that they required some fire service provisions in that part of the peninsula, which ultimately led to that building being erected. That fire station, because of its long service, has seen many historical milestone events for Halifax, including the explosion over 100 years ago. And most recently, we had many sold out tours for FCM when they had their conference here, during which we showcased Halifax Regional Fire and Emergencies history on being the oldest fire service in Canada, and our service delivery model that we're currently operating under, and a tour of that station and some of the historical artifacts we have in there, showing them some of our history. So that's certainly interesting to consider. Well, fire departments cherish history and tradition in many areas, and we feel it's important for us to understand this history and tradition, to understand where we came from. We also realize that this fire station is strategically located at the end of the peninsula, and it is imperative for us for it to remain fully functional as an emergency response station for Halifax Regional Fire and Emergency as our service evolves. Certainly, there's been a lot of changes, as mentioned earlier. We have undergone some significant recapitalization projects recently, with more planned in the near future. So all I would be, I guess, concerned about in a designation is that if the building gets designation, we certainly need to be able to make modifications to the building with our partners to be able to continue to provide our mission. So that's just one thing I think is important to realize. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chief. We appreciate you taking the time. We know how busy you and your team are, not only in your normal course of events, but getting ready for the arrival of Teddy. So thank you. Is there any questions of clarification for the Chief? If not, I'll ask for a motion to close the heritage hearing.
Hearing closed. Councillor Mason.
Second by Councillor Carson.
Councillor Carson, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That's carried. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve the request to include 5988 University Avenue, Halifax, as shown on map 1 of April 17th, 2020 staff report in the Registry of Heritage Property for the Halifax Regional Municipality as a municipal heritage property.
Second, Councillor Nichol.
Seconded by Councillor Nichol. Councillor Mason.
So I will be brief. We have a very long agenda today. I have toured Station 2 3 times. One as a new councillor to see it operationally meet, the fire captains, see the equipment, and then twice as a potential heritage site. First time I went for a heritage tour, Jeff Brown toured me all around, and we had a great time. And it was so good that I contacted our staff and said, "You got to come on a tour." And the second time I went through with Aaron Murnahan and Kelly McIver, and if you ever want to spend 2 glorious hours going in every single cranny of that place, we were from the roof in the attic to the basement. We saw all the rooms, all the history, and to the Chief's point, I think that we're very lucky that we can keep this operational, and the kind of changes that I think will come over the next 50 to 100 years. I don't think we're going to run out and spend a bunch of money tomorrow, but when the garage doors need to be replaced, they're not going to be doors that open like they were for the horses because of speed and because of the size of the trucks, but we can make them look a little bit more historic than the ones that were put on 15 years ago and things like that. So I'm quite confident that we can maintain the historical nature of the building and while maintaining it operationally. One of the firefighters who shall remain nameless suggested that designation means maybe they'll run new power conduits inside the walls instead of over top of the beautiful 100-year-old wainscoting in the bays where they keep the trucks. So I think those are the kind of changes we're looking for. I'm very excited to hear this moving forward. I'm glad to see the Chiefs here endorsing it, and I ask for your support. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mason. Councillor Russell, I think you're okay. Councillor Russell. Councillor Nichol.
Thank you. And it's not really a question, just a comment that the chief had said with regards to how much it means to tourism in the area. That can be said for every heritage building in our great city. So at the end of the day, it's all about the story that's within these buildings. And in looking at the pictures compared to how you provide fire service, I know the horses were mentioned, but there was I guess a look off at the top of the building that has been removed, and I would assume that was there because the firefighters would be on lookout for fires on a regular basis. And so yeah, I'm just figuring that's what it is. But those are the stories within those walls, so very much in support of this, and thanks to everybody who worked on it.
Thank you. Just to be clear, Councillor Russell, you didn't want to speak. You were okay?
Actually, I could speak. I actually got a tour of that fire station some 50 years ago when I was just a strapping lad, and quite enjoyed it. It is one of the more significant pieces that we see in South End Halifax, and I'm thrilled that it is still operational and that it is being maintained and that it has come forward for this. So thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensky,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion?
Councillor Nicol,
For the motion.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For?
Councillor Cleary, Councillor Cleary. I will come back to Councillor Cleary. Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outthit,
Yes.
and Councillor Cleary. Are you with us?
He stepped out of the meeting, Phoebe.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Mayor.
Yes, I'm for it. Thank you very much. That passes. Thank you, Chief Stubing. Colleagues, we'll move to 8.3, which is a request to include 2500 Creighton Street, Halifax in the Municipal Registry of Heritage Properties. I believe we have Aaron with us. Moynihan for this one. Is that correct?
That's correct, Mr. Mayor. Good afternoon, and good afternoon to members of Regional Council. I hope everyone's keeping well.
Welcome back.
Can you hear me, Mr. Mayor?
We have you, and we welcome you back.
Great, thank you. This is case H0484, which is a request to consider 2500 Creighton Street, also known as the Morris House, for inclusion in the Heritage Registry for HRM. Next slide, please. And as Jesse mentioned in his previous two presentations, this is being considered under our standard evaluation criteria that includes 6 separate criteria for a total score of 100 points. Next slide, please. The location of the subject property is on the corner of Creighton and Charles Streets in the north end of Halifax, although this house started out its life, as I'll mention later in the presentation, on Morris and Hollis Streets in south end of downtown Halifax. Next slide, please. So I'll mention that this property is coming forward to us today based on a voluntary application by the property owner, St. Paul's Home Society, and they are a registered nonprofit organization that helps youth in the city of Halifax, a very old and storied organization in its own right. And I believe Bill Lord, who is a member of their board, is with us today to speak to the hearing portion of the application. As I mentioned, this house started out its life in the south end of downtown Halifax on Morris Street and was due to be demolished, but through cooperation between the developer of that new site, Dexel Developments, and the Heritage Trust of Nova Scotia, a number of other volunteer organizations, the house was saved and moved to this site in 2013. I should mention that this is really a fitting legacy for the late Phil Pacey, who spent the last 7 years of his life, a lot of effort and money trying to save this property and facilitating its move to the north end. So just wanted to certainly add that into the minutes today. Next slide, please. Sorry, continue on to slide 4, please. So the age of the building is the first criteria, and it's important to note that due to some historical research that was undertaken by students at St. Mary's University, Mount Allison University, and Dalhousie, it was determined that the age of construction was 1764, which makes this the 5th oldest structure in Halifax, and the oldest wooden house still in existence in the municipality today. So HAC scored this property 25 out of 25 points for age. Next slide, please. In terms of its historical importance, the house is closely tied with the Morris family, specifically Charles Morris I, who was the first chief surveyor of Nova Scotia. He actually designed the street layouts for many historic towns in Nova Scotia, including Halifax and Shelburne and Lunenburg. His son and grandson also carried that same title and were also quite well-known public figures in their own right. The building also, of course, received national media attention in 2013 during its move from Hollis Street up to Creighton Street in the north end, a distance of about 7 kilometers. Took place over the 2 coldest nights of January in 2013. So that certainly factored into its historical importance as well. HAC scored it 15 out of 15 points for historical importance. Next slide, please. In terms of its architectural merit and its construction type, it also received top points on this because this is one of the few buildings in Halifax known to be constructed with brick nogging, which is brick that's built between the structural members inside the walls of the building. The only other 2 buildings in Halifax known to be of this type of construction are St. Paul's Church and the Little Dutch Church on the north end of Brunswick Street. Next slide, please. In terms of its architectural merit regarding its style, it is a very good example of Georgian architecture. Very simple design. However, it was, as they say, Victorianized in the 19th century when they added the bay windows and the porch on the front. So very interesting architectural style, blending those 2 distinct time periods. It received 9 out of 10 points in that category. Next slide, please. In terms of its integrity, you can see the 3 images on the top of the slide showing its evolution from its early Georgian roots, still shown in the 1840s watercolor. Then in 1953, when it was a small bed and breakfast in the south end, looking very much like it still does today in 2020. So you can still see that very distinctive roof line, and the symmetry of the building on its side and rear are still very much intact, but of course it had those bay windows added in the 1890s. The bottom image, you can see a large addition added to the back for functionality. That was done just in 2017, but it's very much in keeping with the architectural style of the building. HAC scored it 13 out of 15 points in this category. Next slide, please. And in terms of its relationship, this was something we were somewhat concerned about in the evaluation because it was, of course, moved several kilometers from its original location. But it just so happens that it fits in quite nicely with the late Victorian 1- and 2-story buildings along Creighton Street that in some cases are a very similar architectural style. So HAC actually scored it 5 out of 10 points for its relationship to that surrounding area. Next slide, please. So just to sum up, the Morris House received a very high score of 77 points, mainly due to its certainly its age and its historical connection to the Morris family. Next slide, please. And based on that very high score, HAC and staff recommend that Halifax Regional Council include the property in the Registry of Heritage Properties. Thank you very much. Mr. Mayor, I believe you're on mute.
There we go. Yeah, I didn't put myself on mute. Apparently somebody else Had a good idea. All right, colleagues, so is there any questions of clarification? If there's not, then I will open the heritage hearing, and I understand that Mr. Lord is with us on the phone. Are you there, sir? Mr. Bill Lord, perhaps you're on mute as well, I'm not sure. Phoebe or April, any idea if Mr. Lord might be trying to unmute himself?
Mr. Mayor, I believe I see Bill Lord on the line, but it looks like he is muted. So, oh, and now he's off mute. Are you with us there?
Mr. Lord?
Hello,
We hear you. Mr. Lord, are you there?
I think there's a little bit of a delay with the system, so I think, Mr. Lord, you're unmuted now, so we'll just won't press any buttons for just a second. You should be able to speak now.
Mr. Lord, are you there?
So it might be, Mr. Mayor, my apologies. It looks like Mr. Lord is unmuted in the system. There may be also a mute button on his phone. Perhaps he has a second layer of muting that needs to be undone. Are you with us there, Bill Lord?
I am with you. Can you hear me?
We have you, sir. Thank you. Go ahead. Welcome.
Hello?
Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
We can hear you, sir. Thank you for joining us. And the floor is yours.
Sorry about the glitch. I don't know what was happening. So thank you, Mr. Mayor and councillors. I believe you received a letter from me dated July 12th in which we supported the proposal to include the Morris House in the Registry of Heritage Property. I don't have a lot to add. I did mention that seems to have come full circle because the Morris family were members of St. Paul's Church, and in fact the hatchment of the Morris family hangs in the nave of the church. Our interest, of course, is in assisting youth at risk, but we're delighted that in that process we're able to save a beautiful house. As I mentioned in my letter, we purchased the lot on the corner of Creighton and Charles Street specifically to enable the house to be moved. Aaron has, I think, put forward very well the reasons for promoting it as a heritage property. So I'm happy to answer any questions, but otherwise I would like to leave my letter as a statement.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lord. We'll just see if anybody has any questions. Deputy Mayor on this one?
No questions, but just wanted to speak briefly to it when the time was right.
Okay, if there's no questions of clarification, then I will ask for a motion to close the public hearing. The heritage hearing.
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? So the motion is passed to close the heritage.
It's Councillor Karsten.
Yes.
I didn't hear the last part of what Mr. Lord said. Did he say he wanted just leave his letter speak for itself in record? I thought maybe he was suggesting he was going to read his letter after points of clarification. No. I may be wrong.
I didn't hear that. Mr. Lord, did you wish to read your letter?
I'm happy to read the letter. Can you hear me?
That's what I thought he said.
I didn't hear that, but if you want to read the letter, Mr. Lord, please feel free.
Yeah, I will read the letter. To members of HRM Regional Council, I am writing on behalf of the Board of St. Paul's Home in support of the Heritage Advisory Committee's recommendation that 2500 Creighton Street, Halifax, be included in the Registry of Heritage Property for the Halifax Regional Municipality as a municipal heritage property. St. Paul's Home is a Christian organization whose mandate is to support disadvantaged and at-risk youth in HRM. To this end, we lease buildings rent-free to Phoenix Youth Programs, Homebridge Youth Society, Regional Independent Students Association, and the Spryfield branch of the Greater Halifax Boys and Girls Club. St. Paul's Home also offers scholarships to assist youth with specific needs such as literacy, furthering education, or pursuit of training programs that will equip them with skills that allow improved chances for employment. It is intended that the Morris House, the ownership of which was recently generously transferred to St. Paul's Home by the Heritage Trust of Nova Scotia, will be used for a similar purpose. I should note that St. Paul's Home purchased the lot at 2500 Creighton Street in 2012, specifically to accommodate the relocated building. We're delighted that Morris House, whose original owners, the Morris family, were parishioners of St. Paul's Anglican Church, has not only been saved for posterity, but will be used to support at-risk youth, particularly in the north end of Halifax, where the house is now located. I trust this information will be helpful for members. Sincerely.
Thank you very much, Mr. Lord.
You're very welcome.
Thank you indeed. So we've closed the heritage hearing. Council, what is your wish? Is this Councillor Smith? Councillor, whose district is this?
This is me, Councillor Smith.
Councillor Smith.
So give me a second here. I move that Halifax Regional Council approve the request to include 2500 Creighton Street, Halifax, as shown on map 1 of the April 17, 2020 staff report in the Registry of Heritage Properties for the Halifax Regional Municipality as municipal heritage property.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Councillor Nichol.
Thank you,
It
Councillor
started
Smith.
its journey in my district.
That's right. Did you wish to speak to it, Councillor Smith?
Yeah, really quickly, as Councillor Mason just said, it did make the journey from his district to mine, and as mentioned, it fit in very well. I remember that those two very cold nights. Actually, when I was doing work with the studio, we had youth who performed that night when the house was moving. So we all remember how cold it was. But also my daughter made her national TV debut when, I forget the show that happened that followed the house moving, but they interviewed us, and I remember her saying, "I've never seen anything like this." I think most of us never seen anything like that, where a house gets moved, and what was needed to make that happen was obviously a feat. And I thank everyone who worked to make that happen, to get it in on Creighton Street, and it fits in great. The neighbors love it. I look forward to seeing what will happen in the future, especially when it comes to working with the youth, and I hope that council supports this, and I wholeheartedly support this as well. So thank you.
Thank you. Councillor, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and absolutely thrilled to see this come before us today. So for a little bit of personal history on this, my dad grew up at 5137 Morris Street, pretty much across the street from Morris House. And it's great to see this property, this architecture, get the respect it was due, because certainly I remember back in the late 70s, early 80s, my grandmother used to refer to, it wasn't, it didn't have the best reputation back then. And I remember my grandmother sniffing that, oh, that's just a house of ill repute. So I'm glad that this house is finally getting the respect that is due, and of the history, and glad that it's found a new home where it has. So looking forward to seeing the heritage designation on this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I take back my comments about every building having a story.
Oh, yeah.
Indeed it does. We all remember that. It was very nice to hear Phil Pacey get acknowledged as well, Aaron, for the work that he did on this and the preservation of heritage. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
For the motion.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini, Councillor Mancini. I will come back to you. Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For the motion.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outthit,
Yes.
and Councillor Mancini, are you with us? Okay, must have stepped out of the meeting. Mr. Mayor.
In favor, so that carries. Thank you, Aaron Moynihan. Thank you to Mr. Bill Lord. Okay, colleagues, we are going to move back to our regular council agenda, I believe, Phoebe and/or April, and we're going to go back to 11.4.3. And that's Councillor Nicol, display and consumer family fireworks.
I'll put the motion on the floor. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Halifax Regional Council requests that the Chief Administrative Officer prepare a report and jurisdictional scan on the regulation and safe use of display and consumer/family fireworks in HRM.
I'll second that, Councillor Russell.
Thank you. I mean, the motion memo is in front of you, and I'll read the reason. HRFE currently requires permitting for display fireworks and pyrotechnics for special events. The usage of consumer and family fireworks falls under bylaw N200, but this is based on noise complaints rather than the risk of fire or safety. Bylaw N200 permits fireworks to be used on Canada Day, Natal Day, New Year's Eve, and recognized religious holidays, but does not speak to the safe use nor approve locations to set off fireworks. Bylaw 0109, the open air burning bylaw, does prohibit discharging fireworks on the wildland fire risk and the daily burn index set daily by Nova Scotia Department of Lands and Forestry. There's been numerous complaints and safety concerns raised by members of the public respecting the discharge of consumer and family and display fireworks in neighborhoods. A staff report that includes a jurisdictional scan or of other jurisdictions' regulatory approach to display and consumer-friendly fireworks is requested to address safety concerns and provide direction on when, where, and how fireworks can be safely operated in HRM. So that said, I know I received many concerns about it, especially when there was a ban on and fireworks were still going off. I could say every other night it was going on, the fireworks could be heard around my neighborhood. But that being said, I realize that we are in a pandemic and a lot of people are experiencing milestones they want to celebrate. But there's a lot of milestones apparently. So I just wanted to have this conversation with the chief and we discussed this motion because at the end of the day, like it says in the reason, the fireworks are never looked at as a safety risk. It was just always something that was, we do it, but there's nothing set in place on how they are safely fired off. I know in talking to Councillor Mason the other day, that's where they're experiencing those wildfires in California. It was based on somebody celebrating a milestone of having a baby shower or a reveal of the gender of the baby, and it set off a spark, and there it was. So these are things that are of concern to people and residents that I heard from. So I'm not going to speak too long on it, but I know that something needed to be done and the future council can look at what we can do. So when this report comes out, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Austin, I thought I saw Austin. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship. And under bylaw N200, fireworks are illegal. And it's part 2. It says activities that unreasonably disturb the peace and tranquility of a residential area at the specified times where the sound resulting therefrom is audible at the point of reception. And 1 is the detonation of fireworks or explosive devices not used in construction or quarrying, and that's at all times. So we'd have to revisit bylaw N200 because I pretty well guess that those that are out buying fireworks at the local gas station or grocery store don't have licenses. So that's going to have to be part of this. I'm not a fan of these. I get phone calls and emails regularly, as Councillor Nicholas said. They occur a lot. And people, their dogs are, their cats are afraid. Some people with PTSD, it sets them off. So I think this has to be looked a little further. And again, it'll be for the new council to deal with, but it is a concern. Thank you. Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zarowski on this.
Yes, thank you. I guess I'm just going to repeat what Councillor Adams just said. So I'll leave it at that. There are so many complaints regarding this, and I like staff to look at this in conjunction with the existing bylaw. So that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. This was a discussion in front of council some 11 or 12 years ago, and I sent a report around to all of the councillors about that came out December 5th, 2008. I've also had discussions around my community about it, about fireworks, because we've had them being set off late at night. We've had some fireworks being reported at 3:30 in the morning, and some being reported being fired onto the lake. And I mean, in the direction of the water, and that resulted in a number of fish dying. So this is a nuisance problem here as well. The challenge that we're going to face is that we are not going to be able to prosecute people generally for setting off fireworks because they happen at a distance. It is hard to locate. There is almost no residue at the time that they're fired off. So we are not going to be able to send enforcement to those locations unless they're happening next door and we see it and tape it. The more effective way to do this, in my mind and in the discussions that I've had, is to ban the sale of the fireworks, and this is what the report from 2008 speaks to. This rests squarely on the shoulders of the province, or at least it did at that time. So perhaps in conjunction with this, and I'm not going to make an amendment to the motion because I think it can incorporate that without an amendment, is that it looks also at the sale of fireworks to see what we can do and how we can react in that stead. So I am in support of this motion, absolutely. It has become a problem here based on the number of reports that we've seen. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Hensby on this.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. And yes, we get lots of calls when the fireworks are going off, especially from pet owners or those who are suffering from post-traumatic stress syndrome. We have a lot of veterans out there that are, live the life of shell shock, and fireworks don't help it along. I personally believe that perhaps we should put this to a plebiscite question in this election. So is it possible to put this as a plebiscite question for the municipal election of October 17th? What is required to put a ballot out for this issue? Should residential fireworks be permitted in HRM?
Is there someone from Fire Services to respond to any questions?
Well, it's a request for a staff report, right? So we don't normally have staff in for these. Jacques, do you just want to speak to the issue of putting on? I think it's a little late to put it on to make a decision on a plebiscite at this point in time.
I believe that to be the case, Mr. Mayor, but I have to look up the actual wording in the act. But I believe it's too late to get something on the ballot at this point. But I will check and report back.
Thank you. Councillor Hensby, anything else?
That'll be it.
Thank you. Councillor Walker?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and it is a problem in the district almost daily, and under the noise bylaw, you do need a witness to say who let off the fireworks, and without the witness, a ticket will not be given, so I'll gladly support the report, and I do believe that it needs the province to join in on this and give us the consent to ban it, and I'll wait for that report. I won't be here for that report, but I'll be glad when that report comes back. Thank you.
Well, you'll be watching when it comes back. Councillor Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor, and this is a good time for Councillor Walker and I'd say we've changed our mind. We're staying, right, Russell? Yeah, so look, interesting conversation. Certainly support the motion. Yes, it's been an issue in every district. Yes, we were told that we cannot ban them at the municipal level. We've been told that a number of times actually since I've been here. And the reason is, if I recall correctly, is because they are a legal product that we can't ban. But I would ask, and I don't think it needs to be an amendment to the motion, just if it could be recorded in the minutes or staff take note that it is interesting that we're told that, and yet there are municipalities in Canada increasingly banning them at the municipal level. Now, whether their, again, municipal charter is different, I can't tell you, but certainly that's something as well with this report that I'd ask staff, particularly legal, to look at. Has anything changed that we could in fact ban them? You know, and even tie in, sure, residents still do them on New Year's Eve or a couple specific events during the year, but it has gotten out of hand. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
You're on mute, Councillor.
I just wanted to say that the motion that was crafted was in working with Corey Beals and the fire chief. So that they felt that that was all that was needed to sort of do the work going forward. In an email that I had received from them, they said the province of Nova Scotia, to Councillor Russell's point, they repealed the Nova Scotia Fireworks Act in 2002, and when this occurred, the province deferred regulation of fireworks to municipal and federal levels of government. The Federal Consumers Fireworks Safety Site is mainly focused on safe use of fireworks. There is no federal land use regulations pertaining to where and when fireworks can be legally used. However, the website does have a statement about referring to read and respect your local laws and follow fireworks manufacturer use guidelines. So they did pursue a means of controlling the use of selling consumer fireworks, and with input from HRM Legal, and legal indicated that it would require a change to the HRM charter to place any additional controls on local businesses selling consumer fireworks. So that's all part and parcel of this motion, and I ask for your support, and that HRFE will bring something that they feel that they can do within their own jurisdiction, working in with all orders of government. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative with a bang.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
In favor.
Councillor Cleary. Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Councillor Outfit.
Yes.
And Mr. Mayor.
For the motion? That motion is carried. Thank you, Councillor Nichol. Colleagues, we will move to motions. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Looking at 12.1, and I move that Halifax Regional Council request a staff report on allowing market gardens in all areas of HRM. The goal is to allow all areas of HRM to permit the growing of produce for not only personal use, but for sale at local farm markets, similar to what is permitted under the Centre Plan and in Vancouver. I so move.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Councillor Nichol.
Lots of seconds.
All right, thank you very much for that. So yes, I'd like to, this is just basically to get some information and to move forward out in the areas that are not included in the Centre Plan. Market gardens were something that were given the okay through Centre Plan, and it's something that is certainly increasing in popularity in other jurisdictions, most notably in Vancouver, where they really do have a handle on this. What I'm looking for is, not wide swaths of agricultural uses in residential areas, but the ability for homeowners who have a couple extra rows in their garden to use that produce to sell to their neighbors, their friends. Not looking for market stands to be set up at the ends of driveways. That's not what this is about. This is about allowing homegrown farmers to take their produce to a permitted market area and sell them. This is something that is good for food security, and it's definitely a direction that we've indicated that we want to go in, and this is just going to allow it in all areas of HRM. I would like the report to pay particular attention to the special needs of folks who live on wells, recognizing that it could be a bit trickier in those areas. So, definitely put that lens on it as the report goes forward. But I look forward to your support in allowing market gardens in all areas of HRM. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adams on this?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship. And Deputy Mayor did touch on part of the concerns that I had. It's not meant to allow for fruit stands or vegetable stands to be, throughout the area or big agricultural swaths. But how are you going to word a bylaw? Like a couple of rows is a lot better than or a lot different than a couple of acres. And I think that the Centre Plan area, the plots of the people where they live, there's not enough. I guess there's not enough space that's included in the Centre Plan area to make any type of a commercial entity an issue. There'd be enough for their own use and perhaps for the couple of the neighbors, but in some of the outside areas, they could set up, a garden which could allow for the sale of produce, and with a limit. I'll put a little pun in here. I mean, you give some people an inch, they think they're a ruler, so they will take advantage as best they can. So, as long as it doesn't end up as, Farmer Clem's East, I think we'll be all right. But there has to be wording specific to this to make it a community garden for that, for people in that area, and not allow for the, online shopping or these huge commercial things which could possibly happen. We always know there's always one or two out there that will exploit something that was meant one way and turn it around and move it another. So I will support for a report. And hopefully those things will be considered when it comes back. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? If not, ready for the question.
Question?
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nichol.
For the motion.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Councillor Outthit,
Yes.
and Mr. Mayor.
In favor of the motion, that motion carries. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. We will move to 12.2 in the name of Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship. We'll put the following motion on the floor. The Halifax Regional Council requests a staff report that HRM not renew land leases with the province related to parks and recreation unless such leases are to be renewed at no more than $1 per annum.
Second.
Segment.
Thank you, and I will just give a brief synopsis of why I brought this forward, mostly because of frustration. In District 11, there are a number of playgrounds, the Connaught Battery Park down by York Redoubt, the Williamswood Park in Williamswood, the James McPhee Ball Field in Sambro, the West Dover Ball Field out in West Dover just before Peggy's Cove. These properties are owned by the province, and we lease those from the province. The leases haven't been renewed since 2019. And we are unable to do any capital work on these, any major projects. We can do a little bit of maintenance, but for example, in Connaught Battery Park, we can't put in the new playground structure that's sitting, waiting to go there. We can't put new netting at the West Dover ball field to protect cars from the balls that come flying out. And, you know, given that this is over a year due, it's frustrating. Right now, you know, they are $1 a year in most cases. They want to charge us up to $300,000 or $400,000 a year, and not just for those particular properties, but everything put together. They do give a grant of $50,000 a year for you know, equipment, but as most members of council know, that'll get you a teeter-totter or maybe a swing if you're lucky. I have spoken to Minister Ian Rankin about this. We have what is I consider a viable option. He's been very cooperative with this. I'd like to see this go through, which would my thinking would be an extra incentive for both Lands and Forestry, Environment, and any other departments that are affected by this to bring this to a close so that the individuals we serve can get back to using these facilities being in top-notch case or in condition, because the province doesn't do any maintenance at all, but some people are certainly quick to point fingers at the lack of upkeep by HRM.
Thank you, Councillor Austin, on this.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just have a question. I have a similar sort of situation, although it's not mired in anything. And in the Woodside area of my district, where the lawn bowling club and the fields down there, and actually I think the fire station property too, are all technically on provincial property that we lease. I'm just curious, like from Councillor Adams, is the point of this to try and put pressure on the province, like to try and break some bureaucratic logjam of, look, we're not interested in paying you many thousands of dollars to maintain a playground that happens to be on your property for the good of the community? Like I'm a little I'm confused as to what the goal of drawing a line in the sand saying we don't want to lease property for more than $1, like what we're trying to do here.
We'll go back to Councillor Adams if he wishes to address that.
Yeah, by all means. The issue, the leases were generally $1 or very close to $1 a year. And now the province wants money, and a lot of it. I don't think it's appropriate. And for example, Hemlock Ravine's another one of the properties that's included in this. So it is a way to negotiate and to let the province know that we're serious. If we tell them we'll give you $1 a year or whatever the previous lease terms were, we'll satisfy those. If not, let them take over all of the playgrounds and ball fields. You know they're not going to do that because they don't have the staff to do it. So let's get on with this. Get rid of the bureaucratic foolishness. I shouldn't say foolishness. I'll withdraw that. But some of the red tape, and let's allow HRM to take over these and get back to doing what we do well, and that's recreation. And the one last property that's involved here is the tennis court in Herring Cove, which I get complaints about that on a weekly basis, and of course, when the election talk starts, then it's a target for everybody and a big campaign promise, but nothing can be done until such time as those leases are renewed. So it's frustrating for me, and it's frustrating for the users or potential users, because you can't use many of these right now. They're not safe. Thank you. And thanks for the questions, Councillor.
Thanks for the answer.
Okay, Councillor Russell on this.
Thank you very much. So one of the concerns that we have seen out here as well is that when a property is owned by the province, we can't do anything on it. I recognize the point that Councillor Adams is making, that we can't do anything on it, and I'm not sure that taking the lease amount down to $1 would solve that fundamental problem. I'm wondering if it would make sense to include in this report potentially an option, and this might be a question for staff or Councillor Adams, I'm not sure who. An option would be to buy these parks that are provincially owned at this point that we are leasing, and that would put them under our control, so that we would then be able to respond to any of the criticisms or concerns that that come forward, rather than us say it's a piece of land, we pay $400,000 for it a year, or $100 a year, but we would actually be able to do something. So I would appreciate a response.
Speaking to Councillor Adams, Councillor Russell.
Either Councillor Adams or anybody from staff who would be able to address whether or not we would be able to consider purchasing these parks, perhaps on a one-by-one basis, just so that we remove the source of the problem instead of have a cheaper problem.
Yeah. Unless Jacques wants to speak to it, we don't have other staff here. Jacques, do you want to speak to it?
Sure. Look, I think anything's possible. You know, the fact is, this is a motion for staff report. You know, if the province is interested in engaging in a conversation on this, and I believe that they are, then we would have conversations about you know, acquisition of whatever parks, and we'll have to do an inventory as to what those are and see whether there's an interest in selling and whether that's in our best interest going forward in terms of present value money. So that'll all be addressed within the context of the report that Councillor Adams is suggesting, should Council wish to go that route.
Okay, thank you. And I'm assuming that because of the way that the current motion is structured, that there would also be an inventory of the parks and potentially what their lease amounts are?
Yes, we would have to identify, you know, if in fact we determine that ownership is better than a long-term lease at $1 a year, then we would look at that and have bring that in place back. You know, invariably, $1 a year is probably cheaper than, and on a long-term basis, say, than owning it. But it also means that we would then be able to make investments, as Councillor Adams says, in terms of the upkeep, infrastructure upgrades, and all those kinds of things. Generally speaking, a court will, or a bank will look at ownership. A long-term lease, if it's a 99-year lease, is de facto ownership, as long as it's renewable and there's agreement amongst the parties, right? So we'd have to look at all those factors, and we will.
Super. Thank you very much.
Okay. I don't see anybody else.
Just one last point, Your Worship, and thank you, Councillor Russell. This is simply to get something moving. I mean, you know, those that would use the playground down at Connaught Battery Park, it's non-existent. We couldn't put in any equipment because there's no lease in place, and we'll do some minor maintenance at some of these properties, but because you know, there's been a year plus delay, then the children and those using these facilities have missed out. So I'd ask for council to support this for a staff report, and the new councillor and new council can address it when it comes back. Thank you.
Okay, guys. Seeing nobody else on this, ready for the question.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nickel,
For the motion.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
I was kicked out of the MS Teams, so I didn't hear the debate, so I can't vote.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
I believe the Deputy Mayor had to step out of the meeting. So Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outthit,
Yes.
and Mr. Mayor.
In favor of the motion. Now, colleagues, we had decided to do notices of motion at this point, so I'm just going to give people a couple of seconds to get their notices of motion ready if they have them for today. And then I'll begin. Just give everybody a sec. Don't feel like you have to have any if you don't have them, but we'll begin with Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. Take notice that at the next regular meeting of Regional Council to be held on September 29th, 2020, I will move a motion to request a staff report on the disposal of Parcel K, First Lake Drive. And a second one is take notice that at the next in-camera meeting of Regional Council, I will move a matter pertaining to providing instruction and direction to the CAO pertaining to the acquisition of land.
Thank you. Councillor, I had a couple of people who indicated in advance. I'll go to them. Councillor Outthit.
Sorry, Mayor, I don't have that in front of me at the moment. I'll have to come back to you. Sorry.
Sure thing. Councillor Smith.
Thank you. Take notice that at the next meeting of Regional Council to be held on September 29, 2020, I propose to 1, move first reading of proposed bylaw M201, amending bylaw M200, respecting standards for residential occupancies, the purpose of which is to include changes to technical requirements, new requirements for residential rentals and mini suites, accountability, and 2, move amendments to Administrative Order 15 respecting license, permit, and processing fees, the purpose of which to remove the fees for rooming house licensing. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski has a notice of motion, which must be very similar to a notice of motion.
Absolutely. I have both here if you want, Your Worship. Take notice and take noctis that at the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council to be held on September 29, 2020, I intend to move that Council consider adopting by policy a revised public participation program, the purpose of which is more alliteration, is to gather further feedback from the public and community groups in relation to the ongoing Beachville Planning Strategy Review process.
Thank you. Councillor Nickel.
Thank you. Take notice that the next meeting of Halifax Regional Council to be held on September 29, 2020, I propose to introduce Administrative Order 2020-011 ADM respecting HRM's grants programs for active transportation and recreational trails, the purpose of which is 1, to provide grants to eligible trail organizations and community organizations to support the municipality's active transportation objectives, and 2, to support the planning, construction, operation, and maintenance of MUPs, multi-use pathways, or multi-use facilities and recreational trails within the Halifax Regional Municipality.
Thank you. Councillor Outthit, are you ready to go, or should we come back to you later in the meeting?
I've misplaced this. If you could come back to me, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, we'll come back. Anybody else with notices of motion? Okay. Phoebe or April, we can now go forward, backwards to 11.1. 11.1.1. I just want to get direction from my trusted friends in the clerk's office. That's where we are.
Mr. Mayor, that's correct.
Thank you. All right, colleagues, we're moving to 11.1.1, which is proposed administrative order respecting closure of a portion of Shore Road Eastern Passage. If it's Eastern Passage, it must be Bill Karsten. Councillor Karsten.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I'll put the motion on the floor that Halifax Regional Council adopt Administrative Order SC-98 respecting closure of a portion of Shore Road Eastern Passage as shown in attachment B of the staff report dated July 14th, 2020, to close that portion of Shore Road shown as parcel A on attachment A of the staff report dated July 14th, 2020, as so moved.
Second, Councillor Nichol.
Thank you. Councillor Karsten, anything on it?
Thank you, Councillor Nichol. So, Mr. Mayor, no, this is straightforward. I respectfully ask staff to perhaps in the future either rename certain ones in this list of administrative orders, and it didn't cause a lot of concern. I had a couple phone calls and there was one email where residents had interest, of course, and thought that perhaps we were actually closing a part of Short Road. Guess what? Surprisingly, because that's what the motion calls for. But in reality, what this is, and it's still considered part of the roadway, it's a very small part of the actual right-of-way, a very small sliver. So it doesn't affect the actual traffic lanes or any part of Shore Road. It's just as much a housekeeping issue as anything, but I assure the viewing public we're not closing a actual part of the Shore Road that handles Thoroughway. Thank you.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nichol.
For the motion.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski.
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Councillor Outhitt.
Yes, thank you.
Mr. Mayor.
In favor. Thank you very much. That passes. Councillor Karsten, thank you.
Mike, I have that notice, if you wouldn't mind. I'm sorry to be out of order here.
Everybody's okay with a new notice of motion from Councillor Outhitt? I don't see anybody
Right.
terribly offended. Go ahead, Councillor Outhitt.
I got the thumb and not the finger, so that's good. Thank you. Take notice that the next regional council meeting to be held on September 29th, 2020, I propose to move a motion to request a staff report, including timing, cost, funding options, and process to extend fire hydrant service from the new development at 65 and 69 Shore Drive and PID 400188079 to existing homes on Shore Drive and Bedford. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Okay, we'll move to 11.1.2. This is proposed administrative order respecting closure of a portion of Elizabeth Drive. Who is that? Councillor Cleary
here.
Go ahead, Councillor Cleary.
I move that Halifax Regional Council adopt Administrative Order SC-97 respecting closure of a portion of Elizabeth Drive, Halifax, as shown in attachment B of the staff report dated July 14, 2020, to close that portion of Elizabeth Drive shown as parcel C on attachment A of the staff report dated July 14, 2020.
Second by?
Seconded, Councillor Karsten.
Councillor Cleary, anything on it?
I guess similar to Councillor Karsten, it might be nice if there was clarity so people didn't think we were actually closing roads, but I understand the process, that it is in the right of way, and we do have a process we actually have to close the road because it's technically part of the road. But this is, it's a little bit bigger than a sliver. It's kind of like a triangle there at the corner. and it allows the abutting property owner to do something with it. And it also helps us because in behind this property, there's actually a breezeway or a pathway that we don't currently have an easement for. And so the community uses it, but we don't have any legal right to use it. And so as part of the negotiation, we're going to get an easement for the pathway so that it can be maintained in perpetuity. It can be maintained in perpetuity. And so this is good for the abutting homeowner, but also good for us too, getting this right. So that's all I have.
Thank you. Ready for the question, colleagues? And after the question, we'll go back and pick up possibly another couple of notices of motion. So ready for the question.
Question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nickel,
For the motion.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outthit,
Yes.
Mr. Mayor.
In favor of the motion, thank you. That passes. Thank you, Councillor Cleary. Councillor Adams, do you wish to add a notice of motion at this point?
Yes, thank you, Your Worship, and I'll send this to Phoebe as well. Take notice at the next regular scheduled meeting of Halifax Regional Council for September 29th. I propose to introduce a motion regarding or requesting that staff explore funding options for Phase 2B of the Herring Cove Sewer and Water Project, and to initiate the process to develop detailed designs for both Phase 2A and the final phase, which is Phase 4. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini, did you have one as well?
That's a no, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Nobody else has any notices of motion? 11.1.3 is second reading on proposed bylaw 508, which is respecting parking meters and the regulation of parking of vehicles left standing, parking fine increase. Council, what is your wish? Councillor Mason?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I move that Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt bylaw P 508 respecting parking meters for the regulation of parking of vehicles left standing in the Halifax Regional Municipality, set out in attachment B of the staff report dated July 16, 2020, the purpose of which is to A, amend section 17 of bylaw P 500, the parking meter bylaw, and B, amend bylaw P 507 to correct a typo, and 2, direct the municipal clerk to delay publishing bylaw P 508 respecting parking meters for the regulation of parking vehicles left standing in Halifax Regional Municipality until advised by Chief Administrative Officer to proceed with publication. I so move.
Second, Councillor Russell.
Second by Councillor Russell. Councillor Mason, anything on that?
Just, it's been a long time coming. I want to thank staff, especially Victoria Horn, who's down in the bottom right corner of the Brady Bunch pictures here, for all the hard work of her and her team. And the constant emails, panicked emails that I'm forwarding to her and her team from residents, because all the signs are changing means that doesn't mean all the streets are getting pay stations, but residents don't know that, so they think we're going to put paid parking in front of everywhere. So I'd like to thank them for that, and this is a long time coming. I think when I was first elected, one of the first things that we talked about in 2012 was that the one-way plan for downtown and making Lower Water into a one-way street meant that we were supposed to put meters on Lower Water in 2012, and we didn't, because we didn't want to invest in new meters because the pay stations were coming any day. And so here we are, and that's finally happening, and I'm really happy to see that happen. And I think that the quality of service our residents are going to get from these modern machines, with the ability to pay with credit cards and debit, and and to continue to use hotspot. It's everything that the Downtown Business Commission and the other bids have been asking for these last 8 years. So I ask for your support on the motion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Are we some questions here? Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a question for Victoria, and it's somewhat related, but for some reason I've been receiving numerous phone calls from hospital workers asking why are we, I don't know if everybody else is, why are we all of a sudden now putting meters where there were not meters? I think Ahern, Trollope are some of the hospitals that were brought up. So Victoria, could you just speak to that and help clarify for myself and maybe others?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for your question. So we have been receiving lots of questions and emails. Positively, we have representation from the Health Authority on our Integrated Mobility Plan working group. So we have been working with them to ensure that the hospital has information about the project and that workers who could potentially be impacted understand the rationale behind the changes. So with the advent of the parking technology, really the purpose is to align us with the integrated mobility plan and to deter all-day parkers for free downtown. So with the launch of the project, we took advantage of streets that are not directly in residential areas like Ahern and Trollope, where we were seeing all-day parking essentially being abused, where residents were parking all day for free. So we do understand that that does have an impact, in particular on healthcare workers and those who work at Citadel. So we are looking at opening up additional monthly parking or commuter streets in some areas. And we do have some commuter streets that remain undersold, so they don't sell out every month. So there is still capacity from a monthly perspective. There's also, with the advent of COVID, lots of capacity in off-street lots. So we really do encourage those who require all-day parking downtown to either find alternatives off-street, look at other alternatives that are viable, like transit, park and rides, ride share. Those are all modes that we're trying to promote through the integrated mobility, the launch of this technology.
So are we still there? Hello?
We're still here. I made that up the last bit. Councillor Mancini? Councillor Mancini?
No.
He's muted now.
Aye.
Okay. We'll try it again, Tony. Are you muted? No? Yeah, we can't hear you, Tony. Councillor Mancini?
Clearly, the good Lord above doesn't want him to ask a question, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Mancini? Okay, we'll come back to you before Christmas. Councillor Nicol?
I'm afraid to speak. Oh,
no, good.
Nothing. No, I just wanted to, I guess it's to basically to pick up where Councillor Mancini left off, because I as well, you know, having been here the first time when we tried this parking around the, you know, the QE Health Science Center, it was the health workers that would push back the hardest with regards to parking, and so we didn't go there. So now we're back again, and we're hearing from the same employees. So you said that Nova Scotia Health Authority is on the IMP team. There's someone there, which is great. Would it be possible for them to communicate to their workers as to what, you know, the solution would be? I know that the plan is to build a parkade. Like at the end of the day, you know, the emails that I received were basically, how can you ask us to pay $6 an hour more when we're paying nothing right now? So that is a big leap for them, and I understand that, but I didn't forward the emails to you. I just made them part of the public record, Victoria. So I just wonder if there was some way of getting a better communication going to their the employees at the QE2.
Victoria.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Thank you, councillor. So yes, we have been working to provide ample communication support to the hospital as it's requested. We've also been working as those inquiries come in. Please feel free to forward them to our office. We're happy to address them, and we have been happy to respond to individual requests that come through councillors and through residents as well. We do certainly appreciate that it is a challenge for those people that have come to expect all-day parking for free on street, but it's just not in line with our current policy direction from council to ensure that there is access for all on the streets downtown and to facilitate high turnover. So we're trying to balance the needs of all residents and ensure that potentially those needing to go to the hospital have accessible places to park on street as well. And that can't happen if hospital workers are parking all day. So we're trying to find a balance. There's still lots of unrestricted parking in residential areas adjacent to the hospital. There are further commuter options that will be introduced in the coming months. And of course, there's other options as well, other modes of transportation into the downtown.
And as this process is second reading, they're hearing about it now. So that's why they're sending us the email, hoping that we can reverse this. And I think that needs to be as well communicated to them. The council has given this direction, and that, so I will send those emails to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I have two questions. One's related to this directly and one's relating to parking, the new parking system in general. So one that was kind of just mentioned by Ms. Horn related to other modes. So how many, well, I guess I'll just ask straight up, do we know if the health authority is part of our e-pass program?
Mr. Mayor.
And have we been having any discussions around them trying to maybe be part of that?
Sorry, Councillor. Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. I am not 100% certain if they are or not. I can certainly follow up with our colleagues in transit. I have been involved in several conversations with our colleagues in transit and with the health authority on options for them. I believe the e-pass program was offered to them. I'm not sure at what stage it's at, but I'm happy to follow up on that and get back to you.
Okay, great. Yeah, well, for me, I have a few larger organizations that are part of the e-pass program, and they all say that it really helps them with their employees and in looking at other modes of transportation. So that information will be great. The other piece is really just in general. So last week, I believe it was last week, it's hard to keep track of time, I was downtown and I was helping an elderly couple try to navigate our new parking system, and thankfully we just got a notification from Hotspot saying that the parking is free. But before that, it was so new, I still wasn't even sure how to do that. And one of the concerns that I heard from them is if I didn't show up to kind of help navigate them, there was nothing on the parking machine itself to help them navigate how to do that. So I'm just wondering, so I know we've been communicating that changes are coming, but if you're not somebody that looks at our website or social media, how do you, when you arrive to what you thought was a meter, and then you arrive to this machine, there's no instructions or how to navigate on that. So I'm just wondering what the plan is for when things actually roll out to communicate how to actually use the machines and whatnot.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. So councillor, great feedback and thank you. The pay stations are solar operated, so they don't actually display any messages until someone interacts with them. So you have to actually push a button. And when you do that right now, you'll receive a notification screen that says coming soon. So we have we've tried to be as prominent as possible with residents to ensure that they understand that the parking system is not yet activated and will be very shortly. But in the interim, there's no need to do anything. I think it's great that we've been receiving feedback and questions, mostly frustration about not knowing how to pay, because that means that people are seeing the system, they're trying to engage with it, and then they're unable to. So I think that that's key feedback for us in the next week or so to really push out messaging that they don't have to do anything yet, but to ensure that residents know what to do when the parking technology is live. So we have started to send crews out to tie banners to posts that indicate that right now parking is unrestricted. There's no action required. We also have pre-COVID, we had planned to have street teams on street educating residents how to use the pay stations in the first couple of weeks of launch. We're now trying to rethink that strategy to be safe and socially distanced, but ensure that residents have the assistance that they will require out in the street. We're also right now doing in-house training with our 311 and customer service agents so that they feel fully vetted and they feel comfortable in walking residents through the process. We're also working on step-by-step tutorials that will be available in print and on our website for how to initiate a parking session at a pay station. So these are all materials that are coming in the next week.
Great. And even for the pay station itself, if you were to put that step-by-step on it, I think that would be worthwhile as well. So that's all great information, and it was a more general discussion rather than what we're having today, but thank you for all your work, and that's it for me.
Thank you. Let's go across the harbor. Councillor Austin.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you, Victoria, for all the work that your team's putting into this. It's great to see the spiffy new machines out there on the street. I was looking at them on Saturday morning. Just one question I've been getting from a couple of the business owners in downtown Dartmouth on the implementation. The way that we're putting up the we're using the meter spaces in downtown. There's a couple different spots, and I'm not sure how widespread it is. Where what I'm getting from them is that they're losing a parking space, right? The space that used to exist when the meter was there, because we're reusing that meter post to then put up the signage, and so then the signage points heading towards the intersection curb, and the space that was, intersection space that you can't park in because you're too close to the intersection car, and then our meter pole, which would have had the two spots on it. Because we're using that pole to put up the no parking sign, we're losing a space in front of several intersections downtown. And I'm just wondering, is that widespread, or is that just kind of a one-off? There's two different locations that have been flagged to me.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for that. That's the first that I've heard of it. Admittedly, when we did the regulations over a year ago, we tried wherever we could to maximize the existing meter posts to reduce expense to the municipality, frankly, so that staff weren't having to go and install yet another pole, whether it was a meter or half a meter ahead of it, because that can be quite expensive and take quite a bit of time. That being said, if you have specific locations, I'm happy to look at them. I wasn't aware that we were losing any significant amount of spaces. In fact, the intent was that we were to gain spaces with this project, but I'm happy to take a look at those.
Okay, I'll send along offline after the fact. It's literally just any place where you might have had just 1 meter and you're reusing the post, it's a null impact. But any place where you had a post and then 2 meters, when you reuse that post, the one side, you've lost the space. So I'll send it to you offline. Thanks.
Thank you.
Okay, folks, Tony has rejoined us, so just cover your ears. We're going to go back to Councillor Mancini and see what's happening. Give him a chance to finish his question. Tony, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Victoria, in the old days, in my old DJ days, I was a tape machine. I get that would say Victoria, Victoria, Victoria. So that's pretty cool, eh? So just to finish my questioning, thank you very much. So you mentioned that you were in communication with the health authority, but do you know if the health authorities actually send a message out to what you just shared with us to their employees? Because you asked the same thing, Mr. Lorley. I didn't. I'm sorry. I had to reboot to come back in again. So I apologize. I'm asking the same question that the council asked. But did you have that communication? If not, or even if you did, can we communicate with the health authority and communicate with their own employees? I don't mind taking the calls, but we should be communicating. Obviously, they're not getting the message.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor. So yes, we have been supporting the health authority and their communications. I can't speak precisely to what communication has been shared with them. I'm not privy to that, but I do know that they have certainly been dealing with the one-off questions, and we're happy to support them in any communications that they need. So I can certainly follow up on that and circle back with you.
Yeah, again, just to ask them to have that communication. Thank you, Victoria. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini. Welcome back. Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. First off, Mr. Mayor, it looks like you're sharing your screen. Secondly, Victoria, I have a couple of questions. One of them relates to modes of payment, and I'm looking at section 9(3)(a) and B of the bylaw here, and one of the things that it says at the end, it says, where so indicated on the parking meter or pay station, payment shall be made by A coin, B credit card, or if subsection 2 applies, by electronic payment. So one of the concerns that I have is that cash in a number of areas where we would be using it is going away. And I flag that as a concern because transit is one of them. Parking technology is another one where we get tourists and they come to town and rent a car and they go to a cash place and I just want to make sure the cash is not going away. That could be an and or something. I'm not sure what that is. So if you could respond to that, please.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor. Thank you, councillor, for that question. Certainly, cash is not going away related to parking. That was something that we heard loud and clear from stakeholders that they wanted to stay. In the procurement of this auction, all we did was offer enhancements. So in addition to coin, we will accept credit card, tap, debit, Apple Pay. That's not to say that residents could not still pay with cash. All of our cash stations are set up with cash boxes. We will still do collection with all of the pay stations. So certainly not in our group. We don't have any intention to pay coin.
Wonderful. Thank you very much. That takes care of this. One. The other is related to the hospital workers, and there are basically two classifications or two schedules of hospital workers, and one of those schedules is those who work from 8 to 4. And for the parking, for the modes of transportation that you were talking about, using transit or ride sharing, where you have a predictable schedule, that applies to an awful lot of people, and that's great. The other schedule is they start at 7 o'clock. They have no idea what the end time is. They start at 3 a.m. These are people who transit simply does not apply. We will not be running buses so that they can get to the hospital for 6 o'clock or 6:30 in the morning, and then starting their trip home at 1 or 2 in the morning, depending on which service they're in. For those people, they have been trying to get places within the parking garage, and those places are at a premium. So basically, when someone retires, someone on the waiting list that is 100 people long gets the next parking spot. So they have been using the on-street parking because they get there before anybody else on the planet is awake, and they stay there until everybody else is long gone to bed. They absolutely rely on that. So making sure that we accommodate those healthcare workers is of significant interest to me, and I'm sure many others. So reaching out to NSHA, as everybody else has mentioned, would be incredible. But please take in the extended schedules, the ones that start way earlier than most of us care to dream about. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Mason.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So certainly I've gotten my share of emails, tweets, and phone calls about this exact issue. And just to reiterate what Ms. Horn said, I also have been historically gotten a lot of emails, tweets, and phone calls about the lack of parking to access the recreation facilities around the common. So part of this is, investing in a great big new pool, having the oval there, and having all those great facilities there, Canada Games, Ball Diamond, the fields, the skate park, it's always been a challenge. So moving that to paid parking is something I strongly support, but we also have to recognize that in the neighborhood on the west side of Roby Street, we've been moving to what we call side and a half parking, with more and more all-day parking in the residential neighborhoods, which also acts as traffic calming for neighborhoods where people desperately want speed humps and other speed calming. And so we've been creating a supply of parking, which I hope will compensate for what's happening, what's being removed on the common. Certainly that's my intention, and I strongly support, not all the residents support it, but I support moving to more 3-hour and all-day parking on alternate sides of the street in those residential neighborhoods. So I hope that we are able to demonstrate that to the healthcare workers, that there's still parking for them, especially as Councillor Russell said, when they arrive so early in the morning, those spots should still be available for them. And so that should be able to continue, but it isn't going to be in the same place it historically has been. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Thank you. Councillor Oathett.
Thank you, Mayor. And obviously, like others have said, I'm excited about the new machines, the new technology. So I was a little confused. Councillor Mason's comments just helped me a little bit, because first of all, I usually consider, well, first of all, I don't consider the QE2 area to be downtown. I consider that. Secondly, we usually put meters around areas, as others have said, where you want turnover. So you want them to use a service, you want them to use a restaurant, a store, or what have you. So I was having a little bit of time rationalizing why we would have put meters in along this area, but I guess it's because of the recreation facilities that the Councillor Mason mentioned, so that helped me a little bit. It just seems a little strange to me, though, that Nova Scotia Health Authority is saying, okay, well, we want more people walking and we want more people taking transit. First of all, well, do they want their workers taking transit right now? And we don't know when the second wave is going to hit, etc., and how long. But secondly, if, as Councillor Mason just accurately said, I guess if we're moving them, just not crawl up in some of those streets and telling them we'll go over and park off some residential streets out Shirley or Jubilee Road or what have you, I don't think that's doing anything to get more people walking and taking transit if it's just park on the west side instead of the east side of the hospital. So I'm sort of trying to figure out what the blazes is motivation, and Nova Scotia Health Authority is building a brand new parking lot. In fact, I think they have to build a new one, a larger one, before they close the old one. So I'm trying to figure out, one minute it's like we're trying to eliminate parking spots so people walk and take transit. The next minute, well, no, we're not. We're just moving it to the other side. So what really motivated this? Because I got a call and an email the other day. I had no idea that we were expanding where we had meters. I thought we were replacing where we had meters with this new technology, which I strongly support. But I'm not quite sure I'm comfortable with this area around the hospital. I think we should be treating our front workers a little bit better than this, perhaps. And secondly, I think it's a little bit hypocritical if the NSHA is just saying, move them from one side of the hospital to the other, in the suggesting that somehow rather makes it healthier. So help me somebody. It's not making sense to me.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, I can try. So there's a lot of economics behind paying for parking, and there's a lot of theorists out there that suggest that there's no such thing as free parking. So while a few workers may benefit from those free dedicated on-street parking all day, the broader taxpayers pay for it through the maintenance required to have those vehicles come through the downtown. So I don't want to confuse Councillor Mason's words that we're essentially removing free all-day parking and moving it into a residential area. That's not actually the case. What is happening is, as we're looking at capital projects on certain residential streets surrounding the hospital, we are converting some of them to 1.5-sided parking, whereas before they could have been one side, no restrictions, one side, no stopping, no parking. So that's one piece of it. The other component is that in some of these areas, we're looking to expand and add commuter parking streets. So it will still be a significant reduced rate to off-street parking, but those wishing to have those spaces will pay a very small price for a dedicated parking space on a residential street that is adjacent to the hospital. And really it is, the broad objective is in an attempt to encourage those who can to use alternate modes of transit or to consider not bringing their vehicle into the downtown core. So while we're certainly the main scope of this project, or the main intent, was to replace all existing metered parking, we did take advantage in areas where we felt that there were historical complaints about inability to access facilities, namely around the common. And so that's the approach that we took with this project.
All right, so that helps, and thank you. So help me understand just a little bit, when you talk about different parking that would be available at less expensive than, you know, going to an indoor lot, going to a meter every hour to pump it, or every couple hours. Is this what you're referring to? Is this the permit parking then? They would have permits to park and they would pay something for a couple of months that would be cheaper than what you would pay a day? Is that what you're suggesting? The suburban guy doesn't have all these issues. Yeah.
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, that's correct. So as of right now, we have several streets that are available to any resident, not just hospital workers, where they can purchase a monthly commuter permit or a monthly permit. When the project launches and in the months to follow, we'll be adding additional commuter parking streets where residents can purchase and manage a monthly permit. All of it will be managed online, so they won't have to go to a customer service center and line up to obtain that permit, which was some of the feedback we received before from hospital workers, that their shift didn't accommodate them going to get the permit. So all of those pieces will be addressed through the new technology. And then as the months progress, we'll add additional streets as required or as needed based on capacity and utilization. But right now, due to COVID, several lots in the downtown area and adjacent to the hospital are not at capacity and won't be for some time, and they're offering reduced rates as a result. So there's ample parking right now across.
Yeah, and that could shift, but okay. And
Councillor, I'll have to cut you there. If you want to come back, I'll let you come back.
All right, thanks. Thank you, Victoria.
Councillor Stretch.
Thank you, Your Worship, and thank you, Victoria, for the information. You know, I don't have one parking meter in my whole district, and I don't usually get complaints about parking issues in the downtown, but I can tell you that I have on this one. And no different than a lot of my colleagues have brought forward, most of them are coming from hospital workers, whether that be maintenance workers at the hospital, whether it be nurses, doctors, etc. A lot of them do live in my district. And there has been quite a bit of concern about exactly what it is we're speaking of today. One young fellow mentioned to me, you know, that we're talking about, you know, excess of $4 an hour. Is that, through you, Your Worship, Victoria, is that accurate, what he's saying to me? That $4 an hour is what they're paying by the infirmary, for example?
Mr. Mayor, through you to the councillor, no. So it's $2 an hour for the first 2 hours, and then in hours 3 and 4, it's $6 an hour. So the important distinction is that previously at any parking meter, the maximum time you were able to park was 2 hours. So, and even around in some of these areas, not all of them, but in some of them, there were 2-hour timed restrictions. So while some people were benefiting from parking all day, it might not have been legal. So they might have been topping up the meter or moving their vehicle one space or two. So really what we've done with the introduction of zones and the new rates is to give people the option. So we had lots of people that were attending the hospital for treatment that said that 2 hours just adjusted it to 4. But that third and fourth hour is at a higher premium to have residents consider parking off street as an alternative.
Okay. Well, look, that's my misinterpretation, because what he did say to me was 4 hours was $16. So I extrapolated from that, but it wasn't a linear type of discussion. So I understand $2 an hour and then up to $6 an hour, which on the third hour is pretty steep. At the same time, I understand what you're saying, wanting to get people in and out of there that are patients and not necessarily have the workers parking there. So I think we have to work, as my colleagues have indicated, with the health authority and for them to get their message out to their workers where they should be parking. If they're parking in the wrong spot and taking places that really should be for patients, then somebody should tell them that. And maybe indirectly that is what you're saying by virtue of what we're talking about here. But either way, I just wanted to let you know that that I too was getting those complaints. Thank you, Your Worship.
Thank you, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I like and have liked, as we've gone through this in first reading and consultation, what we're doing here for parking. I think the technology is fantastic. It's providing people with flexibility and ease of payment. They don't have to run out and feed a meter. They can do it from their phone. All parking is paid for. It's just a matter of who's paying for it. You can either have everyone subsidize parking for a few people, or you can have the users pay some of the cost towards it. No doubt that we're still subsidizing it, because that's the kind of car culture we have. If we want to meet our mode shift goals, remember, we're going in the wrong direction. Mode shift is going up in terms of the number of drivers, 77% as of a few years ago. Who knows what it is now until we get the next census data. We want it to go down to 70%, and we want more people walking, more people cycling, more people taking transit. If you make people have a choice about, do I park for a fee or do I take some alternative mode, provided they can work around the shifts that do that, that is what we want people to be thinking about. Also, too, it's an employer's responsibility to think about how their employees park. When I drive up to Mount St. Vincent University, I don't get free parking. All faculty and staff have to pay for parking if they want a parking spot on campus. Students have to pay for a parking spot on campus. That's the same at Dallas, same at St. Mary's, same everywhere. Very few employers would have access to a lot of free parking. And so, you know, I'm happy if the NSHA or the provincial government want to come to us and say, hey, let's work something out in various forms. That's great. But remember, we're all paying for the parking. It's just a matter of, do the users pay a little bit towards it as well, or do we just subsidize it? So I think this is great. And I think the flexibility of the technology is fantastic. And thank you, Victoria. Thank you to all of our staff working on this. And it's nice to see those parking stations going up. And I can't wait to actually use one when they're operational. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, colleagues, I think that's everybody. We're ready for the question, colleagues?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
Victoria, can we put the old parking meters in Steve Stretch's area? And I'm in favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outhit,
Yes, except for around the hospital.
and Mr. Mayor.
For the motion, so that motion carries. Now, just a couple of things before we take a little break, colleagues. Don't leave me yet. So Phoebe, I saw your note that Teams is not broadcasting right now. Is that still the case?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor. Teams is having some difficulties, perhaps with the clouds and the cloud not cooperating. We seem to be broadcasting audio only, but video is not working at the moment. So April and myself are working closely with the team at IT and trying to determine what we can do. But for now, we are broadcasting audio only.
Okay. And so when we go to a break, if people can't see the screen, will they have a way of knowing that we're on a break?
The screen at the moment is just going to say the meeting. What was it? There's a note that anybody going to visit the website will just say that the meeting will continue in a moment, I believe, and we will be doing our best. So there won't be an actual break screen up on the web, but it will just say that the meeting will continue in a moment.
Okay. Number two, Jacques, I don't know if you have an update on the weather or anything that you want to say at this point, or do you want to look after the break?
Hi, Mr. Mayor. I just sent an email to all the council, basically the next EOC update. So if you look at your emails, you'll get all the most recent information that I have that just came out of the EOC a few minutes ago, about 2 minutes ago.
Okay.
So the weather, I mean, yeah, at the end of the day, the weather and the winds are higher than we expected. The waves are higher than we expected. So it's very unpredictable at this point.
Okay, I see maximum winds of 165 now, huh?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
and cause problems with the tide later tonight, obviously, and down the eastern shore and any infrastructure along the waterfronts. You know, we are hoping to be able to close the waterfronts. We're consulting with waterfront development and already landing, etc. But any service level reductions will be communicated right around 4 o'clock.
See, all flights are canceled, no trains are running. Okay. Just to note, colleagues, that when we come back, I've asked Jacques to have a look at those items that absolutely have to be done today. And some of those are in camera. So what I'm proposing at this point is when we come back from our break, we cover off as much as we can before 5 o'clock. We do the public hearings at 6, and I would suggest we go into camera directly following the public hearings to make sure that we cover off those items. Any items that we can't cover today that are less time critical, we will move to next Tuesday's agenda with next Wednesday as a backup. Everybody okay with that? That's the work that we're planning to do. So we're going to take a break at this point, and we're going to come back at 3:45. It's 3:25. We'll come back at 3:45. Everybody okay? 3:45. Okay. 3:45. Colleagues, try to be on time. Thank you.
Thank you.
maybe we can restart, like resend a whole new meeting invitation. So basically end this meeting and send it out. But April said that can take, oh, someone got the meeting breaks signed to work.
Your
Oh,
mic is live.
Sorry, what was that? Can you repeat? I was away.
Just their mic was live, that's all.
I thought they were telling us to do something. Thanks.
You know. How are we doing, folks?
I'm doing okay. I don't know about everybody else. I'm doing fine. Thank you. And you?
So far, so good.
We're ready to get through the next 4 second readings quickly.
Just let you know the power's gone out in Sober Island and East, what do you call it, Sheet Harbor Passage area. So it's starting down there already.
Is that even if they had power, David?
What was that?
I said, when did they get power? I didn't know they had it, David.
Probably at the same time they get the internet.
Can we, how are we doing, folks, in terms of councillors, Phoebe or April?
April is just doing a count right now. I believe we may still be missing Councillor Mancini and our solicitor.
I'm here.
Oh,
Mr. Mayor, am I on the list to read the next 2 second reading motions? I know I had sent it in.
Yes, you are. You got the next.
Okay.
You get the next 3.
3?
Yeah.
Oh.
Respecting streets?
Okay, are we good to go?
That's kind of transportation.
Mr. Mayor, we'll send you live.
Okay. Don't touch your face.
And it was working on the break, and now I am having problems with it again. So we may need to continue just with audio only.
Is that Phoebe's little one I hear?
It very well could be.
So, do I get the box around my head to know that I'm on, or am I on now, Phoebe?
Mr. Mayor, you are on now, but just audio.
Okay. Okay, colleagues, we're back. So, at the break, we spoke with staff to see what items need to be dealt with today, and other ones we can move if necessary. So, the ones that have been identified are 1113, which we've just done, 1114, 1115, 1116, 7, 8, 10, possibly 14 and 18, and the in-camera items. So is everybody okay if we sort of take them in that order and then come back and fill in the space? We'll get to everything either this week or next week, but those are the ones that are time sensitive. So my plan again is, and I see Jacques coming on the screen, that our plan is that we'll go till 5 o'clock. And then after the public hearings, we will go in camera and deal with the in-camera items. And then we will either adjourn for the night or come back, depending on where we are. Is everybody okay with that? Let me just see thumbs up or thumbs down. Okay. It's nice to see thumbs and not fingers for a change. Great. So we did 11.1.3. We're going to go to 11.1.4, which is second reading, proposed bylaw respecting grade alteration stormwater management.
Mr. Mayor, I think Jacques had put something in the chat for you to read to our public.
Okay, thank you for that, Councillor. Just want to let folks know that we are shutting transit down at 7 p.m. tonight and tentatively resuming transit at noon tomorrow for obvious reasons. And we have already shut down ferry service. So we're going to be into the middle of it for a while. This is a slow-moving storm. Thank you, Jacques, for that.
And Mayor Savage, could the person typing please hit mute?
Okay. Thank you. Yeah, it's probably harder to hear on a phone, I expect, so let's just make sure that we're as audible as possible. 11.1.4 is second reading, grade alteration, stormwater management, land development, swimming pools. I'll let Councillor Nicol take us on and read that one. Councillor Nicol. I think you're on mute, Councillor Nicol. Can't hear you.
Acting up. Thank you for that. The Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt bylaw G200 respecting grade alteration and stormwater management associated with land development has set out in attachment A of the staff report dated July 10th, 2020. The purpose of which is to set out grade alteration standards for the municipality and to replace the following bylaws. A, former Town of Bedford bylaw 23-290 respecting the movement of topsoil, the movement of earth, and the alteration of the grade of land. B, Halifax County Municipality bylaw 40 respecting regulations and controls of the removal and movement of topsoil and earth and the alteration of grade of the land. And C, Halifax County Municipality bylaw 41 respecting gravel pits and excavations. 2, adopt Administrative Order 2020-010 OP respecting stormwater management standards for development activities has set out in attachment B of the staff report dated July 10, 2023. Adopt bylaw L402 respecting lot grading, the purpose of which is to amend bylaw L400 has set out in attachment D of the staff report dated July 10, 2020. 4, adopt bylaw S701 respecting swimming pools, the purpose of which is to amend bylaw S700 as set out in attachment F of the staff report dated July 10, 2020. And 5, adopt amendments to Administrative Order 15 respecting license, permit, and processing fees. To add Table 26, the fees for bylaw G200 as set out in attachment G of the staff report dated July 10, 2020.
Second.
Second by the Deputy Mayor, Councillor Nicol.
Thank you, and I have nothing more to say than what I said at the first reading and moving it. So this is second reading, and hopefully it's good work. And I see Peter there and Ashley, so thank you for that. And let's get on with it. Thanks.
Thank you. Just want to make sure we haven't got nobody else on this. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
For the motion.
Councillor Austin,
In favor?
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
4.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
4.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell, Councillor Russell appears to be on mute.
Yep, forgive me, I just rejoined. Just want to confirm this is 11.1.4
That is correct, Councillor.
for the motion.
Thank you. Councillor Outthit
Voting yes.
and Mr. Mayor.
Voting yes, that motion passes. Colleagues, I think on the next one, there is a presentation, Phoebe, correct?
That is correct, Mr. Mayor.
And Hillary is with us. Hillary, is it Hillary Hayes who's doing the presentation?
That is correct.
Okay. Welcome, welcome back to council, ma'am.
Thank you.
We'll have you do the presentation, and then Councillor Nicol will put this on the floor. So the floor is yours. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Hillary Hayes. I'm the Supervisor of Licensing for Planning and Development. Today's presentation outlines the amendments to Bylaw T1000 and Administrative Order 15. On January 14th, 2020, a motion to prepare bylaw amendments relative to regulating transportation network companies and licensing brokers was requested. The amendments also include the new License Appeal Committee. Next slide, please. The presentation overview outlines the recommendations, the background, and the proposed amendments to Bylaw T1000 and Administrative Order 15. Next slide, please. Our recommendations are that Halifax Regional Council adopt Bylaw T1000, the purpose of which is to amend Bylaw T1004, the purpose of which is to amend Bylaw T1000, which is the HRM Taxi and Limousine Bylaw, which is set out in Attachment 2 of this report. Adopt amending Administrative Order, the purpose of which is to amend Administrative Order number 15, respecting license, permit, and processing fees as set out in Attachment 4 of the report, and direct the Chief Administrative Officer to establish a staff board pursuant to Section 6.2 of the Public Appoint Policy Staff Review, consisting of the Manager of Buildings and Compliance or Designate, Municipal Solicitor or Designate, the Deputy Municipal Clerk, and the CAO or Designate to review applications to the Taxi Appeal Committee and bring forward recommendations to Regional Council. Next slide, please. Just a little bit on the background. So previously, on January 14th, 2020, Regional Council had requested the preparations of amendments to Bylaw T1000 and the respective administrative orders to include the regulation of TNCs and brokers. On March 10th, 2020, Regional Council requested amendments to Bylaw T1000 that included revising the appeal process and creating an arm's length committee to adjudicate appeals. Next slide, please. Just to outline some of the amendments, we are putting forward that there will be a requirement to license brokers and independent brokers. A broker is someone who provides dispatching services. For an example, our larger brokers are Casino Taxi, Yellow Cab, Bob's Taxi, and Satellite Taxi that are currently operating in the municipality. And they provide dispatching services to their drivers. An independent broker is someone who is an independent owner and they are not affiliated with one of those large brokers. So the amendment will require independent owners, operators that are not currently affiliated with a broker. They will be required to become a licensed broker so that they can remain independent. And an annual fee of $300 will apply to both the broker and an independent broker. And reporting will be required quarterly by both brokers and independent brokers, which we currently do not have. Next slide, please. This is the tiered system of annual fees for transportation networking companies. We had brought back the change as required or requested by council, ranging from smaller TNC fleets to larger, from $2,000 up until $25,000 for an annual fee. Next slide, please. Just a few driver requirements we want to outline. As a TNC driver, as this is new, we have put in some requirements for them to join a TNC fleet. One of which is that they must hold a valid and current unrestricted driver's license issued by the province of Nova Scotia. They have to have a minimum of 3 years driving experience, and within 30 days of approval by the TNC to become a driver, they must have the original documents of a criminal record check, vulnerable sector check, and child abuse registry check. Next slide, please. And also, the TNC driver must provide the TNC with a Nova Scotia Registry of Motor Vehicles client use abstract for their driving record. So they have to provide a driver's abstract that states that they have a Class 4 license at the time and that they do have a clean driving record within 30 days of approval to become a TNC driver, and they're annually after. Next slide, please. TNCs have the right to refuse a driver in their fleet. Some reasons as to why they might refuse someone is that they have accumulated 10 or more demerit points on the driver's abstract. They have within the 5 preceding years been convicted or have active charges of one of the offenses under the Motor Vehicle Act set out in Schedule B, had their license suspended pursuant to the Motor Vehicle Act, or had their driver's license or owner's license, which is a taxi license, revoked or refused under this bylaw. Next slide, please. They shall also be refused as a TNC driver if they have had a driver's license or owner's license, again, this is a taxi license, suspended under this bylaw for engaging in behavior deemed by the licensing authority to be unsafe. If they have been removed from a transportation networking company's platform for engaging in behavior that was determined by the TNC to be unsafe, or if they were removed from another TNC's platform for engaging in behavior that was determined unsafe, and the TNC company considering a new person for their fleet has received notification from another company notifying them of the person's removal. Next slide, please. TNCs are required and must maintain and obtain SPF number 9, which is a transportation network for Nova Scotia automobile policy insurance. They are required to submit quarterly reports to the licensing authority. TNC drivers must display a TNC identification card at all times when offering transportation networking or services as a TNC driver. And all TNC vehicles must display a decal provided to the TNC driver by the TNC themselves. Next slide, please. We have listed a few penalties that have come forward in the amendments for individuals and companies. An individual would be a taxi driver, a taxi owner, a TNC driver, or a TNC vehicle owner, ranging from a first offense, second offense, third offense, from $100 to $400. And then for the companies, which are brokers, independent brokers, and TNCs, again, first, second, and third offense ranging from $500 to $1,200. Next slide, please. This slide refers to the appeals committee. So the licensing appeal committee will hear all appeals under bylaw T1000, which includes brokers, independent brokers, and transportation network companies, as well as taxis, accessible taxis, and limousines. The appeal will be heard by an appeal officer, and recruitment for appeal officers will occur in the fall of 2020, and applications will be presented to regional council in early November. Next slide, please. And finally, the recommendations are that council adopt bylaw T1000. They adopt the amending administrative order number 15, and they direct the CAO to appoint a taxi license appeal committee and bring forward the recommendations to regional council. Thank you, and I'm happy to take any questions that anyone may have.
Thank you, Ms. Hayes, very much. We will go to Councillor Nicol to put the motion on the floor, and Councillor Mancini has indicated that he wishes to second it. Councillor Nicol.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Halifax Regional Council 1 adopt bylaw T1004 respecting the regulation of taxis, accessible taxis and limousines. The purpose of which is to amend bylaw T1000, the Halifax Regional Municipality Taxi and Limousine bylaw, as set out in attachment 2 of the staff report dated July 10th, 2020. 2, adopt amendments to Administrative Order 15 respecting license, permit, and processing fees as set out in attachment 4 of the staff report dated July 10th, 2020. And 3, direct the Chief Administrative Officer to establish a staff board pursuant to Section 6.2 of the Public Appointment Policy Staff Review, consisting of the Manager of Buildings and Compliance or designate, the Municipal Solicitor or designate, the Deputy Municipal Clerk, and the Chief Administrative Officer or designate to review applications to the Taxi License Appeal Committee and bring forward recommendations to Regional Council.
Second by Mancini.
Thank you. And at this point, at the second reading, I really, just want to commend Hillary and her team. It's been an honor as the chair of the Transportation Standing Committee to work with such a great team to come up with this balanced approach that's before us here today. So thank you to everyone, and to Andrea McDonald and to Sally, who was on the file before. It's been a long time coming to council. The only question I guess I would have is I want you to refresh my memory with regards to people who would like to see cameras in the vehicles and that, like where is that right now?
Thank you, Councillor. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Councillor. Previously, staff had brought forward a report to Council outlining a requirement of cameras in vehicles for taxis, and that report did not pass. So it is not a requirement currently of drivers to have a camera in their vehicle. They are able to if they choose to, but it's not a requirement.
That's what I was thinking. And like any bylaw, that can be revisited at any time by any future council. So thank you again, Hillary. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Hillary, I also want to say thank you very much. When this first came to council, the concern was safety, right? We were having issues in the taxi industry, and we're all well aware of some of the cases that are taking place with some of our cab drivers, and then stating that we have some wonderful cab drivers that are residents of our community and work very hard and are very respectful, but it had been an issue. There were some court cases that just completed that we're well aware of. So when the TNC model came forward, that was the concern. And I think you've done a very good job, you and the team, making sure that we're doing everything possible so that any drivers or riders are safe. So thank you for that, Hillary. Fantastic. A couple questions I have, the same questions I had when we had first reading. Where are we, if you know, with the province with regard to the Class 5, allowing Class 5 for not only TNC, but all of our taxi drivers versus what is required now, Class 4? And where are we with the permission of the trip fee? Have you had any communication with the province on those?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the Councillor. At this time, we don't have any update. We stay in regular communication with the province, but nothing to update at this time unless the CAO has something different to report. But on our end, we have nothing right at this time.
And so for everybody listening, just be crystal clear on that. Those two pieces we're waiting for that response or approval from the province. So just finally, Mr. Mayor, on this, earlier we were talking about the new parking meters and being progressive, and most of us around this council, we want to reduce the number of cars that are downtown. We want more people to use transit, and we want more people to walk, we want more people to bike, and I buy into all of that. But I would add into that using TNC, whether it's Uber or Lyft or whatever company, or someone here starts up a company that works in the TNC model. That's what's wanted by our community. And I know there's some of my colleagues around the council chambers are not a fan of the TNC model, but the downtown business associations want it, the Halifax Partnership, the Chamber, the Restaurant Association, Discover Halifax, our thousands of students that go to our universities and colleges, our business community want this model. And it's time to add that to all the other great things that we're doing. we still have to do our due diligence and make sure our residents and our drivers are respected and kept safe. So I hope everyone in council today supports this, and I'm very excited to move on this. And hopefully we get through COVID and then we continue to grow our great municipality, and part of it will be having TNC as another alternative for transporting around the municipality. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, thank you very much, Hillary and the team.
Thank you, Councillor Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a couple of quick questions. Looking at page 4 of the report and the list of disqualifying offenses, the one that I didn't see there is stunting, and I'm wondering if that's just sort of implied that if you're charged and convicted of stunting that you no longer qualify to drive. Also, just following up on what is the mechanism for reporting if we come across a situation where we do have a driver who has applied to a TNC but has previously been blocked from being a cab driver in Halifax for whatever reason. Is this sort of a self-reporting? Is the driver expected to do that, or is there a sharing of information? I'm just wondering, how is that portion of it going to work? Thank you.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. On page 4, it does note racing as a disqualification, which could be noted as stunting, but we do have, I can't find the exact section, but we do have a list of all the disqualifications that from the Motor Vehicle Act itself that would not allow someone to be a TNC driver. And the reporting itself, the municipality, the licensing authority will be required to communicate back and forth with the TNC companies to notify them when someone has been removed from our platform as a taxi driver or a taxi owner, and vice versa with the TNC companies. They will have to notify us, to which we can communicate that information to the other companies.
Okay, so that relationship has already been established then and agreed to by both parties.
It's in the process, yes.
Okay, thank you.
No problem.
Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. As before with first reading, I mean, I'm fine with everything that's in here, but of course the one thing we don't have yet, and we don't have permission from the province yet, is the per trip fee. And I support what's here, but unfortunately without the per trip fee, we're not actually building a sustainable transportation solution for Halifax. And so I will vote against this like I did at first reading. But it's not because I'm against TNCs, I'm just against non-sustainable transportation solutions. And I'd be happy to implement this when we did have the per trip fee, but we don't. So anyway, just wanted to say that, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Smith.
Sorry, Mr. Mayor, I turned my camera off so my computer doesn't shut down on me. Really quickly, thanks again for the presentation. I want to follow up with one of the comments we heard from last meeting from the taxi brokers, and that was the requirements to become a taxi driver. So I'm wondering, and we all got the correspondence last time and I could read them, but there's 13 different requirements. So I'm just wondering, Hillary, if you have had the opportunity to kind of look at those requirements and see if they apply to TNC drivers, or if there's any future potential of looking at these requirements and trying to make them equal or close to equal to the TNC drivers.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. I have had time to take a look at the notes that were passed along from one of the brokers. We are taking a look at what is required as a driver in our municipality and seeing if we can make it easier for a driver to get training or those requirements through the broker or whatnot. But we're looking at different options that might be available to us. So we might be back with some changes in the near future.
Right. So just to make sure that that doesn't get lost in the shuffle of the many things that you guys have on the go in your way, would we need to put forward a motion, or would that just be captured in the minutes that you'll be looking at those requirements and coming back in the future? Like, what is the best way to make sure that doesn't get lost?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. Some of those changes might not actually require amendments. So I don't know that a report would be required. We can take a look at it and always get back to you to let you know what might be required and what wouldn't be.
Okay, yeah, that would work. That would work.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I like this. This is phenomenal. It captured all of the concerns that I had. Yes, we don't have a per trip fee yet. I'm okay with us not having a per trip fee yet, and I appreciate that you've structured this around the absence of one. Yes, when that comes on board, I expect to see, or I hope to see, an update to this. One of the requirements to become a TNC driver, and I'm looking at page 4 of the report for this, and I've had a look through the bylaw as well, is that you will have a minimum of 3 years driving experience, a criminal record check, vulnerable sector check, etc. Is there any requirement to renew those? If I'm a TNC driver for 15 years, do I have to, at any point, renew that I don't have a criminal record or anything like that? Or if something shows up and it doesn't get caught by anybody else, would I simply be able to remain as a driver?
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. We do have a requirement that the child abuse registry, the criminal record, and the vulnerable sector check results will come back annually. So they'll have to reapply or provide those annually to the company themselves.
Oh, okay, I didn't see that. And then the company would have to tell us if, and they would have to get rid of the driver, and they would have to let us know at that point?
So we would do it through audit checks just to make sure that they are keeping up with their requirements for their drivers. And if someone is unable to provide a clean criminal record or something has changed and they can't provide it any longer, then they should be removed from the platform until they can do so.
So that requires audit checks on our part. It's not a proactive thing. The company will tell us that they have a criminal driving.
Yes, so every year they have to reapply and give those into the TNC. The drivers will have to.
Okay.
So the TNC will be required to vet their drivers, but we will be doing random auditing just to ensure that the safety checks are there and that they're being completed.
I see. Okay, thank you. And as previously, I am absolutely in favor of a Class 4 license for a TNC driver. I hope that requirement sticks. Have a great day.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Stretch.
Thank you very much, Your Worship, and thank you, Hillary, for the presentation. Much like the previous councillor speaking, I as well had concerns when we first started talking about this relating to the Class 4. I'm glad to see that it's still in there. I believe it just adds a little greater accountability. And similarly, along with the per trip fee, it's not enough to be a game stopper for me today, so I will be supporting this going forward. But just for clarity and further to Councillor Russell's comments, can you just articulate, Hillary, the difference that a Class 4 offers for the public as it relates to maybe a Class 3 or a Class 5? And indeed, if that is a renewable, something that has to be reapplied for every so many years as well.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So a Class 4 license applies to someone who is a taxi driver. Ambulance drivers are also required to get it. It comes with a medical exam along with an additional written and driving exam. The medical is the biggest part of the Class 4. With a Class 5 license like yourselves or myself would have does not require the medical, and we only do one set of written and driving tests. I'm not sure the difference between a Class 1, but I do believe that they have a little bit more higher requirements. But yes, the difference between Class 4 and Class 5, the biggest one is additional testing and the medical requirement.
Well, that's wonderful, and that is very important. Although I must point out, I still keep my Class 1 license, so anytime you want the details, I'd be happy to let you know. Thank you, Your Worship, and I'll be supporting this.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Zarowski. Councilor Zarowski?
Mr. Mayor, thank you. My dogs are going crazy at the door. Just a couple of clarifications here, if I could. When you talk about transportation network companies, could you clarify what that means?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, a transportation networking company is like a ride sharing company such as Uber or Lyft.
Okay.
Yeah.
So these companies are headquartered in other places. They're not headquartered here in Halifax.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, that's correct. Most of those larger companies are headquartered in other regions.
So basically what would happen is that a substantial portion of the money would go winding up in the bank accounts of these companies, and they're multi-billion-dollar corporations. Do they pay taxes here?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, I can't speak to if they would pay taxes or not. My apologies.
Well, I guess I'm leading up to social justice here. We have cab drivers and cab companies that live in the area. They run their companies here, and they buy in our local grocery stores and pay their taxes here. And when we allow these other companies to come in, these large mega globalized concerns, they're quite disruptive, and a certain fraction of the money would have to go into their bank accounts, which I assume they wouldn't be paying taxes here. And in addition to that, the equity between a driver in a Lyft corporation or an Uber corporation would not be the same as it might be for a local cab company that lives here and works here. Am I safe in assuming that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councilor, you probably are safe in assuming that. I can't guarantee, but you're probably safe to assume.
So we're sort of it appears to me that we're sort of on a rabbit hole down to the lowest common denominator in a social justice way and in a pay equity way that would disrupt companies that are existing right now in HRM, doing a good business, paying their taxes here in HRM, contributing to our coffers. And last time I checked, we did need as much as we could put into our coffers because of COVID. I just wanted to be clear on that I wasn't misreading things.
I'm going to jump in there through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So absolutely agreed. Now, I think that what you're seeing, the social pressures that are being created by legislation elsewhere, like California, this is where you're really going to see the social justice angle sort of alter the course of Uber. As I think you saw recently, they did put out that sustainability statement, and it is, there's a level of, I think, attempting good corporate stewardship as well as, some sort of level of greening. And I think that the social justice stuff will follow in terms of workers' bills of rights and stuff like that. But I do think that the innovations on that social justice angle are going to come from the heartland of rideshare companies, which of course is Mountain Valley, San Francisco, Mountain View, just Silicon Valley. And I think that's what we really need to watch in terms of both the way that we react to Uber coming into our ecosystem, but also in the way that we are able to handle those social justice issues as they emerge and as we become aware of them. But I do think that that is something that, because it is a disruptive innovation, as you said, it's being caught up to now. And I think that you are going to see some major changes in the next 5 years in the way that things like corporate income taxes and various other things are handled, both in the United States and Canada, to make sure that it's not a free ride for rideshare. And I think that's the way to put it.
Thank you, Connor. I forgive me if I'm less than optimistic when our bylaws and laws and taxes hinge on what goes south of the border. I do not have a whole lot of faith in what's happening in the United States these days and with the large companies. So I do appreciate the answer, and I do appreciate that we will work hard to maintaining equity, but and especially the social justice aspect, and that much of our push to maintain self-sufficiency is undermined by these large companies. So thank you for the explanations and the clarification. I do appreciate it. I really don't think I'll be supporting this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Adams.
Thank you, Your Worship. And a question to Hillary, just to go back to the vulnerable sector check, the criminal record check, and there was one other, a child abuse registry. Is that the third? Okay. And so they have to do one on an annual basis. And what about a taxi driver in the city? What is their, they do the same thing? They have to present the same things to our taxi office, is that right?
So through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, currently our taxi drivers renew every 2 years, and our taxi owners renew annually. So drivers are required to pass in a criminal record, vulnerable sector, and child abuse registry check. And those who are owners as well, every year have to reapply with a child abuse registry check. So every 2 years.
Okay, so the drivers have to present it to the licensing office, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, and so if a driver does something that warrants the loss of their license, suspension, or whatever, how do we find out? So they renew, they submit everything June 1st. They have a criminal charge or an offense or accusation on the 10th of June. How does our office find out about that charge?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, some are self-identified and others come through Halifax Regional Police if it is a charge. They are very good at communicating with us if something does come up.
Okay, so if an Uber driver is charged with something, then the police they don't notify anyone, do they? They don't notify the TNC.
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, it could be a possibility. It's something that we could work out with Halifax Regional Police and the relationships going forward with the TNC companies that are signing agreements with us to license and operate in our region.
But how would police, the regional police, know that this individual is an Uber driver?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, we do have a request from our TNCs to allow for our regional police to have a portal to work directly with them. Still working out those details, but it might be a possibility that they directly could notify the TNCs if something has come up with a driver on their platform, unless it was done within a vehicle at the time and they were operating as a TNC. I'm not entirely sure as to how they would notify them unless the person identified themselves as a taxi, or sorry, I apologize, as a TNC driver. But otherwise, if it was during that time, they would notify the TNC company directly or ourselves, and we could notify them.
But there's no mechanism in place to have that the TNC company notified immediately, or work with the police like that. And I'm a little concerned too about a random audit to determine whether or not these individuals have been charged. How often are these audits done?
Through Mr. Mayor to the councillor, as TNCs aren't able to operate in our region right now, this is all brand new to our team. We're not sure what the anticipation is of the auditing. It could be daily, weekly, monthly. We're not sure. It depends on the volume that we do receive, and we have our staff ready to look at those documents and look them over just to ensure that everything is correct. But I can't guarantee on the amount of times or the number of checks that will be done as they are not here currently.
Just to jump in there through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, the two things with the audits are, they're going to be done at a frequency such that they are acting as a safety valve for the reports that we are anticipating coming directly out of the TNCs. And that portal, which we can send you some information about, which is the one that Uber currently uses with law enforcement agencies elsewhere, is a direct connect in terms of information sharing. But definitely understood that we're going to be very careful at doing the cues, like the quality control and quality assurance around all that stuff, to make sure all that data matches up. And we're very well aware of where people sit in terms of criminal record checks in drivers of rideshare.
Okay, but that still didn't answer anything. If you have a driver who has been charged And Uber's not here yet, so we really don't have a process in place. And we've got trying to use a portal with the regional police and the supplier, but there could be a lag, and I don't know how long that lag could be. And I don't think anyone does, but it could be a week, a month, or whatever. I guess it would be picked up in the audit, as random as it may be, but it could be there's a lag there that could be dangerous. So that's all I'm suggesting. But thanks for the answer.
Thank you, Councillor Russell.
Thank you very much. I would like to address some of the points that Councillor Zarowski made. Am I able to set up a TNC? If I had the right requirements, the right app, and a couple of friends who wanted to be drivers, could I set up a TNC located here and just have a few cars?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, that is correct. You would be able to set up your own TNC. The requirements are listed in our bylaw amendments under on page 22 and 23.
Okay, and for that, I would.
Councillor Russell, can I just halt for a sec? I want to know where we are in terms of people's ability to follow us. I'm seeing a note from Phoebe that there's difficulty with the audio now that's going out. Could councillors and staff turn off their video? And now I see the screen has Halifax Regional Council. Phoebe, where are we on this right now?
That's right, Mr. Mayor. We just kind of drafted up a little PowerPoint slide just to be a placeholder, because otherwise it was just showing that the meeting would continue in a moment. We have heard some folks letting us know that the audio is working, but it's sort of intermittent. It's sometimes starting and stopping a little bit. So considering the video is not sending at all, perhaps if councillors and staff could turn off their cameras, perhaps that would make Teams work a little bit better for us, just on the audio side of it.
Okay, we all hear that, but I have to leave my camera on, I think, Phoebe?
Yes, please. Yeah, if Mr. Mayor, leave your camera on, and everyone else can turn theirs off, please, and thank you.
So, colleagues, that's where we are, just so you know. So it's 4:30. We're going to go till 5, take a break. We're going to get the public hearing started at 6, go in camera. But after that, I think it's unlikely that we're going to be, it's not going to get any better, I don't believe. So,
Mike, just while you're doing a little housekeeping here, I'm getting questions from residents and from hospitals and whatnot. We haven't put out a PSA yet, but they're hearing about the transit cutting down, being shut down at 7. Do we know where the PSA, and has this been confirmed? Because people are wondering about transit 2.5 hours from now. Thanks.
Jacques, can you speak to that?
Yes, there will be a PSA out momentarily, but definitely transit is shutting down 7 o'clock.
Thank you, Councillor Outhitt. Councillor Russell, I think you had the floor.
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to reiterate effectively that just because a company is a TNC, and the two biggest ones being Uber and Lyft, and they are indeed headquartered somewhere else, there are local benefits, and there is the ability for companies to start up locally. You put together an app on your iPhone or your Android phone. I forgot what the other one was for a second. There is the licensing fee. There are the local charges that, the local pay that the drivers would get. So there are local benefits. It's not that 100% of the money goes somewhere else. It's that a lot of it stays locally, especially if there are startup companies. And this is part of the reason that we have the scaled annual fee for the transportation network companies, is that some of them can start with 1 to 10 vehicles and pay $1,000 a year to HRM. So I just wanted to make sure that that point was clear. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor Zarowski.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I just want some clarification to continue on this. If we turn this second reading down, what happens? And if we approve this, what happens?
John, do you want to take that?
Sure, Mayor.
Or Hillary, maybe?
If this passes second reading, then TNCs will be able to proceed in accordance with the new bylaw. And if council chooses not to go forward, then subject to what other direction they might provide to staff, the issue of TNCs will be shelved for now.
Okay, thank you for that. And I guess I did want to respond to Councillor Russell, with all due respect. If I were to develop an app as a word processor and go up against Microsoft Word, I think it would be safe to assume that I wouldn't get a whole lot of traction on it. And I would think that the dominant players of Lyft and Uber would certainly overwhelm any local app. So that's my concern, is the disruption to I have a sizable number of taxi drivers within District 12 who are very concerned about the disruption and the probable immediate decline in their revenues and in their source of income. So nothing much has changed my mind in this. So hopefully there are some very good app makers out there who will be able to take advantage of this, but I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I don't see anybody else wanting to speak.
Question?
Just before we go to the question, so Phoebe, can we can't see each other either right now. Is there a way that we can see each other at least speaking?
Yeah, Mr. Mayor, we could take down the PowerPoint slide. It's the only effect that would have in terms of the broadcast would be that folks who are tuning in to the website just wouldn't be able to see. It would just say that the meeting would continue in a minute, which is the default message that Microsoft Teams puts up.
I see. So we can't
put do that.
Pardon me?
But we could do that if that's your wish. We could take down the slide.
Well, so we can't have a slide for people who are watching from outside but see each other inside. It's all or nothing, is it?
That is my understanding.
All right. Well, let's leave the slide there. Let's leave the slide there. Ready? Question, colleagues?
Yep.
Question.
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
For the motion.
Councillor Austin.
In favor?
Councillor Mancini.
For the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith. Councillor Smith. I will.
Against? Sorry.
Oh, thank you. Councillor Cleary.
No.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
Against.
Councillor Zarowski.
Against the motion.
Councillor Whitman.
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor.
Councillor Outthit.
Voting yes.
Mr. Mayor.
In favor? Phoebe, you got to count?
Yes, my apologies. That motion carries with 13 in favor, 4 against.
Thank you. Colleagues, we'll move then to 11.1.6. This is second reading, proposed bylaw S311, an amendment respecting streets. I have Councillor Nicol as a mover on that. Councillor Nicol, are you okay to move that?
I am. I'll just read the motion. That Halifax Regional Council adopt bylaw S311 respecting streets as set out in attachment B of the staff report dated June 9th, 2020, the purpose of which is to amend bylaw S300 respecting streets to 1, broaden the engineer's power to grant annual permits, and 2, remove gender-specific language.
Second, Councillor Karsten.
Seconded by Councillor Karsten. Councillor Nicol, anything on it?
No, other than to say that isn't it, we are proclaiming that it's Engineers Week or something. It's fitting that we do it and acknowledge the fact that there are more than male engineers in the profession. Thank you.
Exactly, thank you. Anybody else on this? Ready for the question?
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
In favor.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason, Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For?
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Voting yes.
Mr. Mayor,
Voting yes on the motion, that motion carries. We'll move to 11.1.7, second reading proposed bylaw S449, respecting charges for streets, provincial aid to municipality. Councillor Hensby.
Thank you, sir. I read that the Halifax Regional Council, one, suspend the rules of procedure under Schedule 7 of the Transportation Standing Committee Terms of Reference under Administrative Order 1, the Procedures of Council Administrative Order, and 2, adopt bylaw S449, respecting charges of street improvements, further amending bylaw S400, the street improvement bylaw, as set out in attachment A of the staff report dated August 11, 2020.
Second.
Second, Councillor Mason.
Councillor Mason, Councillor Hensby, anything on it?
This is a great day for the rural streets to get treated equally as urban streets, where the residents will have to pay 1/3 of the paving costs instead of half. I'd like to thank the province and still contributing their 50%, and greatly appreciate the municipality now putting up 1/6 of the cost. They'll be greatly taken advantage of in the next few years ahead, as long as they got money in the budget for paving.
Thank you. Seeing no other questions, I will ask for the question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol,
For the motion.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
For the motion.
Councillor Mason,
For the motion.
Councillor Smith,
For?
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
Or.
Councillor Adams,
For.
Councillor Zarowski,
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman,
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outfit,
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage.
For the motion, that motion carries. Thank you. We'll go to 11.18, proposed amendments to administrative order respecting establishment and use of community area rates and HRM. We'll go back to Councillor Hensby.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That Halifax Regional Council adopt the amendments of Administrative Order 2019-005 ADM, the Community Area Rates Administrative Order, is set on attachment to the staff report dated July 20th, 2020.
Second.
Councillor Carson.
Councillor Karsten, second. Councillor Hensby, on that?
Just one question to our legal staff. Is this just a one-time allowance for this particular fiscal year, or can they do this on an annual basis if they want to give up to a grant of no more than $5,000 to community-based organizations for community endeavors? Just want to clarify, because how I read this might have been a one-time only exemption based on the current fiscal year, but I want to know, can we just perhaps take out the fiscal year reference and make that allowance ability available to them on an annual basis?
Who has that?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, it's Renee Towns, Manager of Revenue and Treasurer. The AO is currently worded to be limited to the fiscal year for 2020-21. Let me see. If I could ask legal, would the motion, it's a procedural question, would we have to change the motion to remove that, or?
Sorry, Mr. Mayor. So this is a motion for a change for 1 year. I think the appropriate response would be to defeat it and ask staff to return with a report setting out the implications with respect to adopting this, for the future all the way through.
Mr. Mayor, that would further defer and delay the process what the Muscatauga Harbor Chamber of Commerce are trying to do with assisting through the COVID situation in their community. I'd like to have this move forward as is, but perhaps come back with a future amendment that gets rid of the yearly or the 1 year restriction, because we don't know how long this pandemic may be. Maybe again next year. We're not sure, but I think that circumstances such as this, we have learned that perhaps we need some flexibility in our legislation. When we want to talk about reducing red tape, well, perhaps the deletion of for the 2021 fiscal year, I think that's all it needs is a simple stroke of the pen to wipe out a reference to the fiscal year and leave it open.
Okay, but you're saying go ahead with it, Councillor Hensby, though?
Go ahead with it as it is now, so we can get the money released, so they can legitimately do what they were trying to do several months ago, since March.
Thank you. Councillor Cleary.
Mr. Mayor, if I may.
John?
Ms. Fraser has pointed out to me there is an alternative motion. If council wished to do this on a go-forward basis, it could defeat the motion and move the alternative, which is in the staff report.
Councillor Hensby? Perhaps I'll come back if you wish to speak again, Councillor Cleary.
Thank you, Your Worship. So just to Councillor Hensby's last point, and the staff report was quite clear. I mean, this is for a COVID response. So this is an administrative order. It's fairly easy to change if we want to. We can revisit this next fiscal year. But I wouldn't want to have other organizations giving out HRM grants on behalf of HRM, because there isn't the same kind of transparency and accountability. Unless it's absolutely necessary. I do have a question for staff though. So as I recall, just recently we were adopting a new reporting policy for grants. So would any grants given under this particular administrative order, would they be reported along with the other grants that the Halifax Regional Municipality is giving out?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, it's Renee Towns. Yes, this wouldn't impact the reporting. It's just a mechanism to allow the deployment of funds to a registered charity for the Societies Act.
Okay, thank you.
All right, anybody else? Ready for the question?
Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
For the motion.
Councillor Nickel?
For the motion.
Councillor Austin?
In favor.
Councillor Mancini?
For the motion.
Councillor Mason?
For the motion.
Councillor Smith?
For.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
For.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Zarowski?
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
In favor.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell?
In favor.
Councillor Outthit?
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage?
Voting yes, so that motion carries. Thank you, Councillor Hensby. Colleagues, as indicated earlier, we're doing the items that are really time sensitive, so we're going to jump 11.1.9 and go to 11.1.10, and then 11.1.14 and 11.1.18 and in camera, and then we'll see where we are. We're where Teddy is. So we're going to move to 11.110, which is proposed amendments to administrative order tax relief to not-for-profit organizations. Who wants that one?
Russell Walker.
Councillor Walker, are you there?
Yes, I am.
Take it away, sir.
Halifax Regional Council 1, suspend the rules procedures under Administrative Order 1, the procedure of Council Administrative 1, under Schedule 2, the Audit and Finance Standing Committee, terms of reference. 2, approve renewal of the tax relief for 763 properties as listed in Schedule 28 and 30 as itemized in the information report, tax relief for nonprofit organization program, fiscal year 2020-21. Part 2, proposed renewal dated July 31st, 2020, effective April 1st, 2020, unless stated otherwise, for an estimated cost of $4,295,800 from the operation account M311-8006. 3, approve the increase in the level of relief for 2 properties in the estimated increment cost of $4,600 from operation account M3118-8006. Approved additional 46 properties to Administrative Order 2014-001-ADM tax relief to nonprofit organizations, Administrative Order, as detailed in the discussion section of the staff report dated July 31st, 2020, for an estimated combined cost of $96,700 from operating account M311-8006. Approve a grant equivalent to the award previously received under the tax relief program for 3 properties for an estimated combined cost of $30,100 from operating account M311-8006, and adopt the amendments to Administrative Order 2014-001 ADM tax relief for nonprofit organizations. Administrative Order is set in Attachment 2 of the staff report dated 5/31st, 2020, including adopting attachments A through E, attachment in 1 of the staff report dated July 31st, 2020, to repeal and replace Schedules 26, 27, 28, 29, and 30, Administrative Order, and 2, temporarily suspend the prorated deductions for late renewals for the fiscal year 2020-21 due to COVID-19. I so move.
Seconded, Councillor Russell.
Seconded by Councillor Russell. Councillor Walker, anything to it?
No, very straightforward.
Thank you. Councillor Mancini.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I have a very quick question for staff. Who's here for staff?
Go on, go right on.
PJ Temple is here.
Hi, PJ. Good afternoon. Just a very quick question. I just want to confirm this. I believe I know the answer, but I see the Dartmouth North Community Family Center. You're suggesting they no longer receive the tax break, and is that just simply because they've now moved into? They've left that one building they were in, and now they've gone into the Dartmouth North Community Food Center, which is now the North Grove. Is that the rationale? I just want to make sure.
Through you, Mayor Savage, 2 points. 1, tax relief is non-transferable. So even if you were in the program, you have to apply to add another property. Right. We have to remove them. And subsequently, they've moved to what we would consider a commercial market lease, and right. They don't occupy the entire premises. So we can't attribute the bill entirely to that one tenant.
Yep, and that's fine. Just wanted to make sure, PJ. Thank you very much. Appreciate your work on this. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Austin.
Hey, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a quick question, and maybe it's my memory playing tricks on me. do we still have work outstanding about taking a look at lease properties?
Through you, Mayor Savage, your memory is correct. We have been tasked with looking at the possibility of a program for registered charities leasing market properties, and particularly those providing social services. That's been put in a little bit of a delay given COVID-19, so we've prioritized these two reports because we want to give some confirmation to many of those groups who are awaiting this decision. Then we'll move to redesign, and I would anticipate the market leasing for charities would come later in the year.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Adams? Sorry, Councillor, Adams?
All right.
How you doing?
Good.
You all battened it down or whatever?
No, we're still.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you for that, John. Councillor Adams? Is Councillor Adams with us? Councillor Adams?
There, that's better. Yeah, I got you. Okay, sorry about that. The last time we dealt with these, with the tax relief, I raised the issue with respect to some of the housing cooperatives and some of the ones in Spryfield that I had discussed with bylaw. They weren't, there was no one living in them, yet they were still getting a tax break. The issue here is give these properties tax breaks when there's actually someone living in the properties. So I don't think it's right that we give them that break. The second part, and more concerning, is within the last 2 months, a number of these homes were put up for sale, but not in a public manner. They were a number of individuals were given priority or given the ability to do this, to bid on them and buy them all. I don't know where that stands right now, but it should have been done in an open process, so that anyone who was interested could have had an opportunity to buy 10, 20, or 30 of them, or how many were for sale. So I'm a little concerned about what's happening with the properties that are not habited, and their methodology behind disposal. What I'll do is I'll speak to our staff regarding the disposal process. There's enough housing or co-op housing stock here that difficult to figure out which ones I'm talking about, but I do think this needs to be investigated. So I thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Phoebe, I have Councillor Adams on my screen.
You're lucky.
Yeah, the answer to a prayer, but is that a good thing or?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, it appears to be working again.
Okay, but I'm not getting everybody. I'm only getting Councillor Adams and Councillor Fisher. Okay, there we get a few more.
You're welcome.
Okay. All right. Ready for the question, colleagues?
I'll turn our cameras on.
Question.
Councillor Stretch,
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby,
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten,
For the motion.
Councillor Nickel,
For the motion.
Councillor Austin,
In favor.
Councillor Mancini,
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason,
In favor.
Councillor Smith,
In favor.
Councillor Cleary,
Yes.
Councillor Walker,
For.
Councillor Adams,
Against.
Councillor Zarowski, Councillor Zarowski. For the motion, thank you. Councillor Whitman,
In favor?
Deputy Mayor Blackburn,
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell,
In favor?
Councillor Outthit,
In favor, thank you.
and Mr. Mayor.
In favor, so that motion passes. Thank you, colleagues. I think Jacques, 11.114 is not as urgent as 11.118, I believe. So We'll go to 11-1-18, and then a couple of councillors have asked that we deal with 11-1-17. So we're going to try to deal, Jock, 11-1-18, correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, yes.
So colleagues, if you're okay, before we break, we'll do 11-1-18 and hopefully 11-1-17, and then we'll calibrate, okay? So we're going to go to 11-1-18. This is increase to contract, Englobe and Crandall Engineering, Burnside Phase 13. And
It's supposed to be Mr. Mayor, so that's myself. That's I, Mancini.
That's awesome. Go ahead, sir.
Put the following motion on the floor and have just a quick clarifying question for staff on this one. That Halifax Regional Council approve an increase to the contract with Englobe Crandall Engineering Limited PO 20708100368 in the amount of $191,376, no HST included, 100% recoverable, with funding from project CQ 000008, Burnside and City Lakes Development, as outlined in the financial implications section of the staff report dated September 3rd, 2020. So moved.
Second, Councillor Karsten.
Second.
Mancini. Thank you, Councillor Carson. Very quickly, Ann, I see you on the, look, I'm fully supportive of this, colleagues. I just want people to understand what's being asked here. Very often you'll see come to council where we're asking for an increase in a project. But to be clear on this particular, this is an increase of dollars for the design. And by doing this, we're saving millions on the project. And Ann, could you just explain that to everybody? So I want to make sure all my colleagues and everyone watching at home understands what we're talking about here. We're just not asking for a few extra dollars yet again for another project. We're actually talking about saving millions of dollars here. Ann?
That's right. Thank you, Councillor. Ann Sherwood with Project Planning and Design Services. Mr. Mayor, through you back to the councillor. That is correct. We're looking for an increase in design fees here as a matter of value engineering, if people are familiar with that term. So what we're doing here is we're upgrading our concept design for Burnside Phase 13, and in so doing, we're changing the amount of infrastructure we need to build, reducing it, and in so doing, we're lowering the amount of capital construction costs we're going to have, and then ongoing maintenance that's also associated with it. So a small increase now will result in significant savings for construction and then in the longer term.
Thank you, Ann. And Mr. Mayor, I just want to make sure everybody's crystal clear on that, and I appreciate that. I ask my colleagues to support this. Thank you for the work, Ann.
Thank you, and thank Ms. Sherwood. Ready for the question, colleagues?
Question?
Councillor Stretch.
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby.
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten.
For the motion.
Councillor Nicol.
For the motion.
Councillor Austin.
In favor.
Councillor Mancini.
In favor of the motion.
Councillor Mason.
For the motion.
Councillor Smith.
For.
Councillor Cleary.
Yes.
Councillor Walker.
For.
Councillor Adams.
For.
Councillor Zarowski. Councillor Zarowski. I will come back to Councillor Zarowski. Councillor Whitman.
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn.
Voting yes on the motion.
Councillor Russell.
In favor?
Councillor Outhitt.
Yes.
Is Councillor Zarowski with us?
Thumbs up or thumbs down, Richard?
Not seeing Councillor Zarowski. Mayor Savage.
He's either frozen or he's miming. I can't tell from my screen, but I'm in favor, so the motion carries. Thank you. So colleagues, if you're okay, can we do 11-1-17? 11-1-17. I'll go, it's just, and that's Homes for Heroes Foundation, clustered tiny homes, surplus municipal land. Councillor Cleary, did you want to take that one?
Sure. It was. I just want to give credit where credit's due. Councillor Adams put this forward originally, but I guess because I want to add to it, and make an amendment. So the motion reads that Halifax Regional Council direct the Chief Administrative Officer to 1, consider developing planning policies to enable clustered tiny home developments through bylaw simplification program, regional plan review, and land lease community bylaw review, and 2, explore the 5 approaches outlined in the discussion section and acquisition of municipal land, subsection of the staff report dated August 26, 2020, regarding potential approaches to leveraging surplus municipal land for affordable housing.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Adams. Councillor Cleary?
So I support the motion, but when I was looking through the report, there were some alternatives. And so part 2 of the motion speaks to those alternatives, but I thought I would like to move faster if my colleagues agree. And so what I've done is I've put in the chat an amendment. So number 1 stays the same. Number 2 comes from the alternative section, and it is to amend Administrative Order 50, respecting disposal of surplus real property, AO 50, to establish a specific category for affordable housing. And then 3, and this is part of number 2 that was already there. So it's just kind of going back to the 5 approaches. Now there's only 4 left. So number 3 would be explore the other approaches, that is ad hoc, land trusts, land development agency, and a housing corporation, to leveraging surplus municipal land for affordable housing as described in the staff report dated August 26, 2020 regarding potential approaches to leveraging surplus municipal land for affordable housing. So I won't steal Councillor Adams' thunder about Homes for Heroes, so I'll let him speak to that. But the reason I'm putting forward the amended motion is that this staff report speaks to a number of things. So in the Homes for Heroes, we're talking about a tiny home community, or cluster, and that's just one thing, and I'm glad we're moving on that. But as it relates to affordable housing generally, and we've heard so much about affordable housing for the last decade, but particularly in the 4 years that I've been on council now, we keep coming back to this over and over again, and very often we say, there's nothing we can do about that, that's a provincial responsibility. But as staff have pointed out, and as I think we're moving that direction after my conversation with our CAO, there's a lot of things we could do. We just need to change a few things that we do ourselves without the province. Now, of course, if the province wants to partner with us and do other things, that's fantastic. But we could, for example, sell land for less than market value to a nonprofit or a trust, and we need to explore that. We could, as we're doing with Bloomfield, where we negotiate different elements for community benefit into a land sale. We could do all of those things. So what I'm asking for council to do is to look at these different options. One immediate thing we could do is change AO 50 to set up a land category for surplus land just for affordable housing. I think we need to do that. So anyway, I move that amendment. I hope someone would second that.
Second.
Actually, thank you.
It's a friendly amendment.
I will stop now.
Okay, colleagues, I don't see any. Councillor Adams, anything on it?
Your Worship, and I'd like to thank Councillor Cleary for this. You know, anything that's going to make this process easier, and I do need to call out Mr. Derek DeYoung from Brookside. He's the one that brought this to my attention a year or so ago. This is a great initiative, and it's a way to give back to our veterans who've protected us over the number of years. I know that there's a lot of vets and active members right now that are very, very excited about this proposition. And I think Councillor Cleary's amendment is going to make it maybe not easier, but perhaps a little less difficult for this to come through. And I love the fact that when I see simplification program, I could just stop right at that. But thank you so much, and colleagues, I appreciate your support with this important initiative.
All right, colleagues, you ready? Councillor Hensby?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, and I totally support this endeavor, but I also want to congratulate Cleary for finally seeing the light in regards to the surplus parkland lots that I have in my district. I have been suggesting for quite some time to be used by Habitat for Humanity. If we have vacant land that's not being utilized, let's make it a taxable asset or give it as a donation for affordable housing. Let's move forward with it, please and thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Nicol.
somehow I knew Councillor Hinsby was going to say that, but I was just wondering in this specific group, if they had a certain area, certain amenities that they would want, like sort of like be on a transit route, etc., something like that.
Through the mayor to the councillor, it's Jill McClellan with Planning and Development. The group was, I don't know if this question, first of all, was directed to Councillor Adams or to myself, but the group was looking to be located somewhere on a transit route with close to amenities and looking for a parcel that was about half an acre to 2 acres in size to accommodate the size of development that they wanted to do.
Yes, it was for you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. I'll just note that the new federal program announced yesterday doesn't require the province to be involved, and that there's an opportunity. Councillor Karsten and myself have been lobbying on behalf of municipal involvement on that, so I think that's a great thing. Ready for the question?
Question.
I might defer to the solicitor here, but I believe that where that amendment incorporated it part of the alternative, we may need to vote on that separately.
John?
The amendment was moved and passed. Did we vote on the amendment?
No.
It was a friendly amendment.
It's friendly? Okay.
I think you're okay. Yeah.
Thank you, John.
Go ahead, Phoebe. Thank you, John.
Thank you. Councillor Stretch?
For the motion.
Councillor Hensby?
Affirmative.
Councillor Karsten?
For the amended motion.
Councillor Nickel?
In favor.
Councillor Austin?
In favor.
Councillor Mancini?
For the motion.
Councillor Mason? Councillor Mason votes in favor. Councillor Smith?
In favor.
Councillor Cleary?
Yes.
Councillor Walker?
Or.
Councillor Adams?
For.
Councillor Zarowski?
For the motion.
Councillor Whitman?
Yes.
Deputy Mayor Blackburn?
Voting yes on the motion as amended.
Councillor Russell?
In favor.
Councillor Outthit?
Voting yes.
Mayor Savage?
For the motion. Colleagues, that passes. So it is being 5:10. We're taking a break till 6. Here's what we're doing. In light of the weather, in light of the technological difficulties that we're having, and the fact that Councillor Austin's lights are starting to flicker, and that we've heard about power outages, and the fact that not all of us are home but want to get home tonight, we will do the public hearings, we will do our in-camera, and that will be it for the day. Okay? Everybody okay with that? That would be my call. That means that we're going to have to all book out probably next Wednesday. We're going to be Tuesday with hearings and some council agenda. We're probably going to have to move some stuff till Wednesday. There's still some fairly big things, but Jacques, we've moved everything that was critical, I believe, which is helpful. So that's our plan. And for people at home, in case they lose contact, we will be doing public hearings at 6 in camera, and then we'll be going home and starting to move our patio.
By what time, Mr. Mayor? By 11?
Pardon me?
By 11?
No, we'll be finished quickly, I'm sure. But that's all we're doing after the break. So I hope everybody's okay with that. That's kind of an executive decision. So we'll be back at 6 o'clock with the public hearings.
Do we have a notice of motion from Councillor Mancini?
He already gave his notice of motion, I think. Did you, Tony?
Muted.
Yeah.
Trying to unmute.
Hey, he's around. Thank you. Sorry, no, I didn't actually read it. May I read it now?
Yes, please.
The following notice of motion, take notice that at a future meeting of the Halifax Regional Council, I intend to move first reading of 1, bylaw F201, amending bylaw F200, the fees bylaw, 2, bylaw P401, amending bylaw P400, the plumbing bylaw, and 3, bylaw B204, amending bylaw B201, the building bylaw, 4, bylaw C601, amending bylaw C600, the capital cost charges bylaw, 5, bylaw C801, amending bylaw C800, the capital cost charges for solid waste facilities bylaw, And 6, move amendments to Administrative Order 15, the license, permits, and processing fees administrative order, the purpose of which is to exempt municipal fees related to construction for residential developments by registered nonprofit organizations or charities.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I wonder if Councillor Mancini can give us an overview of each bylaw for us, please.
Absolutely. I'll be taking my raccoons over to your house, Bill, and we'll go through those, all right?
We will be back at 6 o'clock, colleagues, for the public hearing.
There, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
Just a reminder for members that we're going to leave this Teams meeting and then at 6 o'clock join the meeting that's showing as 6 p.m. in your calendars.
Right.
Thank you.